The Yoruba-speaking tribe of Nigeria has been accepted as the 45th member of the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization. Leader of the Yoruba World Congress, Prof Adebanji Akintoye, says the membership represents a very important step in the collective quest of well-meaning Yoruba people to achieve the goal of dignity and self-determination.
It is my great pleasure and pride to inform you that the Yoruba nation has been admitted to the membership of UNPO. UNPO means Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, with its headquarters in The Hague. The UNPO has expressed their gladness to welcome the Yoruba nation as a new member of UNPO, and they are looking forward to working with us. It is important because it is a great stride, and it represents a very important step in our collective quest to achieve the goal of dignity in the country in which we live, and also to achieve the goal of self-determination for our nation. Our Yoruba nation now has a voice on the international stage via the machinery of the UNPO, which maintains a permanent presence before the United Nations and before other international agencies like the European Union, the African Union, the United States government, and the governments of various other countries across the world.
Ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tilé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀bá nǹkan mọ Adéyẹmọ. Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà bí àrá orúkọ tó ń dẹ́rù bo lórúkọ gan. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o. Ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan ò lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́ ẹjẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re ẹjẹ́ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ gègèlè wodò sànyà ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín láàrin ìdí omi kò sì náà ń kán sí yín lẹ́nu ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè Ìgbòho ìkan ń ṣe yín ní dábọ̀dàbọ̀ ìkan ní mọ́ rọra ìkan tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n ò mọ̀ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ kí ló dé Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ sí ọmọ òpópó sanran ìgbàgede Ìgbòho sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀sìn ò ní bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ bẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho àfikàn pọpọ sí amúkan yòókù bọ sànyà àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí ò lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ àfiṣẹrù wálé wàrà mòjé ọmọ onílé ọlà àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣe ségesège tọ́láwọn ò ní bomi kó sí mu wọ́n láwọn ò ní bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ìgbà tójú kò fi rí ńkọ́ gbogbo wọn náà sáré bomi kó sí mu wọ́n sì bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òde ayé ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ ọ̀kan tẹ̀ ọ̀kan tó kù ní gbogbo ayé tí ránṣọ kiri gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá Sunday Ìgbòho onírèlẹ̀ láéláé torí àbá lásán nìkan ń dá òkúta ò ṣe gbé fún wọn o ìmọ̀ràn lásán ni ti balùwẹ̀ kò pọ́sibú kó dòdò láyé ń bí ó kún díẹ̀ kí tọ́ domi láéláyé ìtọ́ mi lè domi Sunday Ìgbòho arógun má ti dí tó ń jà fẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá ní tilé tó kó.
Perhaps singular among this body's achievements stands the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the standard by which our forebears challenged us to measure ourselves. They made clear in 1948, human rights are the basis for all that we seek to achieve. And yet today in 2022, fundamental freedoms are at risk in every part of our world, from the violations in Xinjiang, detailed recent reports by the Office of UN High Commissioner, to the horrible abuses against pro-democracy activists and ethnic minorities by the military regime in Burma, to the increased repression of women and girls by the Taliban in Afghanistan. And today, we stand with the brave citizens and the brave women of Iran who right now are demonstrating to secure their basic rights. But here's what I know. The future will be won by those countries that unleash the full potential of their populations, where women and girls can exercise equal rights, including basic reproductive rights, and contribute fully to building a stronger economies and more resilient societies, where religious and ethnic minorities can live their lives without harassment and contribute to the fabric of their communities, where the LGBTQ plus individuals live and love freely without being targeted with violence, where citizens can question and criticize their leaders without fear of reprisal. The United States will always promote human rights and the values enshrined in the UN Charter in our own country and around the world.
But our historic memory includes the notion that your greatest days were under Ivan, Peter the Great, and Catherine the Great. In other words, when you could control your neighbors. And people don't want to be controlled anymore. They want to be free to chart their own course. I'll never forget the first time a man with impeccable military credentials, the warden of Rhodes House, who was Admiral Viscount Montgomery's aide de camp in World War II, said, you know, you're going to have to leave Vietnam. For the same reason we had to leave Nigeria. We left Nigeria, there was a horrible war, 3 million people died, but we had to go, and you're going to have to go. And I said, why? He said, because they don't want you.
Again. No going back. Ìgbòho òòṣà, iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ ń tẹ̀síwájú. Mr. Koiki ẹ ṣé o, àwọn ọmọ mi ló ń kí yín o. Àwọn ọmọ mi ló ń kí yín o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, a máa délẹ̀ lérí o lórúkọ Jésù. Yorùbá nation.
And a very good morning once again, and welcome to the live transmission. It is a Sunday, the 4th of June, 2023. My name is OLAMILEKAN, and once again, as we continue our discussion on the letter by Professor Adebanji Akintoye to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As we continue to review this letter, we would also be looking at it from the international perspective. What does it mean? But first and foremost, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri gbogbo ibi tí ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wá, tí ẹ ti ń wò wá. Mo kí ọmọdé, mo kí àgbàlagbà, mo kí arúgbó, mo kí gbogbo àwọn Kristẹni tí a máa sọ pé èní ni ọjọ́ Sunday. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe ọdún Ifá lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àti gbogbo ibikíbi tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe. Mo dúpẹ́ pé a tún láǹfààní àti kàn sí yín lénìí nítorí pé gbogbo ìgbàkígbà tá a bá ti ń wá kàn sí yín, inú wa máa ń dùn nítorí pé ọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ tí a fi bára wa sọ nípa lẹ́tà tí bàbá kọ sí Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, ìyẹn pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì ilẹ̀ Nigeria tí a mọ̀ sí the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a country as we speak right now, but also a country with so many nations inside it. Mama ní salamu alaikum fún gbogbo àwọn Mùsùlùmí tí wọ́n bẹ pẹ̀lú wa náà. Kí ni way out? Òun lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn máa ń béèrè nígbàtígbà tí wọ́n bá ń sọ pé Yorùbá nation tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí. What does it mean? Kí ni way out? Ọ̀nà olè fi gbà, a lè ṣe máa ṣe, ṣó possible, ṣó rẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ rí? These are so many questions that people ask all the time. But I'm going to look at it again. Are we still on the right path from the international side? Ǹjẹ́ irú ìjà tí à ń jà yìí, ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ti jà rí bẹ́ẹ̀ in other part of the world? Mo kí ọmọdé, mo kí àgbàlagbà lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Like I said, this is a live broadcast and we are live on so many multiple platforms as usual. We are streaming on our Facebook. I do not have any other Facebook apart from the one that I've always talked about. 3 of them. Any other Facebook that is operating on my name, I don't know anything about it. But tó bá ti jẹ́ ti koikimedia Oduduwa page and koikimedia, I don't have anything called Olayemi Koiki. There's somebody using something of such. We have reported to Facebook, but as usual, Facebook cannot be bothered to remove such an individual. So be careful out there. Also, we are live on the Instagram, and as we are always live on the MixLR. I'm trying to get my Twitter space on, but not sure why the mic is telling me it's off. Once again, Mokiwa, how you doing, everyone out there? Ejeka Fokombale. Things have happened in the past before. Nigeria is not going to be the only country that is going through a breakup. Soviet Union breakaway. There was no kind of skimshy, but there was a little bit of fight, but not too much. East Timorian has broke up. They declared in 1974. It led to the invasion of their country by the Indonesia military. Eventually, things didn't go as planned. Czechoslovakia has broken up. Serbia, Kosovo, there's still tension in that region. So the breakup of Nigeria will happen. It does not matter whether it happened in the next 4 years, in the next 5 years, it happens today. But one thing is, we are already on the right path. And since we are Yoruba people that do not want violence, we are a non-violent movement, as many of people do not understand what is violent and what is not violent. Violent is when you are trying to get something, and by trying to get it means that you will use every means to get it. Our own movement is a non-violent movement according to our leader, and the only leader of the Yoruba self-determination struggle. Any other person is just a counterfeit. So if anybody is disguising to say that we are the one leading the Yoruba nation, nobody knows them around the world, and I'm not joking. You might say shut up and all that, but I understand. Toba Daruko Yoruba nation, Lenin Nissen, they will reference quickly to the emeritus Professor Adebanji Akintoye. I'm going to take us to what they call Northern Ireland. Maybe some of you have never heard of them before. But before we go into that, as usual, we say, Adúpẹ́ f'Ọlọ́run pé ó tún fi fún wa ṣe láàárọ̀ yìí. This is the Sunday tonic. This letter, I've not been able to calculate how many words lóní, but what I can say is that this letter that Baba Akintoye wrote to Tinubu is a very powerful letter. It's a letter that we will continue to review. It's a letter that we will continue to digest. It's also a letter that we will continue to discuss, because there's just a lot to discuss in that letter. And each time I see these kind of letters, I link it quickly to báwo ni a ṣe lè connected with the international perspective. Because whatever we are doing, we are big by Yoruba country. There is no way to connect with the international community, even if it end up to become a war. Kódà tí Abaja, we still have to end up, going to the United Nations, the African Union, to come and sit on a round table and finalize whether we, the Yoruba people, still want to be part of Nigeria or not. But there was a fight at some point in a country here in United Kingdom with some of their other brethren known as the Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland fight went on for a very, very long time. And eventually, after 30 years of what we can call a civil war, of fighting, ẹgbọ́n mi dáadáa, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ń sọ pé a fẹ́ gba Yorùbá nation, ó yẹ kó ti wáyé lánàá, àná ló yẹ kó ṣẹlẹ̀, kí ló ń fà á, kí ló fà delay. Northern Ireland took 30 years. 30 years. We pray that our own won't get to such a stage. Tabade ni ká calculate eye ọdún tó ti ń jà fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà lénìí. We are already past that 30 years. Because we know that those that are fighting for the Yoruba nation, some people started it even as far back as after the 1914 amalgamation, that the British thought for their own benefit, they should lock everybody together and then we should all accept Nigeria as a country. Even after the 1960 independence. So there's been the Yoruba people that disagree with the arrangement of the British. Arrangement the British gbé kalẹ̀ by trying to put fún apẹ́ gbogbo wa ní ká lọ di Nigeria. So kò ń ṣe lénìí ni a ṣe máa sọ pé à ń jàjà Yoruba nation. And I was pleased to listen to our leader, and the only one leader that we have, which is called Professor Adebanji Akintoye. If anybody is telling you there's another leader, they're wasting their time. There's no other leader. We only have one. And the one that we have is Baba Akintoye. While he was being interviewed yesterday, he said a couple of things that were quite interesting. There's nothing called Ikweaule. It's just that some Yoruba people are selfish. They're selfish bastard. As long as they were comfortable, but he mentioned to something, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen that video, even if we do not play the video. And to by theory, Elosori Yoruba Global, Yonkan Global Media, or I've been able to bring it closer by, to our own platform. Only gbogbo ìgbà tí Yoruba people bá ń sùn pé wọ́n ń kùn wá báyìí pé àti ń lọ in ditch àwọn kan máa tají táwọn kan bá ń sùn àwọn kan máa tají so pé a máa lọ bí àwọn kan wá dá sí kò ní dá fún gbogbo yín ẹ̀ ní ṣoríire gbogbo ẹni tó bá náà wọ́n dá sí problem tí yín nìyẹn àwa ti wà lórí ẹ̀ ìrìn àjò tàdé máa parí ni. Whether Nigeria wa prefer pé ká lọ in the route of the Irish way, then it's up to Nigerian. Or Bola Tinubu listen and the international community, which is what I want to discuss today. Lórí lẹ́tà ẹ̀. Bí a ṣe máa lọ máa bẹ àwọn nǹkan kan wá dá sí kò ní dá fún gbogbo yín ìwọ làbọ̀rọ̀ máa bẹ̀ yín. Mad people all over the place. Why should we go and beg you pé kẹwàá join Yoruba nation? Ẹ bá máa join Yoruba nation. Who cares? Àwa kan ti sọ pé a sùn. So tẹ́yìn kan bá ń sùn pé ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, means nothing to you. It means nothing to you, but it means something to some of us. And that's why we are grateful to somebody like Professor Adebanji Akintoye. Kò dẹ́n ṣe àwọn nìkan ló ti ń sọ̀rọ̀. even if we play this back, this video was 2017, before the last election. Tó bá jẹ́ pé gbogbo wa ti tètè keen ní 2017, can you imagine 2018, 2019, 2 years nìyẹn, 2020, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Àti wà lórí 6 years pé àti punch ẹ̀ dáadáa. But àwọn tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ nígbà yẹn náà, they are still standing firm. Àwọn kan dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ before that. But because the Nigerian media was crushing them, now àwa ti wá gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó jẹ́ media Nigeria tó wà ní, because most of them are bastard. Olórí burúkú ni media Nigeria. Olòṣì ló pọ̀ jù nù wọn, olòṣì àti ìṣẹ́ tó fi ń ṣe wọ́n. That rather than bring the message, ọ̀pọ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ajíláàárọ̀ ní samaka paper lórí burúkú, paper yẹn ló ti ń kà láti over 30 years or 24 years tó ti ń ṣe election àti nonsense wọn nílé. But èyí tó yẹ kó gbé message àwọn tí wọ́n pariwo níjọ́ náà lọ, they don't gonna take it. Àwa wá gbé message yẹn nísìn, àwa wá sọ di iṣẹ́, wọ́n wá ní àléṣẹ́. No, iṣẹ́ ọ̀la bá tún máa ṣe. Àwọn media Nigeria tó ń sọ fún níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn, because they were able to see this video. That was 2017.
Impediment to Yoruba development is the impediment to Yoruba development. Without Nigeria, we won't be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
It has come to an end. But we still have some bastard Yoruba. And yeah, let's save Nigeria. Let's keep Nigeria. Keep Nigeria for your house. The Nigeria that your father died inside that didn't have any impact. Bàbá ẹ̀ gan kú nínú Nigeria kò ní impact kankan tí Nigeria ṣe fún bàbá ẹ̀. Àmbọ̀sibọ̀sí wọ̀gàn. So they want us to be begging them, ẹ lọ bẹ̀ wọ́n kọ́ wá join kò àní kò ní dá fún gbogbo yín sẹ́tẹ̀ fi join Yorùbá ẹ̀ ní ṣoríire ogun lákàáyé máa pa yín ni. Bàbá Akintoye sọ nǹkan kan lánàá, ó ní táwọn kan bá ń sùn, wọ́n ti Elédùmarè sọ pé táwọn kan bá ń sùn lórí ìrìn àjò pé Yorùbá kò ní tayọ kò ní búyọ, àwọn kan á máa tají. Òun ni irú bàbá yẹn, òun ni irú Ìgbòho àtàwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. So they thought that some of us will just fade away. Torí Tinubu fẹ́ di president ẹ̀ ṣe èrè. Tí Tinubu bá fẹ́ wá di president nǹkan, ṣé president ṣé lifetime president ló fẹ́ dì ní? Tinubu is only going to be there for 8 years. So after 8 years, kí ni ká tún máa negotiate pẹ̀lú àwọn olórí burúkú not? That is why we are negotiating with him now. And we will negotiate with him. Apart from pọ́mọ Yorùbá ni, ṣé àbá Buhari sọ̀rọ̀ ni? Ìbí olórí burúkú ni Buhari? Ìbí ẹranko ni? Ìbó sọ fún yín? Àbí Buhari ò sọ fún yín pé ẹranko ni yín? Ó ní màálù ní gbogbo yín, màálù ní yín. Ó ní bẹ́tà kóhun keep màálù òun ní Daura than kóhun try láti fi fix Nigeria, because he never had any intention to come and fix Nigeria. He was the president that almost every place kí wèrè Ọ̀ṣínbàjò bí yẹn ti padà sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní sí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò ojú òtẹ̀ tí ẹnu òpó máa padà sí Ṣàgámù ni ó máa lọ jókòó sí Ṣàgámù. Born bastard. Àwa lọ náà ìsálọ máa pray, a lọ sí church láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ ní lágbé Bible dání. Kò sí nǹkan tó ṣe sí Ṣàgámù, kò sí nǹkan tó ṣe sí Rẹ́mọ, kò sí nǹkan tó ṣe sí Ògùn State. Ó ti ṣetán nísìn, mo rí tó bọ́lẹ̀ ní helicopter wọn àti ìyàwó ẹ̀ lẹ́pọ̀ yẹn ní pastor. Why go back to ṣe padà ṣe bí Buhari tẹ̀ sọ pé òun náà padà lọ sí Daura, kí ló dé tó Ọ̀ṣínbàjò lọ gbé Lagos? Ṣé ọmọ Lagos State ni wọ́n? Born bastard, olórí burúkú èèyàn. Kí ló dé tó padà kó lọ relocate sí Ogun State ní Rẹ́mọ kó lọ máa gbé bẹ́ẹ̀? Ó padà lọ sí IGBOHO area níbi tó dáa, ó lọ sí Lagos State. Àtẹ̀mọ̀ pé Buhari ẹranko làwọn yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀, ó dẹ̀ ti sọ fún yín tẹ́lẹ̀ pé ẹranko tó wù ní Buhari ní ẹranko tó wù ní ó sàn jọ yan ọmọ Nàìjíríà lọ. Ó nítorí pé bàbá wèrè nìyí, ó ní ẹ̀ kì í ṣèyàn lẹ́nu tiẹ̀, èmi kọ́ mo sọ o. That's what Buhari told you. Buhari say you are all animals. Because the moment a president of a country compares you to animals, then you know that you have a problem. But because tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́ orin wọ́n ti forin ba ayé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá jẹ́. Tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́ orin báyìí èyí tó yẹ kẹ́ bèrè ọ̀rọ̀ làákàyè là ń sọ níbí kan nígbọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé ọmọ tó ní tó wọ̀nyàn tó gbọ́n mú síta báyìí nísìn tó ń jó gógó inú wọn á dùn wá jókòó sí bíbá. And that's why olórí burúkú eléyìí kò jẹ́ kí Buhari kó ṣe kí ni kó sọ tó fẹ́ kó sọ.
Buhari ti sọ̀rọ̀ àti gbọ́. 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 Ó tún yá ṣe bàbá ṣe Buhari ṣe bàbá ṣe Buhari ṣe bàbá ṣe Buhari.
I congratulate fellow Nigerians who have realized their power, that their votes count. I'm looking forward to tomorrow to fly to my base and go back to my cows and sheep, which are much easier to control than fellow Nigerians.
And to that, everybody is laughing. It's funny. More easy to control cows than Nigerian. If Nigerian were given the opportunity, they will be able to be controlled. But when people are being subjugated, marginalized, people are being trampled on, their lives mean nothing to anybody. Everybody just wake up every day. And they're, over that run is everybody, Mama Allah say, Allah Salatu, Allah Fateh Subah, Allah Make Quran, or to prepare láti lọ sí Hajj, Allah Jerusalem, Moridele Mohammed in Israel, one shake camera, they look at Israel, and pariwo Yoruba nation, and they want us to come and beg them, and they kò ní dá fún gbogbo yín sẹ́. They want us to come and beg them, káwá darapọ̀ mọ́ Yoruba nation. Some of you will not survive, and some of us will survive it. 30 years ni àwọn Irish fi sọ fún British pé tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá já lọ a destroy ọ̀dọ̀ yín, ọ̀dọ̀ wa gan ní ṣe gbé. We haven't got to that stage yet, and that is why the movement is called a non-violent. That is why it is important that our people get the message that a letter now has been communicated to Bola Tinubu, regardless of whatever they say. He's a Yoruba man. I've told you that. And that letter is a 7-page. I need láti ṣe máa ṣàlàyé fún Tinubu pé ìkan báyìí làwa ọmọ Yorùbá ni wa. No. He knows all that. So àti cut gbogbo àárín tí a bá màálù Buhari sọ̀rọ̀. For Buhari is a màálù. Ẹ pé ti Buhari yẹn pọ̀ díẹ̀. Kò sígbà tá a print ti Buhari yẹn ó pọ̀ ó heavy. So Tinubu does not need all these explanation. All we are saying to Tinubu is to avoid anything that will become a conflict of interest between us and Nigeria, because he will be managing Nigeria for them. Tinubu is always going to manage Nigeria for you, just as Buhari managed it for 8 years. After 8 years, Tinubu to that part said, "Don't." But before you get to that stage, we are prepared and say, look, we want to go, and we don't want to be part of this, Project Nigeria anymore, because on delay ayewa kò jẹ́ káyé lọ sókè. A lot of things that we would love to do, we can't do it. We can't. Kò possible. Look, go and look at Abuja yesterday or the day before yesterday. The biggest printing hall was destroyed. Whether it was built in the wrong place or not, I don't know. What could have led to such a destruction? I don't know. But one thing is, Etulosi Kano, buildings being destroyed. It shows that as they are moving 10 steps forward, they are also moving 300 years backwards. Because when you look at the building that they break down, we understand that no building should go through a route. But because there's madness in the society, where people think that they own the lives of others, And when we tell people, let's go away and try and then make sure that whoever wants to build, look, if you want to do a renovation in your house and the house is not even council property, wàá kọ́kọ́ lọ gbàṣẹ lọ́wọ́ ní council pé ilé tí mo ní yìí o, mo fẹ́ adjust a little bit, mo fẹ́ tún nǹkan kan ṣe nínú bẹ̀, because the weight of it calling yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀, by the time you start tampering with it, it will have impact. But that doesn't happen in that messed up shit. Some people think that Nigeria is going to develop. Akinwumi Adesina, the African Development Bank president, told you that you will not see the development of Nigeria in your lifetime. Forget about it. If you think that you will see the development of Nigeria, I understand some of you think that there is so much development in Nigeria. Look, Nigeria is not developable. It will take 300 years to get to even where you want to develop. 300 years. As many of us will be dead. Muki Yawa Tosin 2020. Muki Wobente to Alorieto Balua. Muki Olanipekun. Yawa Nikki Dickinson. Muki Ima. Muki Wobente and Todiwa. Mo sọ pé journalist baby. Èmi á máa gbọ́n tán sọ ní the other side. Mo gbọ́ Wálé Àlè. Ayé ẹnjá kò lè dárúkọ mi gan. Ó ní wọ́n ń ṣe flag ní Nàìjíríà. Ó náà tún máa ń gbowó shipping olórí burúkú somebody. Mo sọ fún ọ pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ló ń gbọ́ wọn. They cannot even digest a letter. Letter làwa rí nísìnyí tá à ń digest. Ẹni kí Wálé Àdé letter tí wọ́n gbà lọ́dọ̀ yìí. Bóun náà sọ pé wọ́n ti gba UN letter. Ṣé bóun ìbí UK gbà lóun wa mo rò pé òun wà educated. Àná ọmọ Ìwòrí àbáwòrí wèrè somebody. Ayé ẹnjá kò tẹ̀ tún lè dárúkọ mi. Ó ní wọ́n ṣe flag. Ó ní ó ṣe flag. Ó ń ṣe flag ní Nàìjíríà. Nàìjíríà jẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú tíyàn máa ti ṣe flag. Ìlú wèrè. Cháyé ẹnjá láti dárúkọ mi. Ebí mi dárúkọ tiẹ̀ lórí burúkú sọ́mbọ̀. Mo sọ yà fún mi ní dé ká pàdé ní Prague Spring, bomb bastard. Gbogbo oṣù ẹ̀ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà. Ìyẹn orí kankan sọmọ́ nísìnyí. Wọ́n tún criticize the government. Mo rò pé ẹni ti gba country ní ẹ̀yìn wèrè. Ṣé bọ́ ṣe gba country nìyẹn? Mo sọ pé wọ́n ń gba country bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ẹni pé bọ́ ṣe máa gbà nìyẹn. Màá máa rọ àwọn orúkọ tí mo rò pé wọ́n ní brain. Wọ́n àṣẹ gbogbo wọn ní brain. Mo wà lórí iṣẹ́ Wálé Àlè lánàá tó ń ṣe. Ìjìnlẹ̀ wà life by ní sè kò tí ì sùn. Àwọn èèyàn tó yẹ kó máa sùn kò sùn. Wọ́n rí content, wọ́n rí kankan sọ. Ìtọ́ tún sọ nísìnyí wọ́n tún criticize Tinubu. Ẹ̀yin ti ní gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì náà. Tó bá di àsìkò ẹ understand ẹ̀yin tẹ́ lọ ń jókòó tì wọ́n. Èmi á tún gbé yín lọ sí bí àṣà Yorùbá wuyì àwọn wúmà yẹn. Ó rà pé Yorùbá wuyì ó rà pé ó ti ṣe bí kọ̀ǹdọ́tọ̀ rẹ̀. Kọ̀sọ́ yìí máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ máa gbé ẹ lọ tàbáyé èmi gan tí mo jọ́kùnrin gan mo mọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn sọ ṣá. Wọ́n náà ní wọ́n fẹ́ wá àtàkì àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nation kan. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ wá àtàkì ẹ̀nà lóògùn ẹ̀nà pàṣínú lé. One bastard. Gbogbo àwọn Mickey Babs àwọn orí àwọn èèyàn wà pé gbogbo àwọn treasury road olórí burúkú gbogbo wọn pọ̀ mbẹ́. À ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé how do we connect to the international community? Lẹ́tà ìtútù to indicate pé international community máa gbọ́ràn máa gbé lọ síbẹ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀. Mo mú bọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Northern Ireland tó fi bára wọn jà fún 30 years? Peace agreement ó ṣe pé 25 years. That means pé in the last 55 years ìlú kan tó ń pè ní Northern Ireland àti UK wọ́n agree rárá. Wọ́n padà split ẹ̀ ní kí peace lè wà. Yorùbá ti ń pariwo bá fẹ́ lọ kò ń ṣe léèní. We've been asking for the right to self-determination. It's not today. Àwọn Yorùbá pè ní no. Our right to self-determination is just that we have bomb bastard Yorùbá politician. Burújí ti kú nísìn àkótú kú ẹ̀ lọ́rùn òun àti Elédùmarè máa yanjú ẹ lórí burúkú Ajímọ̀ bí gbogbo wọn. Wọ́n máa fẹ́rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ́ ṣe máa kúlẹ̀ kankan náà nìyẹn. Àmọ́ bí Ondo Akérèdọ́lù wọn ló wà ní vegetable state wọ́n tún ṣe fídíò wọn ló wo fún ìyàn ẹ fẹ́ ṣú èèyàn àwòjú ẹ̀ dáadáa wọ́n ṣàn ṣe gbogbo ń ṣe fídíò ẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n lọ báyìí wọ́n ṣe Manchester àti kìnní tó ń play FA lánàá. Ẹ jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀ kí ló dé tó lè sọ̀rọ̀ bí ó ti wà ní vegetable state àwọn tó yìí fi jí wọ́n ya gbé sínú ibì kan ó yẹ ṣe fídíò lórí burúkú yọ mí ti wọ́n ṣe máa sọ fẹ́mi àwọn náà máa ṣépè fẹ́mi náà wọ́n ṣe bí mi ṣe ṣépè fún àwọn náà máa ṣe wọ́n ní àwọn náà máa lè yẹn wà London ó sọ pé Akérédolú ti kú tó bá kú ẹni kó jáde kó sọ̀rọ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹni kó sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ èmi lélẹ̀ ẹ bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ wo other side mi òun ni èmi mi life lélẹ̀ Akérédolú ìwọ náà jáde lórí burúkú somebody they are never ready to let go wọ́n fi ìpá wọn nìkan làwọn máa di gbogbo wa mú born bastard kò tí ì dé mo sọ pé kò tí ì dé stage yẹn ni a ṣe ń ṣe ti diplomatic way ni diplomatic way ta ṣe ń ṣe ló sì ń jẹ́ kó look like pé kìíní tó bá jẹ́ pàtí wọnú ti IRA section pàtí wà lórí ti IRA travailler ẹ máa sáré tí gbogbo a máa gbóná a máa yọrùkú mo sọ fún yín pé mi gangan ni máa pa gbogbo yín gbogbo àwọn wọn ní anything láti sọ because each time I sit down there they expect me come and sọ̀rọ̀ policy pé àti gba country kí ló kàn yín pẹ̀lú gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì Tinubu kò sí tó kàn yín pẹ̀lú Tinubu mọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ní country ti yín ẹ ti ní country ẹ ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ government so n tẹ́ kẹ́ máa báwọn èèyàn discuss ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe pé gbé government yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe pé ọ́ ní kankan sí ìjọba yẹn àwa là ń délé wọn but ìgbà tí ẹ pé kò àwọn kan wà tí wọ́n ní sense of mind àti ọjọ́ra Elizabeth gbogbo wọn wà ń bẹ̀ ìyẹn àwọn èdè wà ní Paris ìyá yẹn ti fún mi lówó rí màá máa wọ àwọn ìyá yẹn pé má ṣe ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló jókòó sábẹ́ wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ and then people think that kàtẹ́sọ́pà tó wà nílé ẹ̀yìn nílà mo sọ fún yín pé ẹ̀yìn wà develop nílé wọ́n sẹ́ndì fóònù kan sí mi lánàá ṣe orí fóònù yìí tọ́nà sọ́bẹ̀ yìí ó dájú ìtẹ́ ń lò lọ Nàìjíríà lọ cause ilé ìkọ́ tó produce ẹ̀wọ̀ UK ó gbọ́dọ̀ ní standard tọ́nà sọ́bẹ̀ ní sórí ẹ̀ ṣàmọ̀ fún tẹ́ ń pè ní tọ́nà sọ́bẹ̀ Nàìjíríà tọ́nà sọ́bẹ̀ sórí bó ṣe ra kéré lórí burúkú born bastard all over the place ẹ farabalẹ̀ ká gbé lọ travailler lẹ́tà yẹn lélẹ̀ àti kàlánà àbá máa kà lójoojúmọ́ kò mọ́tà. But what does this letter means under the international perspective? Ìdí mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àárọ̀ ènìyàn. Tó bá ń sọ pé international, ẹ forget about gbogbo tí ìyàwó èrè ìyá janwé ìyàwó èrè. Anybody tó bá sì lọ ń gbọ́ ntí dúpọ̀ ní tìrì sọ, ìwọ́gbọ́n ti ní mental problem. Yàtọ̀ sí pàwọn àtàfẹ́ lọ analyze ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ lórí journalist làwọn èèyàn ní láti lọ́jọ́ kan at least dada nítorí pàǹtí mi yẹn nílàákàyè àṣewọ̀tẹ̀ nílàákàyè kankan ọlọ́run ọmọjọ́ tó ti wà ní London ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ please dada wọn nílàákàyè gbogbo wọn pátápátá ọkùn bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn jẹ́rán àwọn tó mo sọ pé wèrè làwọn tó wà ní UK sẹ́ àsínwó àti wèrè wọn bastard ọ̀rí kankan sọ. Nothing. They have nothing to say because definitely one more party at the break it goes on because if you want to say you are in the country, you gotta look. Country, you will not be saying you are in country and surely country lele. Gbogbo tẹ́ ń wò in the country, but country tó ń pè Nàìjíríà tá a fẹ́ kúrò nínú lele. Ibi tí Nàìjíríà wà ní, okay? Ilé la fẹ́ pín kúrò lára. So fẹ́ gbé we're in the country. Let's just read this letter briefly again. Yoruba Self-Determination Movement, May 30th, 2023. On this historical occasion of the inauguration of our beloved brother, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, I, Prof Adebanji Akintoye, a chairman of the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement, for and on behalf of the overwhelming majority of the Yoruba people at home and in the diaspora worldwide who seek self-determination, sovereignty for the Yoruba nation, deeply and sincerely rejoice with our brother on the fulfillment of his political ambition to preside over the affairs of the Nigerian state. Exactly 8 years ago, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's energetic, sincere, and dedicated assistant to another Nigerian citizen enabled that citizen to rise to this same position of President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria. Therefore, none of us citizens of Nigeria can now say that he does not deserve the same elevation for himself today. Indeed, his elevation to the presidency of Nigeria against all the odds that we Nigerians are painfully familiar with, and against all the man-made contortions of order that characterize Nigeria, demonstrate clearly the tenacity of the spirit that characterized his political career. These man-made contortions of order demonstrate the fundamental bankruptcy and the essential non-sustainability of the Nigerian state, which our brother must now lead. It is particularly noteworthy that all the electoral cycles under the successfully fraudulent constitutions of Nigeria since 1959 have ended up unutterably in controversies that are irresolvable and that are ultimately never resolved. The same scenario remains with us today. Nigerians stand at this moment in a devastating pains of unresolved nationality problem. As a highly prospective leader of another African country, remarked recently, the nations of Nigeria hate one another, and the hatred has steadily escalated since independence, and yet the political leaders of Nigeria strangely chooses to keep Nigeria as one country. Today, Nigerians stand at a grave moment when the nationality problem and the hatred have been fearfully aggravated by decision and effort of one of Nigeria's nation, the Fulani nation, to conquer, break, and subjugate all the other nations of Nigeria. We stand at a grave moment when there will be conqueror nation is still killing, maiming, destroying, still seeking to make Nigeria the bloodiest war zone on the African continent. We have experienced fully 8 years during which the conquered nation has enjoyed total freedom to carry out its invasions, killings, and destroying across the face of Nigeria, while enrolling the services of the foreign terrorist organization in invasion, all with very obvious complicity by the government and the security forces of Nigeria, with very loudly announced invitation by the President of Nigeria to non-Nigerians to come migrating from all over Africa to Nigeria without any travel document. Huge masses of hostile non-Nigerians, all ethnic clansmen of the would-be conqueror nation, have been assisted to flood into Nigeria in order to reinforce their nation conquest of Nigeria. We Yoruba have lost an estimated 29,000 of our people to these rampages. Countless Yoruba women have suffered degradation or been raped by the invaders. Famine have been destroyed in a large swath of Yoruba farmland, and our whole Yoruba nation now faces the danger of devastating famines. In fact, there will be conqueror nation once embark on a loudly proclaimed effort to stab out the whole Yoruba nation by blocking the Lokoja Bridge for days against trucks that were transporting food products to Nigeria, to Yoruba Southwest from Nigerian Middle Belt. And again, without the government of Nigeria raising finger against the crime. But these are not all that the Yoruba people have suffered in Nigeria, ever intensifying cauldron of inter-people's hatred under a system of limited self-government and federalism in the decade preceding Nigeria's independence in the year 1960. We Yoruba achieved such a great development and modernization that made our region the pace setter in modernization, not only in Nigeria, but in all of Africa. We institute the first free education program in Africa, build the longest mileage of modern highways, the most urban water supply project, the first industrial estate with an ambitious industrialization program, the only investment capital in the structure with holdings in industries, banking, real estate, commerce, many large plantations, producing crops for industry, various skills, development centers for our youth. But Nigerians' culture of inter-people's hatred has almost totally destroyed all. Fleeing abroad have almost destroyed all. Sorry. Almost destroy all. Yeah. Fleeing abroad at a terrifying rate, thereby creating a serious threat that their Yoruba nation could per capita structure with the holdings in industry. Okay, I think that moved a little bit. But Nigerian culture of interpeople's hatred has almost totally destroyed all rich in Nigeria. Against this background, let me move back one step here, because I don't know what happened there. Yeah, destroy all. Of all these, though Yoruba people were confidently living in a growing prosperity by 1960, most Yoruba people now belong in Nigerians' horrible culture of poverty, which is growing worse and worse. Yoruba educated youth, confronted by Nigerians' hopelessness, are fleeing abroad at a terrifying rate, thereby creating a serious threat that their Yoruba nation could perish in Nigeria. Against this background, we Yoruba people remain fiercely convinced of the reality of the non-sustainability of the Nigerian state as a vehicle for galvanizing and translating the inherent creative energies of our people, the Yoruba people, into a development trust. Again, we are determined that the bottle-up Yoruba creativity must be released so as to generate the impetus to reenact the historical dynamism for which our Yoruba nation was famed in the past. The more the Yoruba nation remains stuck into and trapped in the vortex of the Nigerian trash machine, the more stagnant and backwards we Yoruba will become. Accordingly, we Yoruba people state categorically that the political realities of the one Yoruba man presidency over Nigeria cannot possibly alter the continual bondage, retrogression of the Yoruba people in the quadrant of the heavily devalued Nigerian state. The Yoruba nation will never submit itself to unending citizenship in Nigeria. That is irretrievably held in a deep dungeon of more and more poverty and hopelessness. Therefore, we Yoruba nation reaffirmed our decision to negotiate with Nigeria the creation of our own separate autonomous political economy spaced outside the framework of the now illegitimate Nigerian state. We Yoruba have repeatedly stated in our letters and petition to the United Nations Organization, as well as the various governments of the world, including the Nigerian government in particular. We have stated as follows: above all, we Yoruba concluded irrevocably that the agenda of the war of conquest and subjugation by one nation that is part of Nigeria against the other nations of Nigeria, and the said nation's invitation to foreign terrorist organizations to come and help to wage war against other nations of Nigeria, all with the obvious complicity of the federal government of Nigeria, have hideously violated and conclusively eliminated the unity and legitimacy of Nigeria as one country. We Yoruba have therefore concluded that we have the legitimate right and duty to separate our Yoruba nation from Nigeria. We Yoruba are prepared to attain these goals through negotiations, which is what I want to discuss today. There was a negotiation that happened after 30 years of civil war between the Irish and the British government. That 25 years peace agreement, which started in 1997 after a lot of killings, people died, destructions and all sorts. So when Yoruba people are saying, koikini way forward, let me say this: the only way forward is that we will continue to negotiate with the federal government of Nigeria under the presidency or the president of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as we continue to highlight that to the international community. So negotiation is the first key in everything we're going to be doing. And as we're negotiating, we will continue with all our activities just as we are doing before. Mo dá wò lórí burúkú wọ́n ní wọ́n rówó gbà mọ́ lórí ìyá Your Brown àní ìyá yẹn sẹ́ bomb bastard ìyá wèrè yẹn ó dà bó release audio kan lánàá mo gbọ́ díẹ̀ lórí Wálé Àlè ó ní wọ́n rówó rally gbà mọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ rówó flag gbà mọ́ wọ́n rówó dis gbà mọ́ àwọn kẹrẹ ni wọ́n ti débi kankan lọ́wọ́ lójú kan bí adágún, you know, unbelievable. Ìyá Your Brown ẹni kó lọ síbi tí Dúpẹ́ wà kó ya picture pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ bomb bastard èmi máa pa gbogbo yín lórí media ẹ̀ tí mo kankan. So we will continue to negotiate, we will continue to come out, but ní jáde ní June 12 olórí burúkú June 12 MK Abiola kọ̀ọ̀kan wọn kò ní MK Abiola àti gbogbo àti ìyàwó àtàwọn kò ní dá fún gbogbo wọn. Abiola wà lára tó bá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá jẹ́ olórí burúkú somebody kó wọn tẹ̀lé dùn máa rí kọjá máa lọ yanjú ẹ̀nìmí tó wà bomb bastard. We Yoruba are prepared to attain these goals through negotiation, but in negotiation bá máa wáyé, part of it is the letter that we are reading that Baba have written to Tinubu. It is now up to Tinubu government to give us the negotiation environment. It's not going to happen in Nigeria, definitely. If we're going to negotiate, we can negotiate anywhere on a neutral ground. See, problem power between two countries or individuals or groups of people, you travel to a neutral ground. Baba gan ní láti lọ, baba lè gbé spokesman wọn Gani Alágbàlá kó lọ represent wọn. Tinubu ní láti lọ, ó máa ní committee tó máa lọ represent ẹni wá dẹ̀ fún ní report. Bó ṣe máa rí nìyẹn. And that negotiation is not something that is going to come up, and give a straight answer, because so many things are linked in Nigeria that needs to be unbundled. And KOKORO might break up like that. Some of you don't even understand that there's a lot of things that is connected in Nigeria that needs to be unbundled. There's a lot of things that are unbundled. The UK is still trying to unbundle their relationship that they had with European Union for 35 years. Some of you, you need to listen to platforms that break things down. When you break a column, divert mind. And that's why those that are skeptical, breaking the country is not more. It has to be negotiate. Then FA unbundle, FA unbundle, okay, báwo la ṣe fẹ́ san loan tó wà nílẹ̀? Báwo la ṣe máa make sure pé àwọn tó ní businesses tó jẹ́ northerners tó ní business nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, businesses wọn máa wà secured, kò ṣe pé a máa kọ̀ gbẹ́sẹ̀ lé. There are things that has to be, tó bá dogun nìkan lè sọ pé yes, tó bá ti bá ló bá, anything tó bá lọ, táwa náà bá níyàn tó bá nǹkan lọ náà kó bá lọ náà. But in the process that we don't want that to happen, there will be negotiation. Even the back padaja no taja, there will still be negotiation. One negotiate lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìnyí. You tell the news. One negotiate in Sudan. Báyìí bí ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀. Ìjà yẹn ò wọ́n ti dúró ni. Ẹ lọ máa gbọ́ ṣó ẹ̀ kórí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé iṣẹ́ yẹn ń ṣàlàyé gbogbo tèmi tá à ń ṣàlàyé fún yín. So, but because àwọn tó lọ ń gbọ́ wọn ti wà frustrated. Pé ó yẹ kí country ti jáde náà. Ṣé bí ìlú táwọn káàtì sọ́pọ̀ àtọ́ ànímọ́sọ́pọ̀ àìtẹ́tẹ́ wà Nàìjíríà ẹ̀pọ̀ yìí tẹ̀ ní kò sí brain kankan lórí yín. Ṣé àwọn tó wà lábúrò ṣé bí bọ́ ṣe gba country táwọn jókòó sí nìyẹn? Ṣé Ayọ̀ Brown tó wà ní Island àbí gbólóhùn wà? Ṣé bọ́ ṣe gba Island nìyẹn ló ṣe fi gba Yorùbá nation? Bomb bastard. Ayọ̀ Brown tó ń pariwo yẹn ìyá yẹn. Ṣé bọ́ ṣe gba Island lòun fi gba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá fún yín? Because some of them that are sitting down there, ìdí tẹ̀sí lè lọ́jọ́ kò síbẹ̀ because mo rántí pé as many ọmọ yìí Nàìjíríà máa lọ ń bímọ síbẹ̀ tó bá ti bímọ síbẹ̀ wá fún ẹ níwèé. Àbí nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ṣe kọ́ nìyẹn. Tẹ̀ wá ń sọ jágbajàgba pé àmọ́ bá ń sùn. Orí gbogbo yín ti gbálẹ̀. Ìjọba yín pè mí ni màá ṣe gbóyún léṣe lórí mídíà. Bàbá wí táwọn kan tó máa pè àwọn wa bá ṣe fẹ́ parí ìjà. Mo mọ àwọn tó ń bára wọn jà. Ẹjẹ́ lọ bá àwọn tó ń bára wọn jà. Àwọn ọ̀bá yàn kan jà. Fact lèmi sọ níbí báyìí. Èmi ò ń ṣe illiterate. Tẹ́yìn bá jẹ́ illiterate, èmi ò ń ṣe illiterate. Gbé ní UK for 25 years. So ó ṣe máa ń sọ pé kò ń ṣe gbogbo èèyàn tó gbé ní ìlú kan ló ní làákàyè. Ẹbí gbogbo adájọ́ gbé ní ìlú ìlànà làákàyè. Ṣérò Ayọ̀ Brown yẹn nísìn, ṣé Island tó ń wà tó ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn, ṣé bọ́ ṣe gba Island nìyẹn? Bọ́ ṣe gba Island máa sọ fún ilé ni. Island tí gbogbo ń jókòó àti ìyàwó èrè the other one tó ń sọ pé wọ́n fi Yorùbá nation ṣe scam tó ń tàgbó ní Dublin. Ṣé ibi torí pé ó ní ẹ̀ ní Dublin environment ni? Ṣèbí kóhun tó jókòó sí Dublin yẹn ṣé ó mọ ìjà tó jà? Òun lórí burúkú somebody ní dá fún gbogbo yín pátápátá ẹ̀ ní kúure ní ká ló máa bẹ̀yìn kan. Ẹ bá máa join Yorùbá, ìbí Yorùbá ní gbogbo yín náà. Bàbá Akintoye ní kò ní ṣépè fún èpè lẹ́ẹ̀ máa gbà lẹ́nu tẹ̀lé. Bomb bastard ní ká ló máa bẹ̀yìn kan kó wá join Yorùbá. Ẹ bá máa join Yorùbá nation. Ṣé Island táwọn jókòó sí 30 years ni wọ́n fi jàjà yẹn? Ó ṣe pé 25 years peace agreement. 1 year after tó ṣe peace agreement yẹn lèmi dé ni mo dé London 1997 agreement yẹn gan ní sọ́n tún wà ṣèkíṣèkí. We Yoruba are prepared to attain this goal through negotiation with the Nigerian government. Nigerian government ní ambassy negotiation, and Nigerian government has no other option than to listen. They have to listen. The Nigerian government only listen Yoruba. And Nigeria is not going to break. By the time the problem starts, go and prepare yourself. Everybody will be affected. You will not travel to Nigeria, because if you travel to Nigeria, you can be at risk. International community will remove their diplomat, just as they've done in Sudan. And they will remove as many of their citizens that hold a British passport, American passport, Saudi Arabia passport. And that's all. And they will leave every one of us to fight each other until we are ready to come back into the round table. But since we don't want to fight, we don't have the means to fight. That's why we are discussing this, so that we can negotiate peacefully out of Nigeria. But idiots will come and tell us it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Then we go through the IRA situation, which the British knew what happened to them. We Yoruba are prepared to attain these goals through negotiation with the Nigerian government, either on a bilateral basis, that is between our Yoruba nation and the government of Nigeria, or on a multilateral basis that brings out all the constituent stakeholders. Take note of that. There are too many stakeholders in Nigeria. And those stakeholders, we need to let them know that the reason that we are going, look, none of these countries around the world can stop a Nigeria breakup. They can slow it down. Kò sílùú náà lágbàáyé tó lè stop the breakup of Nigeria, because it is about the indigenous people. It's as simple as that. It is the indigenous people that are asking for that breakup, not America going to tell us you cannot break up. America will only just say that, breaking up, we need to make sure that, it doesn't lead to bloodshed, quote and unquote, or it doesn't lead to a situation where, we will then also marginalize other people. But you think British and America will stop the breakup of Nigeria? No. The one that Baba Akintoye is still doing is because Baba Akintoye is taking it to under the perspective, which is, look at the topic today. For some of you just coming to the program, go and look at the topic. It is called the perspective of the Yoruba nation from the international view. None of the countries around the world can say we cannot break Nigeria. But what we are saying is that because we don't want it to lead to a fight. It's as simple as that. I listened to Simon Ekpa yesterday. He said almost the same thing. I was listening to him yesterday. Where, Nigeria is too big not to be broken. That one is nonsense. Nobody can say we cannot break up Nigeria. It's all about we're just saying to Tinubu that instead of us all, where, we bomb the Lokoja bridge. The moment you break the bridge, Nigeria is gone. You divide the bridge. All these things can be done. It's possible. The moment you blow up any bridge in Nigeria right now, Nigeria is going. But why do we need to blow up a bridge when we can still keep that bridge and make sure that we just have our police in this side and their police on their side? If you want to go through, they make sure that, we won't need documents to travel within Nigeria because we are one already. You will not need any document. But we just want to make sure that if anybody is coming, there are people that should be coming. Why is British and America locking their borders? Why they don't open their borders and allow anybody to come in? It's because they need to control who's coming in, who's not going in. We put the right technology there. If I travel now, if I'm coming back in, they take my fingerprint. Because they want to be sure that I am not giving somebody else my same document to come into the country back. Why do you think they're taking our fingerprint? So that they can restrict us from not giving that. At some point, some people use it to travel before they started taking fingerprints. Some people are watching me like this, They got to America using somebody else's passport. All they did was they took it to Oluwole and they changed the face. So when they realized that, I'm on, listen, you, are you sure you are this person? Now they started upgrading. They started using fingerprints. Some of our people, when they watch me like this, some of them know, the person will know if they watch me like this. Some people got away like that. Now they have their own American passport and the Canadian, but they went to America with somebody's fake passport. They know they're watching me like this. So why is America upgrading and then then they'll tell us you cannot? No, but we need to negotiate with all the constituent stakeholders. They say they have been paying subsidy. I saw a video The guy is saying that no subsidy was paid in the last 8 years. That is all lies. So Nigeria is full of too many deceits. Deceit. Everybody wake up every day. The only thing that is flourishing now is everybody, hey, hallelujah. Asalatu. They are doing it. People when they do it 5 days. Do you know that I watch a video? I'm going to show you from Arole 1010. Our brother, that media is South Africa. What Giori woman can law need look on near your state and be somewhere in Ife or whatever. Be out of it born at them. No forensic, no nothing. The blood is there. The blood that they should keep so that even after 30, 40, 50, 100 years, whoever commit that crime, we will not come. And you are telling me Nigeria is is developing. Which can develop? Dumb bastard. So we will negotiate. Until that negotiation, we can realize that, okay, it seems that they're not going to listen to us. And you blow up the first bridge. Boom! Yeah. These people serious. Why do you think they are talking to the Niger militants? It's because they are blowing the pipeline. That's why the government is talking to them, so that they can cushion things down. Give them how can the country? Not militant, the guy, the Saudi Arabia pipeline, local people. I mean, these are people that they should be trained and put into the military. So, but imagine, they give a Saudi doku, but you can't be protecting pipeline. They give you Pagania dance. Is that the Saudi Arabia that you people are going, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar? She be Saudi Arabia. She's militant. They don't protect the Saudi Arabia pipeline. There's no crude oil that moves in Saudi Arabia. They can detect it with the technology. With the technology. That video is on the social media. Crude oil come to Saudi, they will know where it's going and where it's coming from. It's only in Nigeria that everything is ghost. Lori Buruku somebody. Mukin Grammar, Leajari. And we are here saying that let's break this son up so that your life can be minimized. I don't understand this Yoruba, your nation, what they do. No money, you don't have any money, you are just, so you that you don't even have anything, why what are you waiting for? Your life is meaningless anyway. So now that I've read that letter, I take you to the international perspective. KOIKIMEDIA, the only media that take you through the foreign relationship things and how you can link this Yoruba nation to the international side. Grateful to all our other medias. Let them be dealing with Duponitiri and that. When I want to reference to her, I will just bump past that and then But the reality is, mine is international perspective. Just like fella say, leave all those goddamn churches, all those goddamn mosques, and come here and listen. Who and who, United Nations, don't let them deceive you. Why Ireland split into the Republic of Ireland? They have Ireland. Now they have the Northern Ireland. They have Ireland. They now also have the Northern Ireland. Kilo de touch split. Kilo faja for 30 years. You Yoruba nation, you think it's just going to come like that? You want Yoruba nation. You don't want us to start any wahala. Then we're going to be going through what they call, the diplomatic way. Diplomatic way, man. When you think diplomatic way is going to give you a result in under 10 years. That's why they call it negotiation. You negotiate and negotiate and negotiate so that everything Aliwa intact, so that you don't blow up your airport. You don't go to Sudan now and say, well, which airport is working in Sudan anymore now? And Oriba Yoni. Nigerians, they run away. Everybody run away. They left everything. So the moment that we can't go through that route of blowing up anything, then we have to do negotiation. And negotiation is not something that happens straight away. It takes some time. It takes a process. You want to negotiate, it takes a process. And that's one thing you need to understand. As long as we are going to negotiate our way out of Nigeria, then we got to wait and follow the process. Some bastard doesn't want to follow that process. That is why they are frustrated. The people think by releasing audio you do CNN. Sometimes I listen to some of this audio that people release and I just like say, Tell me your mom don't put the paper back countries. You know, African Bill and all these people, they release this their audio. You know, they think they're talking to some stupid people. I think everybody's as gullible as themselves. You know, you take all this your audio. This your audio, we don't enter anywhere. You know, my sure. You know, sometimes I just laugh. You know, the way they are releasing this their keju audio. You know. So you think this your audio that you are releasing, you know, audio in if you pay over market anywhere. This audio no go anywhere now. You know, this audio where nobody can even understand where this audio is coming from. Don't bastard. And we are going to somewhere. But going is something that is going to happen, you know, through negotiation. And don't come and tell me that Duke Onitiri is writing letter to all this, you know, world power, because that is Fabuni. Every time this Olori Buruku woman, this bomb bastard woman, you say, Oti Coletta Sibu Agbaye. Oti, any ko Coletta si Kola Abiola, Olori Buruku. Any ko Coletta, any ki Duke Onitiri Coletta si Kola Abiola. Ko ye Coletta si Agbaye mo. Ko Coletta si Kola Abiola, Olori Buruku somebody. You know. It's like a sweet talk, ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá. Ẹni tó máa fọwọ́ ra yín lórí, òun lẹ̀ ń wá. Ìyẹn náà lọ ṣe fọwọ́ ra yín lórí títí tí wọ́n fi gba gbogbo country mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Bàbá Akintoye wá jáde pé àwọn tó ń gba country wọ̀ nílò o. A máa negotiate dáadáa pẹ̀lú wọn, but they are not ready to go. You know, mo fẹ́ gbé statement Bàbá Akintoye yẹn wá sórí koikimedia sọ yẹn ni mo ṣe ní background ẹ̀ fún minute. Because more again, so I'm just doing that right now. You know, sometimes you know, just if you got him on sort of CNN go and take the other things. But I'm not Yoruba nation one in there. Jẹ́ kí virus kó máa kó sí lára. A ní kẹ́ ṣe sùúrù ẹ̀ down. Ẹ̀yin wèrè. You know, but look at COVID to overcome already. Which I really don't put country chat. Ṣé ẹgbẹ́ orílẹ̀ èdè pé bí ọkàn fa gbòòrò kàn ṣiṣẹ́ tó ń lọ tó ń bọ̀ ó lè má ka free paper tán fún wọn ní Manchester bí tó wà ẹ̀ á dẹ̀ lọ sásàlà tó wà lọ́mọ akékòó rán wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀ láàárọ̀ ìníṣẹ́ ọgbọ́n máa lọ tó bá di 12 o'clock ìníṣẹ́ ọgbọ́n máa daṣọ àwọn alájà àwọn alájì ẹ̀rí wọn ṣìnà dẹ̀ pọ̀ ní gbogbo wọn ìyàwó níyàwó lọ́ máa ń bá sùn àwọn olórí burúkú ẹ̀rí wọn pọ̀ ní gbogbo London náà tábà tí wàá dé mọ́ọ̀sì wọn mọ̀ bá ṣe máa ṣẹ́jú síra wọn ọkọ àti ìyàwó níyàwó ló fi bá sùn ìyẹn lọ sí lọ sí mọ́ṣáláṣí o ṣe gbogbo wọn bomb bastard ọ̀pọ̀ ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì náà gbogbo òṣìṣẹ́ ń ṣe ní UK ẹ wá ní ká máa bẹ́yìn kẹ́ wá jọ Yorùbá ẹ bá máa jọ Yorùbá nation ìdí gbogbo alájọ ní family Nàìjíríà ìwọ tó ń send £100 nígbà tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí send 150 wàá mọ̀ pé ìtìmọ̀ kí á ló máa pariwo Yorùbá nation ló fẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ káwọn àwọn tó ń ṣe fracas lórí media kọ́mọ̀dà ẹ̀mọ̀ ti download ẹ̀ wá nísìn wọ́n ní wọ́n ní kọ́dà àrùwó gbà lórí social media bọ̀ àwọn olóṣì àrùwó gbà láwọn èèyàn ṣe fún wa lówó Wálé Àlè ní pé ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń fún wọn lówó lẹ̀ ṣe ń dá dúró ẹ̀yin máa fún wọn lówó mọ́ wèrè ó náà àwòrí àbíkí ló pè rẹ̀ bomb bastard kò lè dárúkọ mi gan ayẹ̀ ń já dárúkọ mi náà kí ló ayẹ̀ ń já ni èmi mi dárúkọ tiẹ̀ lórí burúkú somebody ìjìnlẹ̀ ló wà ní Turkey ẹ̀rísì president wọn tó ṣẹ̀ wọlé nísì 5 years ló máa ṣe ṣé ojú ó kẹlẹ̀bẹ̀ sójú ìjìnlẹ̀ kò rí bí Erdogan ṣe wọlé ṣé ìgbà tó ṣe election wọn níbẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n rí rán ẹ̀ ibi Turkey ló wà ìyẹn lọ́jọ́ máa ń sọ pé some people live in a country but they are not there èmi gbé ní bíbáyìí mo wà ní inú bíbáyìí lè mi wà bíbáyìí mo wà àìmọ̀ àwọn tó gbé ní bíbí abroad máa ń gbádùn bàbá Èkìtì àtàwọn kankan mo sọ fún yín pé ẹ má fi ìpè wíwá àtàwọn labroad abẹ́tàrọ̀ fún yín o máa ń gbọ́ tí kinní náà máa ń sọ lẹ́ǹkọ̀ọ̀kan bọ̀bọ̀ awíkàbàkàbà yẹn òun náà máa ń sọ ẹ má àsún pé gbogbo àwọn tó wà labroad ló wà òkè o ẹlòmíì ò kúrò ní district ẹ̀ irúṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ní sí mo rò pé kúrò ní Manchester ó lè má di London bó ṣe wà yẹn ó lè jẹ́ bí àgbà tó ń bọ̀ láti Nàìjíríà gbàrẹ́ẹ̀tì ló lọ Manchester ó lè má ti di London rẹ̀ bó ṣe wà yẹn so ìyẹn ló ṣe ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó bá dé London wọn àsọnù ẹlòmíì ò mọ bó ṣe ń wọ underground ẹlòmíì ò mọ ẹ má assume pé gbogbo àwọn táwa labroad làwọn òkè àwọn táwa òkè pọ̀ àwọn tó wọ òkè ló pọ̀ jù especially ní London burúkú yìí ṣìnà tó ń ṣe báyàwó níyàwó sùn táwọn yẹn ló máa gbọ́ Yorùbá nation ni máa lọ sọ fún báyàwó níyàwó sùn bó ṣe máa jagbà níbi jagbà lọ́hùn ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ò ní bàbá ṣọ wọn ò mi báyìí wọn ò mi ọ̀pọ̀ nínú bàbá ṣọpù àti hairdressing salon àtàwọn kan dẹ̀ wà àwọn tó níwèé wọ́n wà lábẹ́ wọn so wọ́n marginalize ara wọn níbi àwọn lórí burúkú ọmọ Yorùbá wọ́n marginalize ara wọn they are marginalizing themselves ẹni tó níwèé wọ́n mọ̀ pé kò níwèé so iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe tó yẹ kó fún ní £10 wá fún ní £5 ìgbà tí yẹn náà dẹ̀ kò dẹ́ni kankan tó máa ṣe because àti ìgbàwé nílùú òṣèlú tó easy ó bá fẹ́ British wọ́n ní fún ní British passport lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ó ní process yẹn la fẹ́ mú dání tàbá ti kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà òṣì yẹn so now wọ́n fi gbé lọ sí trabayé bí àṣà Yorùbá wòye ìyá yẹn ní oríṣiríṣi ní trabayé àwọn èdè bí wọ́n ti bá gbọ́ lẹ́nu ìyá yẹn wá pẹ́ ìyá ìṣá ẹ̀kọ́ wọṣà sójà lánàá wọ́n gbé lọ trabayé ẹ̀ máa gbìyànjú kan dẹ́rù báyìí ìyẹn wà láàbúrọ̀dù mí náà ní tinú asínwìn àti wèrè pọ̀ láàbúrọ̀dù bí wèrè àwọn obìnrin kan wà wọn ní kankan politician tó fẹ́ wọlé tó máa bá ṣe ọbẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ máa fún wọn ní £200 tá dẹ̀ bá wọn sùn àwọn ọkùnrin náà wọ́n pọ̀ pàbẹ́ wọn pariwo Yorùbá nation ní kàdákẹ́ wọ́n support Tinubu láti London can you imagine adẹ̀ náà bá Tinubu jà but Tinubu máa bá wa negotiate tó bá ti bá wa negotiate máa bá kọ́ blow the first bridge gbàgà tí bridge já wálẹ̀ everybody wọn kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ kẹ̀ trabayé nìyẹn lè ṣẹlẹ̀ ní sìnkẹ́. gbàgà tí bridge bá kọ́ já wálẹ̀ báyìí ara everybody máa rọ ni but ní láti dé stage yẹn ká tó lọ. Alright, something is not right. wọ́n dẹ̀ tí náà wọ̀n ní gbọ́ àwa náà máa náà ní gbà ní ẹ̀yin lẹ́dẹ̀ máa kú ẹni máa kú pàdé ẹni máa pàdé lọ́rọ̀ agbédára ẹ̀yìn so ẹ máa ṣe pátí lọ ẹ máa ṣe fàájì lẹ́yìn tẹ́ wà ní kò sí kankan kò sẹ̀rẹ̀ má wọ̀rì nígbà tí wàhálà bá dé gbogbo alájọ máa jẹ breakfast so document yẹn lélẹ̀ so ẹ tẹ́ bá lọ sórí koikimedia.com ẹni tó bá fẹ́ lọ print statement yẹn òun ti highlight Yorùbá self-determination movement Prof Adebanji Akintoye ó yẹ kí n tẹ edit ẹ pé Bọ́lá Tinubu so kọsẹlẹ náà anyway ó ṣe lélẹ̀ Yorùbá self-determination movement wọ́n ní bàbá Akintoye ò dá kankan mọ̀ bàbá yẹn ó kọ 32 page ó gbélé wa lọ́wọ́ pé ká lọ máa study ẹ̀ wọ́n ní kò ní template ta ló ní kí n shut up jọ ṣé mi lẹ́ ń bá wí mà wọ́n mẹ́wàá Bísọ́lá ẹni shut up jọ ṣé mi lẹ́ ń bá wí àbí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí mò ń sọ kí lè mọ race tí mo fẹ́ fi padà ní mo ṣe ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ bá mi comment padà again ojú mi kọ́ tọ́ lọ síbẹ̀ ẹni shut up jọ so èmi dẹ̀ mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ so tẹ bá ní kí n shut up so mo fẹ́ mọ̀ bí èmi lẹ́ ń bá wí mà kí èmi náà lè mọ irú èsì tí màá fi sí padà mi ò wojú ṣe o mi yàtọ̀ sẹ́ńtì àwọn máa dẹ́rù bá èmi gan dẹ́rù bá yan ni on bastard all over the place so ẹ bá mi comment so that kí n lè mọ̀ bí èmi lẹ́ ń bá wí so that kí n lè ká lè clear àárín yẹn. Alright, so tẹ bá lọ sórí page wa ẹ̀rí statement níbẹ̀ now gbé lọ trabayé wọ́n pè lú kan ní island wọ́n dẹ̀ ń pè kan ní northern island ọjà pani so mo ti prepare ìmọ̀ fẹ́ fi bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo ìṣàlẹ̀ mọ́ Tony Blair Tony Blair ìyàwó Bill Clinton 25 years ago èèyàn tó jókòó sí Northern Ireland lẹ́nìí tó ti gba Irish document tó wọ́n sọ fún ẹ̀yin Nigerians táwa náà fi gbé pé ó máa wá ní peace ni ẹ bèrè lọ́wọ́ ènìyàn pé ṣé peace ló fi gbà ní Ireland nígbà tó gbàsígbàsí fúnra wọn event tí ẹ̀ tàpé lo template láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ just only in April ló pé 25 years anniversary bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní bàbá yàn ní ìpínlẹ̀ bàbá dẹ̀ kọ 35 page manifesto ààrẹ ti dúpọ̀ ní tìrò lórí burúkú kọ̀ wọlé ó dé Bomb bastard woman, olùlọ́ṣì. Àwọn ní pé ọjọ́ bèrè pé káyé máa kò ní ẹni tó bá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ní dáfẹ́ nìyẹn náà. Bomb bastard ní gbogbo yín. Obìnrin ni fún ṣé ó dìgbà tí bá bá sùn gbogbo ìdá fún yẹn kọ́. Support ta fún yẹn kọ́. Wọ́n ní torí ọjọ́ bèrè ní dá fún gbogbo yín. Sọ fún yín tí péjì yóò bá ń ṣe tẹ́fẹ́ jókòó sí. Ẹ lọ sí péjì tó ti ń ṣe fracas, yóò ń ṣe fracas. Koikimedia ló ń pè bíbá. Ẹ wá dẹ̀ sọ anything máa gbà sí fún yín padà lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. So, kí ló ń pè ní the Good Friday Agreement? Tá bá sọ pé Good Friday, ẹlòmíì ò mọ̀ tó ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ń ṣe ọjọ́ tí Jésù ṣe kinní kan. So, ìpìyà kí n kọ́kọ́ gbé yín lọ sí history, so ẹ kọ́kọ́ mú yẹn dání sọ́kàn. So, okay, àwọn fídíò tí mo fẹ́ mú jáde mo ti lọ náà ilé tí mo fẹ́. Ìyàwó Clinton lélẹ̀, a máa gbọ́ látẹnu tòun náà, a máa gbọ́ látẹnu Prime Minister wa, a máa gbọ́ látẹnu Bill Clinton. So, gbogbo ilé ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹlẹ̀ ní April. But kí ló fa ìjà? Belfast marks anniversary of the Good Friday. Àwa ò tí ì rẹ́dì láti jà torí pé ọmọlúàbí ni wa. Ìjà ọ̀dẹ̀ ń ṣe option tá a fẹ́ lò. We are going to use what they call the diplomatic ways out of the contraction called Nigeria. But diplomatic way takes some time. Ẹ jẹ́ àkọ́kọ́ wo fídíò yìí.
25 years ago, politicians in Belfast signed the Good Friday Agreement, officially ending more than 30 years of conflict in northern.
Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀tọ̀ sọ, ending 30 years of conflict. Àwọn tí bẹ̀rẹ̀ conflict ṣé wọn náà ṣàrí bọ́ ṣe bí kan ṣe ń dún bẹ́ẹ̀. British soldier ló ń bá wọn jà, àwọn èèyàn níbọn, but wọn náà tó ń pè ní paramilitary group. Àwọn náà níbọn kéékèèké tó bá jágbà lọ́wọ́ British soldier. Táwọn náà fi ń yìnbọn padà fún un. Lọ bèrè ìtàn pè ní ètò ṣẹlẹ̀ jẹ́ tó remind lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
25 years ago, politicians in Belfast signed the Good Friday Agreement, officially ending more than 30 years of conflict in Northern Ireland.
Officially ending the 30 years of conflict. Our team in conflict, teacher, and then perfect by Yoruba nation. At the Sopaja. So the diplomatic way, negotiation la fellow. Then we gotta be very, very patient. We have to be patient until that negotiation continues. And Bola Tinubu is a good example for us to negotiate with because Dano ni Buhari kò dá wa lóhùn. So we hope that Tinubu will use all the time. Ekaro, Triple DRS, Clement, and the rest of you who are reaching out to. Thank you so much, Mr. Adeyinka Great. Orúkọ ẹni ló fi jọ Adeyinka grandson yìí. So 30 years, that's 3 decades, continuously non-stop. Ni wọ́n fi ń bá British jà. Kí ló ń ti ń jà fún? Kí lè rò pé wọ́n ń jà fún? Kí lè rò pé wọ́n ń jà fún? Àwọn máa sọ fún yín nísìnyí pé ká má jà. Àdénókè àdéjà, but let's sit on this round table and negotiate, just as Baba Akintoye said.
Known as the Troubles around.
Sórí gbogbo ẹ̀ bó ṣe bàjẹ́, gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ ti build padà nísìnyí. Gbogbo building tó ń wò yìí. So lórí burúkú àwọn tó jókòó sí island tó ń sọ fún yín pé tó ń ṣe voice note. Ayọ̀ Brown ṣe voice note, ó dẹ̀ jókòó sí island yẹn ṣé òun ò rí bọ́ ṣe gba island táwọn fi jókòó síbẹ̀.
3,500 people were killed.
So about 3,500 people were killed.
Violence including bombings and
Violence include bombing and
rioting. The prospect of peace and a stable devolved government was met with overwhelming support. Tony Blair, Bertie Ahern, and Bill Clinton played a key role in helping hammer out the
who is going to play the key role? Taluma play key role between us and the federal government is what we should be talking about. Taluma play key role, but awoja, because we don't have the means to fight. But if you have ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ni ẹni máa kú ẹni máa yè. Àwọn kan kú nígbà island ìwọ lórí burúkú tó lọ jókòó síbẹ̀ tó wá ń sọ pé Koiki shut up. Ṣé ṣé mo pa àwọn kan kú níbi tí wọ́n lọ jókòó sí tọ́ni kò wá tó tí púpọ̀ nù yín mo rántí àwọn èèyàn máa ń cross láti UK wá lọ sí Ireland because ibẹ̀ lọ ti bá lọ bímọ tó máa fún wọn níwèé àwa gbàwé tán ẹnu wọn wá ń dún yànmọ̀yànmọ̀ nísìn wọn ní kébì shut up ẹni olùlọ́sì Ireland tẹ́yìn lọ yẹn sẹ́yìn ẹ̀yìn ọ̀mọ̀ wọ́n jà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tẹ́ mọ̀ history ìbẹ́kọ̀ lójókòó sọ̀hún ẹ̀yìn ọ̀mọ̀ bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ náà ìgbà tí gbogbo ẹ tó ti wà peaceful ẹ̀yìn lọ ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ ṣe lọ nígbà tó ń jagun níbẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn òkè wọ́n lọ nísìnyí gbogbo kí ni àwọn èèyàn ṣe sá kúrò ní Ukraine ìgbà àwọn Nigerians pọ̀ ní Ukraine kí ló dé tó dó pẹ̀lú wọn ní Ukraine nígbà tó kún bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìgbà ṣe sọ fún mi pé tẹ́ bá ti mọ̀ bá àfẹ́ ja ogun a máa negotiate ara wa with the government.
Agreement. It was based on power sharing between mostly Catholic.
It was based on power sharing.
Nationalists who favoured independence and Protestant unions wanting to preserve ties with the UK.
Farabalẹ̀ kò gbọ́ àárín méjì yẹn. Why some Yoruba people wants to have ties with Nigeria? Àwa náà ní ties, so it becomes a fight. Let me rewind that bit. Farabalẹ̀ kò gbọ́ reason tí wọ́n ṣe ń jà. Àwọn kan náà wọ́n ṣe pẹ̀lú UK mọ́. Àwọn Sinn Féin ló wà ní right òun ló wọ súùtì. Gbogbo wọn ti di tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń pè wọ́n ní terrorist ni. Just like bó ṣe ń ẹ̀dọ́ àwọn àtẹ̀yìn ṣe terrorist ni. We are freedom fighters. The same ìjà tèmi ń jà Tinubu náà jàrí nígbà Nàdẹ́kò. So now tó ti di president ó gbọ́dọ̀ negotiate pẹ̀lú àwọn àtàtúpà lọ àtàwọn tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ lọ. Àwọn tó bá dẹ̀ náà wọ̀n lọ wọ́n ní right láti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ but ẹ̀ ní fi ti dá wa dúró. Ẹlòmíì ò mọ history tó fàjà àwọn ilé àwọn kan náà fẹ́ lọ àwọn kan náà wọ̀n lọ ní tó dájà lẹ̀ ní Ireland ni. Ìjà yẹn dẹ̀ lọ for 30 years. 30 years, bloody 30 years. Kó tó di pé wọ́n fine tune ẹ̀ tí peace agreement fi wá. Ìyẹn kan sọ fún mi pé Yorùbá nation Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó dìjà. Mo ní èmi náà sọ pé àmì tó bá dìjà kí la máa ṣe sí. Táwọn Biafra bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjà èyí sọ pé kó má dìjà.
Sharing between mostly Catholic nationalists who favoured independence.
Catholic nationalists. Ẹ jẹ́ máa kọ sílẹ̀. Catholic nationalist tó fẹ́ independent so ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo àwọn ló ń pè ní Catholic nationalist kò lè kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lórí program láàárọ̀ Catholic we are also Yoruba nationalists. There's nothing wrong in that. There's nothing wrong in calling ourselves a nationalist. Ó yẹ ká máa proud that we are nationalists. Some of you don't even understand history. See where come on, jagbeja ma sọ. Adike farabalẹ̀. Unionists and the loyalists who for historical reasons were mostly hostile Protestants wanted Northern Ireland to remain with United Kingdom. Just as àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan nísìnyí dá mi lóhùn mọ́ ni o kò sẹ́ni shut up jọ mo fẹ́ mọ bí èmi lẹ́ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ kó shut up jọ yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ yẹ pé mi lẹ̀ kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ bá mi comment pé Koiki wọ́n kọ́ mo bá sọ̀rọ̀ bí nǹkan tó ń sọ mo kàn sọ shut up jọ sí. There is some of our people, we just, not understand. So should we remain in Nigeria and then our lives are remaining backwards? Unionists and loyalists. Àwọn kan fi máa ládi British. Àwọn kan fi máa ládi Fulani. Kí a máa jẹ gbogbo wa nínú ìlú burúkú tẹ̀ ń pè Nàìjíríà yìí. In tó ń fàjà lé nìyẹn náà. We are Yoruba nationalists and we are very proud of that. Tó bá máa dìjà ó máa dìjà náà ni tó bá dẹ̀ ní dìjà a máa negotiate tá bá dẹ̀ ti negotiate kúrú ká bá ti blow the first bridge tí bridge kọ̀ọ̀kan bá ti kọ́kọ́ sá lọ láàrin bridge tó wà Nàìjíríà but we don't need to do that when we can easily come together on a negotiation table but not in Nigeria on a neutral ground tí government máa ní representative tiwọn àwọn náà máa ní representative tiwa àdéjọ máa gbé yẹ̀wò and they will decide how things will eventually work. So that a lè ní this peace bó kó má di pé nígbà tá a bá ti jà a tún máa padà wá ṣe máa wá peace. ẹ̀wọ̀n náà wọ́n ṣe ń wọ̀ ti dáhùn ìwé mo tún ṣe ń bi wọ́n lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí because I don't understand why the comment says shut up jọ ṣe lórí tí mò ń sọ ni shut up jọ àbẹ́mi ni kí n shut up jọ. náà pé pèlè lómìnira àgbà kúrò lórí program sọ fún yín pé ìpìlẹ̀ máa gbà ní bíbá. The same island, sorry, the same island gbogbo population wọn tó 2 million. Mo kí ìyàwó Christina Ọmọbọ́lá ẹ̀kárọ̀mù happy Sunday. Aago 6 ti kọjá. Mo kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi parí. Ìyàwó BCBC Tony Ages. TSG Nigeria ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Tọ́láfẹ́lẹ́wà ìbá kí àwọn ọmọ. Kí ni ìlú òṣì tá a jókòó sí tó tóbi jàmbàjàmbà tó ní àǹfààní kankan tó ń ṣe fẹ́ anybody? Ìjọ mọ̀ pé tó bá ti gba citizenship Northern Ireland ayé ẹ̀ ti dà nìyẹn. Ṣé wọ̀ mọ́ ni? Kí ló rò pé ẹ̀yà tó ń sọ jágbàjàgbà ní Ireland yìí? Ibi tó rí pọ́n ní British on Irish passport nínú àbọ̀ ní Irish indefinite. Ó mọ̀ kódà tó bá ní passport ìlú British yìí àbẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ yìí kókò tẹ̀ ní stake ó lè lè jókòó sínú ẹ̀. Ó mọ̀ kó sì better than Nigeria. Gbogbo population wọn lé ní is 1.8 million as at 2019. Ìlú tó ń pè ní Northern Ireland. Bọ̀ kó tó dé stage yẹn àṣìwò àwọn wo lọ fẹ́ àwọn kan fẹ́ dúró ti UK. Àwọn kan fẹ́ dúró ti UK. Wọ́n náà wọ́n fẹ́ UK. Ṣèbí the same problem tá à ń face nísìnyí yẹn. Kí Tinubu lọ di Nigerian president. A ní kó máa bọ̀ kó kájọ sí Yorùbá nation. Ó ní òun fẹ́. Ó ní Nàìjíríà lòun fẹ́ ṣe. Ṣe Nàìjíríà torí ambition tiẹ̀. So we are reviewing that 1.8 million nílùú táwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà kan jókòó sí nísìnyí tó ń sọ fún mi kékeré bí shut up. Mo kí ìyàwó Esther Ọláwálé 1.8 million ní gbogbo population Northern Ireland. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo passport index o. So tó bá ní passport you are better off. Kí ni passport ranking wọn? Passport ranking wọn in the world is number 5. Gbogbo population yóò ju 2 million lọ. So ṣé ó wá bẹ́ẹ̀ kàkà wà nínú country tó jẹ́ 200 million tí wọ́n rí ẹwọ́ mú ẹ? And I will quickly play this video. Ká tó padà. Ìgbésẹ̀ kí kọ̀ọ̀bá ti ń ṣí too many kìíní báyìí. Ẹ sọ pé máa lọ́wọ́ ṣe rí iṣẹ́ pé ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ rí pé jìnlẹ̀ ni jágbàjàgbà jógbòdìgbò lọ́nà ọ̀sán bẹ́ẹ̀. Àròlé tẹ́ntẹ́ndà mo wo àròlé lánàá. Mo láìkì kóra mo lọ́wọ́ kóra náà. Ẹ̀rí wálé àlè ní jágbàjàgbà. Jágbàjàgbà ló ń sọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo ìyà tó ń jẹ̀yàn ọmọ Yorùbá nílé. Mo sọ fún yín pé another 60 years of Nigeria wọ́n lè ní forensic tó máa determine ẹni tó kọ́ àti mo ní ẹ̀yìn láti gbogbo ilé ẹ̀ka gbogbo láti bíbá ẹ̀. Ẹ̀gbọ́n tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ọmọ Yorùbá kan. Any death of anybody in Yoruba land is the death of every single one of us. Wọ́n gé orí ẹ̀ lọ ni, wọ́n gé orí lọ ni.
Ìròyìn lè ṣe téèyàn lè fi ẹ̀rín àtayọ̀ téèyàn lè fi délé fà. Ẹ̀rí pójú mi kọ́rẹ́ lọ́wọ́ pọ̀. Inú ìlú wo náà la wà báyìí? Agbègbè kan bẹ tó ń pè ní CMA.
Ìwọ leléyìí o, ẹ̀dẹ̀ náà bá àwọn wèrè, ọba Trabayé, àwọn ọba tó ń fagbó, ṣọ́ba làwọn yẹn ṣá. Tó bá tẹ̀ bá fagbó, ṣé ẹ kó máa tún fà lójú kámẹ́rà? Nígbà tó yẹ pé ìyàwó tó lọ gbé wá, àwọn ìyàwó tó pàdé ní kílọ̀bù. Ẹ̀yin máa jì, àwọn ọba Trabayé, ọba tó ń wégbó nínú palace, àbí ewu aláṣàrí ọba lúwo tó ń wégbó. Wọ́n ti bà institution yẹn jẹ́. Àwa respect institution yẹn but àwọn ọba jágbàjàgbà àwọn ọba gaiman gbogbo àwọn ọba yẹn one bastard. Ìlú wo lélẹ̀ ẹja ọgbọ́n kan tó sọ yá bàbá dùn sókè.
Ìyẹn nílùú wo ń bí CMS yẹn la wà báyìí àbí CMS ká wà yìí ni. Àwọn àní CMS báyìí ìròyìn tó tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ yàjó láìpẹ́ yìí ó ní pé wọ́n pa arábìnrin kan wọ́n sì ti gé orí ẹ̀ lọ.
Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n pa wọ́n gé orí ẹ̀ lọ. CCTV olófin mélèé lórí burúkú kan wá ní UN tẹ̀lé àwọn pẹ̀lú CCTV wọ́n lọ police station lórí ajáàkì police station one bastard.
A ti láǹfààní láti débẹ̀ báyà rẹ̀ ti fojú rí a jẹ́ kí ẹ̀yin náà fojú rí wọ́n gé orí ẹ̀ wọ́n sì gé ọrùn ẹwọ́ ẹ̀ méjèèjì wọ́n tún fa ìtàn rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀yin náà wà wò.
Wọ́n tún fa ìtàn rẹ̀ wọ́n tún lọ fi yẹn ṣe nǹkan kan. Mo sọ fún yín pé blood money lè ná nínú Nàìjíríà. Iléeṣẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ni o. Iléeṣẹ́ ó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ti pẹ́ torí social media ló ṣẹ̀ ń di pé wọ́n lọ ń capture kínní ìlú àwọn ilé náà ti ní Facebook wọ́n ti ní YouTube. Ìyẹn la ṣe ń lè rí gbogbo nǹkan báyìí. mo kí ẹ sànkì ìyá Rukayat tọjọ́ mẹ́ta ẹ káàbọ̀.
ẹ wá wò ibi tá a ń báyé lò yé wa o.
ẹ kọ́kọ́ fi ibi tó gé sí ẹdókun ti kú ẹ wo environment ẹ wo gbogbo ẹ bó ṣe rí. This ṣé lè ò ṣe war zone no intent wò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí ṣé kò dàbí war zone kí ni ìyàtọ̀ war zone àti bíbá ẹ nísìn. ààrẹ kógun ṣẹlẹ̀ ogun wà nílùú ọ̀rẹ́ bí ẹ̀rí náà lò ẹ̀rọ nílò ẹ wo environment yìí ó ṣe rí.
ìwòye sọ pé.
ẹ wọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ nílẹ̀ lẹ̀ ṣé ní UK labroad tétíyàn bá kú èèyàn kan tẹ̀lé ayé débẹ̀ báyìí forensic wọn ní ti cover gbogbo bẹ̀ kọ́ test tó ọba tẹ̀ tí rẹ̀ tó pa wá kọ́kọ́ mú ẹ̀jẹ̀ yẹn wá lọ fi sínú kinní kan wá tọ́jú ẹ̀ pamọ́ ẹ ti wà ní one zone already wọ́n gé orí èèyàn lọ́sàn-án gan wọ́n gé orí èèyàn wọ́n fàtàn ẹ̀ àmọ́ bí wọ́n fárun abẹ́ ẹ̀ yẹbi bọ́ ṣe pa bá mi ṣe nìyí àbẹ́mọ̀ pé bá mi ṣe àjọyọ̀ àkọ́ fún ma elaborate too much ọ̀nà àwọn family ẹ̀ yọ̀rọ̀ sì ní ìyá ọ̀ṣẹ̀ ní bàbá kọ́ máa sọ pé Koiki kò bá dẹ̀ fún wa ní dignity yẹn díẹ̀ tìbáwá nìkan náà ni mídíà tá a ṣe ń lọ represent wọn gbogbo mídíà Nàìjíríà ti sún wọn ọtútù wá lómi kò kú kọ́ tún sáré sọ tórótórótórótóró tẹ́niyẹn bá ti lọ after a while ìbáwá la ṣe ń tẹ̀lé family yẹn lọ sí kínní ẹni ẹ̀sìn nínú wọn anímọ́nà ẹ̀ wà nínú war zone ìlú òṣìlú burúkú.
ẹ rí ojú kínní yìí ńlẹ̀.
sọ yẹ kí rìpọ́tà máa débi tẹ́jẹ̀ wà ẹ̀rí pẹ́jẹ́ ń ṣe fresh eléyìí ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti gé orí ẹ̀ wọ́n ti fárun abẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ bí ọ̀tẹ̀ bá sùn kan tó gé imagine ṣé Fúlàní ló gé orí àbẹ́yìn olórí burúkú ọmọ Yorùbá náà lè gé orí ẹ̀ ta ló gé orí sábà ọmọ Yorùbá nation náà lọ gé orí ẹ̀ bomb bastard ẹ wá ní kó má sóògùn ẹ wá ní ogun rẹ̀ dé.
ẹ wo tẹ́wọ̀n lẹ̀ yìí ó dàbí pé ibi tí wọ́n ti pa tó ti gé orí ẹ̀.
òun ṣe pé ó dàbí ìbẹ́jẹ̀ nìyẹn ṣẹ́jẹ̀ ẹran ni ìbẹ́jẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ìyàtọ̀ gé ni bí dẹ̀ ṣe gbọ́ nínú fídíò ìkọ́mù ní níta láti fi lè wo fídíò ẹ lọ́wọ́ sórí àròlé òdu àkẹlọ́wọ́ tá a bá pílẹ̀ àwọn fídíò kéékèèké báyìí lọ́ máa wò kẹ́yìn náà lọ ṣe follow up sí. This happen in Yoruba land ní ìwò ẹ̀dẹ̀ náà bá ìwò wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ẹni gómìnà ní gbogbo àwọn olórí burúkú bomb bastard àwọn tẹ́ kẹ́ finá sílé wọn kẹ́kẹ́ bà wọ́n jẹ́ ẹ̀yà ni ẹ̀ṣátà Koiki yìí máa sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ you are too violent I'm too violent but nígbà táwọn island máa wá peace kó tó di pé wọ́n rí peace kó tó di pé peace máa dé side tó ń jókòó báyìí èyí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ òun lélẹ́yìí.
And Protestant unions wanted to preserve ties with the UK.
àwọn kan fẹ́ preserve ties pẹ̀lú UK àwọn kan náà wọ́n bá UK ṣe mọ́ ìdáhùn bá UK ṣe ti tó mo kí Mr. Adeyanju.
But the journey hasn't always been smooth.
The journey will never be smooth kò sí journey kankan tó máa smooth ẹ̀yin wèrè ẹ̀ ń wá smooth journey but it's a very smooth journey.
The distrust remains along with continued instances of violence.
Consistent of violence ṣé eléyìí ò ti ju violent lọ ní Nàìjíríà lẹ́sìn ṣé eléyìí ò ti ju violent lọ eléyìí wọ́n ti ju ìjà tó jà ní Northern Ireland for 30 years how can they go into a community wọ́n bí wọ́n ládùúgbò yẹn pé ṣé kò sọ́lọ́dẹ ni wọ́n ní kò sọ́lọ́dẹ ó lè má níná hàn lómi hàn lẹ́lẹ́tì ẹ̀wá ní kò ẹni àsìn ní wọ́n ṣèbí torí pé ìrókò Lagos State ti save Lagos State kan lọ ti pa àbúrò wa Bámiṣé ó wọnú BRT tó yẹ kó jẹ́ the safest transportation mode of transportation ní Lagos State wọ́n padà pa ni wọ́n wá jù sí wòwò ó jù sí sáìdì ìbòtẹ́ mẹ́ta ká bèsè lódùmọ̀ ó sì ní ìyá oníbàbà ṣé ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ ṣe lè ṣe túbọ̀ rọ́kẹ̀ tó bímọ mọ́ at that age ìyẹn lórí burúkú kan wá máa sọ pé mọ̀mọ́ tí mò ń sọ kò ní dá fún gbogbo òun lákàáyé máa wọlé pa yín ni ẹ pé ìyá yàn sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ ní kí shut up jẹ ní dá fún gbogbo yín pump bastard Koiki lè mi jẹ́ gbogbo ọdún bẹ́ẹ̀ máa dé pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìlú social media ṣíẹ.
pé ẹ̀jẹ̀ wà ńlẹ̀ àdílé fi hàn jù báyìí lọ torí.
ilé tó fi hàn wáyé náà kọ́ wọn náà ní fi hàn jù báyìí lọ tó bá tún máa fi hàn wá kọ́.
òfin Facebook arábìnrin yẹn.
ó ti blog ẹ̀ yẹn ẹ̀gbọ́n tó sọ díẹ̀ níbí.
n wò yé obìnrin ni ṣe rí junior face camera obìnrin ni ṣe ti rí obìnrin ni ojú kámẹ́rà yẹn ṣé wọ́n rí ojú kámẹ́rà yẹn ṣé wọ́n rí ṣé wọ́n rí.
ẹ ní láti mú tó wà ní behind wọn náà ti gé orí èèyàn kí láti fi orí ẹ̀ ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ti gé orí ẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀ náà sí nínú war zone wọ́n ń gé orí èèyàn lọ́sàn-án gan níwò tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ Haúsá.
gbà lọ́wọ́ ó rèé ó lẹ́ ń wòye arábìnrin yẹn lẹ́ ń wòye.
And when we are here telling our people all the filling station in Oyo are not selling fuel again. No, Trabaye ni aṣẹbẹrẹ ni.
Ìyẹn lẹ́ ń wò yìí, ẹ ti rí báyìí, arábìnrin yẹn lẹ́ ń wò yìí, ó lẹ́ ń wò yìí.
Ojoojúmọ́ làwọn ọmọ wa ń rìkọ́dù òkú ní ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ojoojúmọ́ làwọn ọmọ yẹn ń rí dead body ní Ọ̀yọ́ state bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ̀tàn rẹ̀ tó dàpọ̀ mọ́ ìgbé ojú ara rẹ̀, wọ́n fà ìgbé ojú ara rẹ̀ lọ, ẹ ti rí i. Ẹ ní kí n súnmọ́ ẹ̀mẹ́.
Bí ọwọ́ ti lọ lo kidney nìyẹn, àwọn olórí burúkú somebody.
Ó lẹ́ ń wò yìí, ìtàn rẹ̀ tí wọ́n gèrè, sẹ́rí wọ́n ti fa ìtàn rẹ̀ yẹn sẹ́rí wọ́n fa ẹran tí ń bẹ níbi ìtàn rẹ̀ yìí.
Ṣéyàn tí wọ́n bá àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣe medical kìíní ni kí ló ń fà tán kí ló ń fẹ́ràn kí ló ń fà kìíní. This is happening in Yoruba land. Ẹ wá ní kò sí ẹni ẹ̀sìn ní war zone. Ẹ máa tanra yín sẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ máa tanra yín gbogbo yín tẹ wà ń lé. I am 6,000. Ẹ tó bá máa gé orí mi nílùú yìí. Á gbìyànjú díẹ̀. Á jẹ́ pé ogun ti wọ UK ni. Á jẹ́ pé Russia ti débi báyìí nìyẹn. Èyí dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé UK náà bá Russia jàjẹ́ kó tó di pé gbogbo wa máa wipe off. 6,000 kilometers I'm away from you guys. Ẹ túbọ̀ máa sọ pé àmọ́ tá à ń sọ. So anyway, I'm not gonna waste too much time. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ wo ẹ jẹ́ kí n kàn show ibi tí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ti ń rìn ní àdúgbò. Ẹ wo àdúgbò ẹ̀ bó ṣe rí. This is the environment.
Ibi tí wọ́n wọ òkútu ẹ̀ síbẹ̀ là ń lọ yìí. Ṣé kò sí ọdẹ ládùúgbò yìí? Á mọ̀ sáwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀sọ́ ládùúgbò yìí. Aago mélòó ni wọ́n pa kí wọ́n tó gé orí ẹ̀ tí wọ́n fẹ́ràn.
He's asking the right question. But ló máa dá lóhùn. Aago mélòó ló pa? Ṣé CCTV wà tó máa rí? Ẹ wo this is Yoruba land. Ẹ wo 300 years ní redevelopment mo sọ. Ẹ máa kọ́lé tó sí toilet. Ẹ máa kọ́lé. Yes, àwọn kan máa kọ́ big house but security yìí kò ní wà safe. Education yìí zero. Gbogbo ṣé tí wọ́n bá kọ́lé tó fine? Ṣé ìwọ ló máa lọ tún títì náà ṣe?
Ègbé ọwọ́ ẹ̀ aago mélòó òní ọ̀jẹ́ ṣé kò sí ọdẹ kankan ládùúgbò yìí ọ̀rọ̀ yóò kẹnu díẹ̀ o torí pé a wọ àwọn tó jẹ́ elétò àdúgbò yìí kọ̀ àwọn baálé ẹ kú lójó.
Baálé lórí burúkú tó support Yorùbá nation baálé tó fi gbowó lọ́wọ́ Tinubu ọmọ máa pa ọmọ yín náà díẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kún méjì mẹ́ta ọmọ máa pa yín dànù nìyẹn jẹ́nà ìfẹ́ gbọ́n náà ni. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá padà sí nǹkan sọ̀rọ̀ unionist and loyalist. Wọ́n máa ń pè kankan ní unionist wọ́n máa ń kan ní loyalist who for historical reasons were mostly hostile Protestants wanted Northern Ireland to remain with the United Kingdom. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mass burial for all those leaders in Jesus' name. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Yawa Christina. They are wicked, very very wicked. They're not concerned about the people. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ tó kú ló kú kíní kan ṣé ìwó yẹn ṣe lóhùn ní Ọ̀ṣun state àbí kí ló kan Adeleke tó lè wà ní Èkó tẹ pẹ̀lú àwọn kéékèèké ní síta máa bá wọn ṣe eré ọmọdé. Gọ́vnà tó lọ jókòó sí lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọn jókòó sí Èkó tẹ mọ́ mọ́rí kí ló ń lọ sí Èkó tẹ fún ṣé kò sí hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì ní Ọ̀ṣun state every now and then he keeps going to Lagos state don't bastard every one of them. Irish nationalist àwa ni Yorùbá nationalist tó bá sọ pé nationalist ni wá ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Because we are fighting for our own language, our own identity, our own ways of life, and we don't want to be part of Nigeria. It's Baba Akintoye is in the letter. The ball also koikimedia.com. Download it anywhere. You'll find it there. Olele statement by Alano. www.koikimedia.com. Yoruba Self-Determination Movement. Professor Akintoye. Download it. Ketobi Pamo. But this is the document tí a send sí Tinubu pé kó tó di pé ó máa di situation like this which we pray not. I pray pé kò ní stage yẹn náà. I mean as much as I want us to fight but tó bá ní láti jà tí Tinubu bá rẹ̀ agree pé yes ẹ̀yin Yorùbá nationalists okay I understand your plight but akọ̀mọ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀ ní o kó tẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ ṣí the door of communication. That's all we're asking for. Because what you're looking at right now, Malcolm and law in between, but at least it's a lie there. I'm a Belfast like this already lórí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́n tí ìyàwó Bill Clinton sọ nínú fídíò yìí. And this all after 25 years of what they call peace agreement.
Welcome to the stage. Chancellor of Queen's University, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Thank you. Thank you all so very much. And it is a great honor to be joined here today by Prime Minister Sunak and Taoiseach Varadkar and Vice Chancellor Greer, along with Bill Clinton.
Tó bá kí ọkọ ṣé mi ló máa kí ni ṣé àwọn tó ń ṣe yìí nísìnyí àwọn dájú àwa lọ àná àfẹ́ break nísìnyí àná kì í fẹ́ break ẹ má ti break ẹ yẹ kí Bill Clinton ti bá break Nàìjíríà ní tipẹ́ I don't know mo mọ̀ bí Joe Biden ní that capacity láti fẹ́ break ẹ̀ cause Joe Biden fẹ́ contest next year bí a ti Trump bá débẹ̀ bí a bá wa break ẹ̀ ta ló máa break ẹ̀ nobody is going to come and break Nigeria for you. Ẹ̀yin lẹ máa negotiate pẹ̀lú wọn pé a fẹ́ lọ bàbá dẹ̀ ti lọ then ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọmọ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní island náà kí ló dé tó ṣe wọ́n jókòó padà nísìn after 25 years 1998 lèmi dé lóye 1997 ní peace agreement yẹn wáyé kí lẹ rò pé àwọn náà ṣe fi ń sọ pé nísìn pé ẹ má jẹ́ kí peace ká ti create yìí because ẹ ti jà fún 30 years so àwọn táwọn ń béèrè fún àwọn nationalist tí mo sọ fún ilé nǹkan àtàwọn tó fẹ́ pẹ̀lú UK àwa náà ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ́ àdẹ fi ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ́ nìyẹn ẹja gbọ́ Bill Clinton lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
I want to thank everyone for the last extraordinary days of events, and especially to the students, professors, and administrators here at Queen's whose hard work made this conference such a success.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó sọ ṣé professor náà kan ní bàbá Akintoye ó ń wo history pé bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ yìí mo ń bọ̀ padà lọ́dọ̀ Bill Clinton I'm just moving around and then close some of these so that I didn't any break up ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ gbọ́ nǹkan tí bàbá yìí náà sọ though mo kàn máa play in between ẹni mo mọ which side but ẹni tó bá ti gbọ́ lọ sórí page wa so I'm just gonna fast forward it ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ nǹkan tí bàbá ń sọ nígbà yìí.
Ó ní ká àwa senate of Nigeria tá a bá Buhari ṣèpàdé báyìí nírọ̀lẹ́ yìí tá a sọ pé Buhari nǹkan báyìí lájọ máa ṣe tó wà sí gbogbo àti ìdàpọ̀ lọ. Táwọn máràkójú ẹ bá sọ fún lóru pé má ṣe kéré yẹn o ìgbà tá a bá wá gba ẹ̀sọ́ láàárọ̀ jẹ́ tó máa wà tó wù kí ìbọn rẹ̀. Òun ò gbọ́ pé níyẹn rẹ̀ olówó ọ̀rẹ́ ó ní so. Ó ní àwọn táwa bí àwọn tá a jẹ́ senators we live in fear of our lives. The other senators will tell you kò sí kankan lára wa tó wà bí tán ti fi marabout threat. Ìkànnì òun dédé jí láàárọ̀ lòun rí àwọn marabout tó wà wájú tàtàwọn ọlọ́pàá wà lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀. Marabout yẹn ń sọ fún àwọn ọlọ́pàá pé ilé sẹ́nétọ̀ yẹn owó ìjọba tó ń jí ó kún bẹ̀ ẹ lọ ṣáàjẹ́ ẹ rí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sọ fún un pé owó ìjọba wà bẹ̀.
Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ló wò ní bàbá wa wá ta tó ń ṣí àìtó.
Look at the way this man speaks. You can tell that he is just an extraordinary person. Sometimes you wonder whether he's still in his 80s or he's just in his 60s. The brain power is there. The understanding, walking so it doesn't speak like his, it's very, very sharp. Our collector is Tinubu nísìn. Letter yẹn mo sọ pé òun là ń review. A máa padà sọ́dọ̀ bàbá again. And tó bá fẹ́ video is already on my page. Mo kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àwọn fẹ́ sọ, thank you so much. Yeah, we've been talking about the Protestant and all that. Kẹtọ wọlé already mo bí ẹbí tẹ bá wa. The question is, there's what I call the Good Friday Agreement. Kò sí ìlú kan lágbàáyé tí wọ́n fẹ́ wá peace. But at some point, àwọn government British náà fẹ́ jẹ́ kí wọ́n pín, wọ́n fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn àwọn Northern Ireland dá dúró. Àwọn yẹn náà lè ti wá rí pé ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ ká dá dúró. Okay. I greet you, my sister Eunice Uchechi. Thank you so much for joining us. So one more, definitely that way. If we do not put the pressure cooker in your mouth for government, and part of the pressure cooker does not make you go out and start fighting. No. You can do that with exactly what Baba Akintoye have done, and you can go and find out later, in koikimedia. Go and download it only. But what I'm saying to our people, so if you go there, you click on download, and then you can just download it. I have downloaded it already. So let's come back here. The reason why this fight was going on for 30 years is because they wanted something, and the something was they want to go out of this arrangement. It was a painful task, but the peace is still very, very shaky after 25 years. But what she maintained. Why then do we need to fight when we can leave Nigeria without creating any destruction or damages of anything?
We are dealing with a divided society.
We are a divided society. Nigeria is a divided society. Everybody just living in denial. And if you don't believe me, let me show you another video, which I picked up from one of the Biafra on Twitter yesterday. I'm not opening too many things, so I need to slow down and cut some out, if not. So when we talk about perspective, let me quickly give you the full meaning of perspective.
Perspective.
Tabani.
Perspective.
Perspective. Which is what I'm discussing today. The perspective. So if you look at the headline that we are treating today, the headline that we are talking today under this transmission that we are doing right now, the headline says Professor Adebanji Akintoye, letter to Nigerian president, international perspective. Because the man is very intelligent. He knows that the only way we can present ourselves is to continue to be that Omoluabi ethos, so that we can gain the sympathy, if I want to use that word, of the international community. Because the international community knows that the breakup of Nigeria will create a different thing entirely. It will bring a new thing, but they still don't want that to happen. So when we say
perspective,
it is the act of representing three-dimensional object on a two-dimensional surface, so as to give the right impression of their height, width, depth, position in relationship to each other. So when we look at it as what is the meaning of perspective, the way you see something. Yes, some people disagree with us and say, oh, no, it is the only Dotty that has the template, Olori Buruku woman that has never shown you one document for you to study. You think some of us are stupid. So you go to university, you don't ask your lecturer question. You don't ask your lecturer, even your lecturer will tell you, go and read this book so that you can pass this exam. So when we talk about perspective, your perspective is the way you see something. Some people see Nigeria as it can still work, but bomb bastard, let me tell you, Nigeria is never going to work. Let me quickly show you this video that I picked up from a Biafra Twitter page yesterday. Once again, this is koikimedia Live, and welcome to the program. So these happen somewhere in the southeast part of. Let me first play this. This is the destruction in that shit. These are probably Igbo businesses, which I am aware of. I think so, because it is the biggest printing hub in Abuja, and they just demolish it with all the equipment inside. And you say one day there will not be a mass revolution, a mass people that will wake up and they will start their own destruction. Even if the government disagree with that building, even if there's a problem with that building, why not just give them another 2 days to move everything they have in there? Rather than, do you know that they actually destroyed the biggest printing hub in Abuja with all the equipment inside it? I mean, it doesn't add up. Okay, let's agree that it's an illegal structure. I don't know whether they are upset that they didn't vote for Tinubu, whether it's been going on. I don't know the background to it. But according to this guy, say this country just make it hard for people to survive and run their businesses. Have you done the business in the right way? Have you taken the right document? Have you built on the right land? So we cannot back them up. But what I'm saying is, at least let them remove their equipment. How can you go and destroy equipment with everything inside? We're talking about the biggest printing hub. That's not the one I wanted to show you, but the one I want to show you is this one. That this madness that is going on in Nigeria needs to stop, but it will be stopped by those of us that believe and those of us that doesn't believe. Let's watch this.
Happening live now at Ngwabala, Imo State, stroke Abia State. That junction where police and the army they stay. They collect 100 naira. They say the boy where they collect money for them, for the police, the Nigerian police or the Fulani police. They will use dagger, stab one Fulani conductor boy. Fulani they carry all their truck over the whole road. Nobody they pass. Tom, dig, carry to the road. From beginning, down, nobody they pass. Nowhere you want to look past. Nowhere. Over until no I want to pass. When somebody go wake up say, Uncle of us wake up, stand for our own right. Another thing will tell you say it's not possible. We are dividing Nigeria. We want Nigeria. All of them they do one Nigeria. When I come see what the Fulani they do for Opala Junction, Eche Road, Stroke, Imo, and Abia State. When I come see what the Fulani carry truck, cover everywhere for road. Everybody they suffer. Everybody they suffer. Now they can call on us to wake up and secure ourselves from the Fulani Janjaweed invasion. Facing a joke. Shetima just enter office. Shetima never begin art. Fulani not on the create scene for land don't be their own. When somebody go talk to me, everybody go say, no talk. No, don't talk. The ranking division are the same. As the whole road, everywhere. Now put the gun down. They use bike. They go continue their journey.
The question is this how we are going to continue our life? Do you think that Tinubu can resolve all this problem in 8 years? All these are issues that are boiling every day in that messed up society called Nigeria. And when we tell our people, this is not how it's meant to be, this is how they want us to look. This is Buhari. Those are the animals the most believe. What is it about in Daura? No lights, no street lights, no nothing. But they're happy. They're happy with him. You can see the environment. These are the bastards that they want us to all stay together that cannot think straightforward. That is Buhari's in Daura. He went on a street walk or whatever he was doing. But the North loves him like that. Muki, Mr. Adewusi, good morning. Good morning to you, Tenny_Lily. Good morning, Bamawa Adetong Ekeri. And it's happening, as we say. So we leave that. I just wanted to bring that in quickly. So we'll come back to Baba later. We're still discussing this morning the letter that Baba Akintoye wrote to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as we continue to dissect that letter, I also continue to look at it from different angles. So this morning, we are looking at it from the perspective of the international side, which I am still, discussing this morning. So let's come back to the Good Friday. So something happened here in Nigeria, inside darkness. Eshigoni Yawaruka Kamobi. Thank you so much, Tajuddin, and the rest of you. And I know there's so many silent listeners, especially those that are with the Bombastar, the Unity. You all come here and come and listen to me. Because in terms of social corridor, so all they are discussing every day is that one not take by Yoruba nation, and only then what take by Yoruba nation, or fair does they have nothing more to say. But I was about to take by Yoruba nation, but we are still going to negotiate. So we look what you operating in Nigeria, with all the lies that she's giving out. Every one of you will get tired quickly, and you realize that Olori Buruku ni ya waste time one. As of people waste time any waste time. However, some people don't waste time with it because all she has done is just rhetoric to hold us back. Because I might get tired. Because look, Nigeria will still exist until we are all ready to negotiate or we blow the first bridge out. And if we're not going to blow the first bridge out, the negotiation is not going to happen overnight. So, Eshimaji, Adada, Kosobo, even on the family in because it's more sense enough. Because things have changed and it's still changing. So, let's talk about the Good Friday Agreement. Edeka will Good Friday Agreement as like pé àti jajaja nínú Nigeria. Àwọn béèrè fún Tinubu pé ká negotiate. Kíjà ilé stop. Ṣé mo pé àìtí ìjà bọ̀ mo kàn fi síbẹ̀ in that perspective. Mo kàn sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ from the understanding pé okay ká kọ́ àti pé àtìjà wọ́n ti pa wá ẹ̀ṣá àti lẹ́yìn ọ̀tọ̀ gé lórí. So already we're in a war zone. But we are now telling Tinubu that let us negotiate. Let us sit down with the government. Let's negotiate. Look, kò sí nǹkan tó possible. Ẹ má máa sọ pé nǹkan kan. I was telling you about the velvet divorce yesterday. It has happened before. In 1992, after the 74 years of the joint existence disrupted only by the World War II, Czechoslovakia was formally dissolved. What dissolved there? Patapata. With the completion of this so-called velvet divorce, the independent country of Slovakia and the Czech Republic was created in 1993. So imagine kí ọkọ máa sọ fún wa pé Yorùbá nation ò lè bọ́ sí ẹ̀kan west amara yìí ni olórí burúkú náà tó sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ má máa dá wọn lóhùn ẹ bá lọ nísinsìnyí ṣe wọn kí n bá lóye òun jẹ́ mùlá ọ̀rẹ́ mi ni ẹ bá lọ nísinsìnyí Kọ́lá Òtítọ́jú àtàwọn TVC wọ́n jẹ́ mùlá pé Nàìjíríà ò lè break yẹn tuntun ẹ̀ dànù ẹ sọ fún wọn pé báwo ni Czechoslovakia ṣe break up and it's going to break. So gbogbo pé ẹ sọ pé Nàìjíríà ò lè break yẹn ẹ pé kò lè possible ẹ kò yé yí agree gbogbo yín kọ́ ló máa yé but nígbà tá a bá break ẹ àjọ máa ṣe country yẹn lọ but kẹ́ ẹ wá máa sọ pé kò lè break up wọ́n pẹ̀lú kan ní Czechoslovakia okay founded in 1918 4 years after táwọn olórí burúkú British tọ́kọ gbogbo àpapọ̀. Ní 1914 àwọn náà 1918 ni wọ́n dá tiwọn sílẹ̀ wọ́n ní dialing code tó wọ́n lo dialing code yẹn mọ́ official language was Czech government was republic and democracy and federation. What is Czechoslovakia today? There's a dissolution of Czechoslovakia happened in 1992 nígbà táwọn ń sáré fún olórí burúkú MK Abiola tó ti balẹ̀ jẹ́ rẹpẹtẹ. Tó bá ipa bá tẹ̀tí mọ̀ nígbà yẹn kan sẹ̀ ká má ṣe wàhálà kí gbogbo ẹ ti pín because olóòwò náà ti support àwọn military títí military rà fọ lẹ́pọ̀n ọ̀jẹ̀ kó débẹ̀ because they destroy Abiola. That's why today ẹ lè rí project Abiola kankan níta mọ́ project olórí burúkú ẹ̀ tó fẹ́ jáde lórí burúkú yẹn ní tìrì dọ́pọ̀ bastard woman yẹn lára project because èyí tí Abiola kókó ara àwọn tó kẹ́pọ̀n sí lábẹ́ ìyá yẹn nìyẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ níyà yẹn òun náà ó súnmọ́ títí ó gbé kinní yẹn síbẹ̀. Abiola kẹrì tó bá ti rí kíní ẹ̀ bá ìyá rẹ̀ ń balẹ̀ gbogbo ọkùnrin náà nínú anyway private life tẹ̀ dẹ̀ ní èèyàn kan wá but lára project MKO dá sílẹ̀ MKO Abiola òun tún lọ lórí burúkú dúpọ̀ ní tìrì one bastard woman ó lò sí lára project because ibi tí Abiola bá kẹ́pọ̀n sí lára ẹkùnrin náà ni ẹ ṣàgbọ́n ọ̀tọ́ ọmọ náà sọ Kọ́lá Abiola abẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n ojú ń dùn yìí ni ẹ kó kẹlẹ̀bẹ̀ sójú ni kìbí Kọ́lá Abiola nítorí bá débẹ̀ òun máa kó gbogbo wa olórí burúkú woman scammer wanted woman olóṣì bèbí ara problem tàbíọ́lá dá sílẹ̀ àṣetán tàbíọ́lá ṣe wàhálà yẹn tó bá yẹ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ti mọ̀ ní bọ̀ nígbà tó yẹ pé àmọ́ history kò jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ já fún pé a fẹ́ lọ ṣe election ṣì kankan ṣèbẹ́ election náà lọ ṣe títí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni dúpọ̀ onídọ̀tí the leader of the miscreant of social media àdéhùn sọ fáwọn èèyàn àníntòtò máa ń fọ́ nísìnyí ni pé àwọn tájọ́ ń ṣe tájọ́ wà London orí ìyá wa kan Liz Dada òun rí mọ́mú wa kan náà Elizabeth Ọjọ́ra ẹ lọ́ máa jókòó ẹ lọ́ ń gbọ́ nọ́ńsẹ̀nsì tó ń sọ yẹn ṣé àfúndúpọ̀ onítìrì ní platform nígbà tó dé ni we gave him the platform mo fẹ́ lè sọ pé mi ni the last person Dr. Zabishin Solana tó bá fi bu lórí platform ìmọ̀ nínú nígbà tá a lè kó lórí burúkú ni nọ́ńsẹ̀nsì tó kọ́ fi wá dá sílẹ̀ ẹ lọ́jọ́ kọ lọ ẹni kíjìlẹ̀ kó ṣàlàyé gbogbo eléyìí tẹ́mi ṣàlàyé fún yín náà ṣèbí jìlẹ̀ Turkey nísìn wọ́n ti president wọn ti wọlé padà ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ 5 years ní Turkey níbi tí jìlẹ̀ wà mẹ́yẹn ṣèbí Turkey ní jìlẹ̀ wà tó sọ pé òun ṣe íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì $250 a month àyà mi já èmi gan tí mo wà UK gan mo rò pé mo gbọ́dọ̀ jáde kí n sọ fún yín pé mo ṣe £60 internet mo ní business wo mo fẹ́ ní tó tó yẹn ṣé nínú ilé ẹ̀ tó ti operate náà ló ti ní gbogbo gadget tó fi operate tó ní kẹ́ lọ register sí ìrètí ọ̀dọ́ job to another adé máa sọ fún yẹn ẹ wá pé illiterate lẹ pè ní bí ìjìnlẹ̀ ni wọ́n lẹ̀ ti ní kàtẹ́yẹ máa lo illiterate because illiterate is ẹni tó bá gbọ́ French ẹ wo job website ọ̀sán mú yín ta ló fẹ́ fún ta ló just move it so ìtí mo fẹ́ fà mẹ́rin pé wọ́n pẹ̀lú kan ní Czechoslovakia a máa padà síbẹ̀ capital wọn is Prague but something changed láàrin wọn ní 1992 nítorí pé ṣẹ́rí ìtawà náà fà yìí is because the unity of Nigeria bàbá ti sọ nínú lẹ́tà yìí bàbá ní hatred tó wà láàrin wa kò lè kúrò láíláí we hate each other. mo kàn fi lọ ka mo fi mọ highlight bẹ́ẹ̀. There's too much hatred among us as this country. Nigeria stand at this moment in the devastating pain. Ṣé kò sí pain ní Nigeria? So we can break away from Nigeria without firing a gun. But that is subject to the government. Government ló máa make a decision. Okay, tẹ́bá náà fi jà. Ṣé rí tó bá ti dìjà ni UN máa intervene. But for now, UN is not going to intervene. So what happened nígbà tí Czechoslovakia máa break up? Let's see if we can catch up any video. Why did Czechoslovakia collapse? Headline lẹ́ẹ̀ máa fi mọ the Velvet Revolution. I go down to play video in Norway, but let's just watch this. And I do not own the copyright. So that mo fẹ́ kẹ́yìn kan understand that we can't hate Tinubu to the extent that amani negotiate actually sọ pé that means mo ti stupid nìyẹn tí mo fẹ́ di onítìrí kalẹ̀ sórí social media èmi máa sọ pé mo gbé ní UK tí Tinubu ò bá wá gbọ́n ta fẹ́ kò dẹ́ ṣe pé a máa sọ pé lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ because it's a process but we have to present it to him which they've done already but àbá wá ń study ẹ̀ pé òkè kò ṣe ń ta fẹ́ ìyẹn ò ní stop protest wọ́n ní protest àfi ń jẹ owó ni tí ó mọ̀ pé tá a bá máa ṣe protest ó máa náwó ó máa ń cost owó ní ṣọ́ọ̀fẹ́ ló pé protest àwọn wèrè wálé àlè bomb bastard ṣé UK lílé náà wá ṣá kò sí protest tó ṣe ní Central London táwọn òyìnbó yẹn ṣe tí wọ́n kì í náwó gbogbo protest ẹ bá rí táwọn òyìnbó ń ṣe wọ́n máa ń náwó tó bá náwó mo kí ìyàwó Beauty àwọn pẹ̀ káàrọ̀ mọ́ mi mo kí bàbá wa Adélájà mo kí Muslim mo kí Kristẹni ìjẹ̀sìn kan ni mò ń jà níbí ìjàmbá yìí wá ṣe máa kúrò ní Nàìjíríà mo kí bàbá wa Ọlá Akínyẹmí Idris Abimbola mo kí mà tọwọ́tọwọ́ ní ẹ bá fẹ́ ṣí fìlà yín fún wọn mo ṣí fìlà fún èèyàn wa èmi ọmọ yín náà ní àbúrò yín ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀ èmi á ṣàlàyé fún yín bí ọ̀nà yẹn ṣe máa wáyé Koiki kí ni way forward náà là ń discuss ẹ má tún máa béèrè kí ni way forward ẹ bá dẹ̀ wá way forward ẹ send email sí ysdm info@ysdm.org ẹ má máa yọ mí lẹ́nu mo kí ìyàwó àbíbá tí n bá ń gbúròó yàyà mi á máa já nígbà míì àwọn náà bá wọn àpọ̀ nílùú tẹ̀wá yẹn ẹ jẹ́ àgbọ̀ kí ni reason tí Czechoslovakia ṣe break up.
Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic,
and Slovakia. For many who are far distant,
one line. Sheriko silu tiko ni border. Every country in the world has a border, but to change the border British wà lára wọn. Àbí Britain kotabani British empire to create mo ṣe wá image wà nínú system mo fẹ́ máa gbé wá kẹ́ máa rí ní big mo like o ṣe máa wà lẹ́yìn mi lẹ́ǹkankan 200 years ni wọ́n fi ní empire Britain ó ní agbára wọ́n change gbogbo border everywhere. Ẹ wo máàpù tá à ń wo yìí nísìnyí ṣe rí pé border wà kí ló wá fa ìjà kí ló dé tó bára wọn ṣe kí ló dé tó fi gbé papọ̀ ṣé wọ́n like ara wọn ni ṣé wọ́n ń bára wọn ṣe kí bọ̀rọ̀ kìíní tí wọ́n fẹ́ra wọn ní mo ti fẹ́ yíbò ìyẹn wà ní kéènì tó bá fẹ́ Fúlàní kan sẹ́ problem tiẹ̀ ní immigration ló máa dé pẹ̀lú gbogbo yẹn. Do you know how many Nigerians have married British 30 for the British passport 30 for the state tọ́sí ti process wọn mo kí ìyàwó Ọmọlára Ìyábọ̀ ẹ̀ka bọ̀ mọ́. Àwọn èèyàn rò pé torí pé à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation àgbọ̀dọ̀ máa fi ohun tẹ̀lẹ̀tẹ̀lẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo yẹn resolution ni a máa lọ resolve ẹ̀ later tá a bá ti dá dúró tán.
From these nations, it's not always clear what the difference between the three is or when each came to be. Once divided, temporarily united, then divided once more, and still to this day, the Czech and Slovak people remain brotherly Slavic nations with strong ties and similar cultures. But if that's the case, then what exactly happened? Why did...
One day they will do a documentary like this, what led to the breakup of Nigeria. I know sometimes people are wondering, in terms of calculate 1993. Why Tawan sáré fún MK Abiola àwọn ilé tí break up. Tí bá ní kó lọ sí Slovakia láàárọ̀ yìí nísìnyí pé mo ní visa wà láì ó bẹ́tà ju kó wà ní Nàìjíríà lọ. Ó lè má da tó gbogbo àwọn náà ní problem tí wọ́n. Okay, Mr. Jimoh, Buhari is in capitalism versus socialist. They have their own issues as well, don't get me wrong. They get B. Enter Badaruke Mafishe, you know, we pick names at randoms and sometimes, you might not see some of you there. Well, the man will program you. Oh, I bet by anything. Oh boy, I like Barry. Ṣáfi máa gbó lọ́wọ́ àwọn Yorùbá nation bẹ́ẹ̀ ká gba Yorùbá nation kò ní dá fún yín owó Yorùbá nation náà mo máa fi tọ́jú gbogbo fábílì mi délẹ̀ àníká tètè gba Yorùbá nation kí n kó jángárà mi kúrò nílùú ìlú ti sú mi tó bá sẹ́lò mi ó ti sú èmi 25 years wọn àwọ̀ jíǹsì kiri ní ilé ó sì dá fún àwọn kéékèèké náà àwọn ọmọ Oòduà àjí láàárọ̀ lọ síbi iṣẹ́ àwọn tó tóyún àmà jẹ́ supervisor yìí ìwé àwọn àtàtà ẹ̀pẹ́ àtẹ̀yìn láìkí ìran lọ fọ́gbọ́ kíṣì ó bá ṣiṣẹ́ níbẹ̀ títí tí wọ́n ní fẹ́ jẹ́ supervisor àbí tó bá lọ kàwé díẹ̀ ìyẹn làwọn ọmọ Yorùbá àwọn Nàìjíríà ṣe máa lọ kàwé nílùú yìí wọ́n máa bínú lọ kàwé ni torí pé sometimes they get tired of what they are doing àfẹn tó bá ní làákàyè wọ́n sì tẹ̀mí sáà sí school now at 67 years old inú ìdí sọ ìmọ̀ kí grandma wa Grace wọ́n mọ̀ pé wà lórí program but ẹni Facebook kò jẹ́ kẹ́ comment wọ́n mọ̀ pé wà lábẹ́ grandma Grace senior ni mo mìíràn mo kí wọn jí àrùn ẹni ṣe wíńdò kàtẹ́gùn fẹsẹ̀ ìjókòó sí London kọ́ London. tí bá dẹ̀ lọ Nàìjíríà nísìnyí tí bá ní kí n máa ṣe gbélé tí mò ń lọ ń pariwo báyìí ṣẹ́fí pé Tinubu gan anyway ní Tinubu tẹ̀lé ní kọ́wá gbé wa náà ṣé bàbá ló lè sọ yẹn but notwithstanding gbogbo yẹn ní kí n má wá sílé wọn ní kí n jókòó síbi Ìgbòho gan ní kí n má wálé ní n jókòó síbi tí mo wà. ẹ̀fí ìgbà tí wálé ló ń bẹ̀ mí lẹ́rù ni. Mr. Koiki, I love this show. I will watch later. All right then, flat battery. Oh yeah, no light in this too. Yeah, Nigeria letting go me. Kabisi, let do marry. All right. Thank you so much. I love you so much, man. For sure. Huh? Nigeria, what painful gone. I don't think some of you understand the pain that our people are going through. You know. The right people don't share me. Device people don't connect me. Even the connect me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Phone marrying. iPad mi wà on, laptop méjì, TV wà on, with so many other devices. Ọlọ́run bá wà pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìtẹ̀wà ńlẹ̀, ó kù díẹ̀ náà ni. Let's continue.
Czechoslovakia.
Honey, I'm from Nigeria to even from Ilorin. Ilorin lẹ́tí wò mí, Mr. Jimoh, Ọlọ́run bá wà pẹ̀lú gbogbo Ìlọrin. Let's go, Carol. At 90Y, Carol. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀ ń support Unity tẹ́wà lábẹ́ ètò. Gbogbo ẹni mò ń kí. Èmi ò bá ń jà o. Ìyá burúkú yẹn mo sọ fún òṣì. Ẹ má dẹ̀ máa wá síbẹ̀ kí ẹ máa twist Koiki ẹ lọ parí ìjà wo la ń bá ìyá burúkú jà. Èmi ò bá ẹ̀yin jà. So understanding ni pé ó ti gba country fún yín. So èmi náà sọ fún yín pé kò ti gba country. Èmi tèmi àtẹ̀tí wà. So èmi ò dá ń ṣe jàkúrújàkúrú, èmi wọnú system nígbà tí mo dé lu yìí. Mo wọnú system ni mo mọ gbogbo tí mo ń sọ yìí. Ẹ rò pé orí social media mo ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí mo tí mo ń sọ yìí. Bí mi ṣe wọlé mo ti mọ̀ pé media mo fẹ́ ṣe. Mo follow first year tí mo dé lu yìí, if not the first year, the second year. Mo ní láti wá picture yẹn. Facebook mi tó gbé lọ ni. Tí bá ti type ẹ̀ báyìí ó máa ń gbé jẹ́lẹ̀ ni. Facebook mo ṣe ní 2007. Wọ́n gbé lọ ní pátápátá. Mo ní láti lọ wá picture him àti Tony Blair. I met Tony Blair if not 1998, 1999. Ni mo lọ sí conference ní Brighton. Ìyàn mélòó ló ń dé UK ló máa náà lọ conference níbi tó ti ń fa gbòòrò. Ẹlòmíì ò dé conference yìí. Ẹlòmíì ò lọ sí business exhibition. Ẹlòmíì ò lọ sí show kankan rí. That compare me pẹ̀lú anybody o. Ìyẹn ni gbogbo wọn ṣe máa ń jókòó sábẹ́ program. Nǹkan tó bá ti lọ gbọ́ tọ̀dọ̀ tí wọ́n rìn because èmi náà lọ ń gbọ́ ìkọ́ mo kàn máa ń fẹ́ jókòó kí n mo lè jókòó bẹ́ẹ̀ 20 minutes máa kàn máa gbọ́ kí n iṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ. Ok ẹni ẹ ti gba country o tún wà táàgì Tinubu. Kí ni kàn pé tá a bá gba country àní láti máa táàgì Tinubu mọ̀. Gbàsgbò tó máa ṣe làbí ká wà ní negotiation which is what we are doing now. Àdẹ̀ tí di gbàsgbò so à ń negotiate lọ́wọ́ ni. Bọ̀kẹ́ wa máa sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé ti gba country. Kílẹ̀ mi pé ti gba country. Ẹ mọ tán pè ní country ni. Ṣé ẹ kọ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ jìnnà àti gbogbo wọn wálé àlẹ́ àti green for God rẹ̀ ibo tẹni green for God yẹn wà ẹ̀rù pé ẹni ní bàbá kan náà bàbá gbọ́n àdáhùn pé àfàjẹ̀lì ní ọ́nítálì nìyẹn wà ọ́nítálì wà jẹ́jẹ́ bí country ni àwọn olóburúkú. Tony Blair became the prime minister in 1997. Ó àwọn yẹn láìkì Tony Blair gan mo láìkì fọ lórí kó tó di pé wá kó wa lọ jagun tó necessary ní Iraq.
Czechoslovakia was birthed in 1918.
Czechoslovakia was birthed in 1918, just as Nigeria was birthed in 1918. No, you understand, but okay. Oracle _ spiritual help, Muki, Ifa Sunday, Akofa Day. Oh, those no, I can run my own. I'm not going to go see Fade. Without them, I'm letting you. I've been sharing gosh and she fucking echo. Green for God live in Dublin. Dublin ló náà wà lórí burúkú somebody ọmọ àlè. Ó jókòó sí Dublin ló ń pariwo bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé bí Dublin ṣe gba country? Ẹni kò lọ́lé náà. Ẹni kí Green for God kó lọ́lé náà. Ìbọn ti gba country. Ó lè má ní ìwé gọ́sẹ̀. Àwọn yóò rò pé mo sọ fún yín pé gbogbo náà ń ṣe lórí social media 2% péré ni wàláì 9 pty mú kí ẹ jàre. Gbogbo ariwo tá à ń pa máa check for care gbogbo ariwo àtẹ̀mí àti gbogbo wa pátápátá 2% ni 5% ni gbogbo ti ṣe ní Nàìjíríà fún wa 3% tó kú ó wà lọ́wọ́ àwọn politicians àtọba. That's all. Thank you so much all the Biafrans under the program. This is Koikimedia. Like I said, Nigeria is not going to break. Who are you to say Nigeria? Czechoslovakia break up. Velvet divorce. There was no fight. They didn't kill each other. It's going to happen. Bishop Adesina, good morning and welcome back again. No, one Green for God, this South Africa ahead. One Dublin. One is Sobitowa from one. Anyone in UK, anyone in London. Anytime they ever feel me, I'm part of any Trafalgar Square, which is that open landmark. You tell what they disclose it with our. Then she Yoruba nation Yayinja. So I could be by Yayinja which way. But where anybody more to one. London ni wa. There is difference between gbogbo ní gbogbo nǹkan ló wà London o ṣe ẹ kórìí bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ní London outside London ló wà okay. Stupid people all over the place. Let's go back and listen to Czechoslovakia. Why did it collapse? Something always led to a country to collapse. Nigeria will collapse. It might be today, it might be tomorrow, it might be 5 years from now. It does not matter. It is already in that process. The collapse of Nigeria will happen. And it will happen before me, I die, okay? And I'm not dying anytime soon. So if you are praying for me to die, you are wasting your bloody hell time. No, Mote moved from 10%. I'm not even using 100%. From 10%, Igbo has taken 5%. It has helped us to knock 5% out of it. So 2% is what we are doing on the social media. The remaining 3% for us to break is in the hands of the Yoruba politician, the bomb bastard. Akeredolu now we pray for. I don't pray for his death. You know, as at yesterday they say he died. He can't release one video. I know. They watch that video. I know say Akeredolu. Maybe now dead body they just put inside and they watch football. I don't trust all these political politicians. Because as far as we are concerned, I want Akeredolu to come out and talk to us. If he's sick, he's sick. You know, we know he's sick. Leave the power and let the deputy take over. You know, I don't pray for any death of all these politicians, but I want them to understand that the breakup of Nigeria would happen in their lifetime because they cannot hold us in bondage anymore. You know, let's come back to the program again. Moki Abolaji Adegokani, no retreat, no surrender. Nimbolafi surrender. Tinubu gone to bed.
As the Austro-Hungarian Empire neared its demise, and
it is always one empire that wants to override another empire. The British Empire controls so much that they destroy the world.
Its provinces decided to unite in response to their vastly similar cultures, languages, and
together similar culture, languages. Is that not the reason why we are saying we want to break away from Nigeria? We are still talking about the international perspective of Baba Akintoye's letter to Bola Tinubu. Hey, my Baba Tinubu say, no, you're stupid if anybody's talking like that. We must negotiate with him. Doesn't mean that we support what he's doing. No, it's his own ambition for that. But we must negotiate and talk with him. And that is the letter that was, ignited to him. I know he has a lot on his table already that he's dealing with,
People, Bohemia, Moravia, and Slovakia formed the new nation, and at first seemed to get on quite well.
You see, it seemed that we get on well at the beginning. The 1960 Union was very good until the Agurozi destroyed the regional government and everything started scatter. Everything scatter. Abiola scatter as well. So don't talk about Agurozi without talking about Abiola. Abiola is a bomb bastard Yoruba man. I don't like mentioning some of our Yoruba people, especially those ones that you know. Come and be telling me the Igbo destroy regional government. But they will never talk about Abiola destroy Yoruba people. We want to preserve our own or destroy another one. That's why there's hatred. We don't like each other. Maybe you are Igbo people. Maybe you are born Igbo. If I didn't grandson, so if I get more Igbo, go Lushi. So I want to test the DNA. Lori Bruku people. You're bomb bastard. I tell you, I will deal with you by educating you, not by fighting you. We don't fight in this country. I've never punched anybody in my 25 years in this country. I've never done it in 25 years. But we can deal with each other, by talking to your brain. Especially the Nigerian community that are just, holding themselves back. Let's go back again to the video. We're talking about the breakup of Czechoslovakia. Why did it collapse and nobody killed each other? Nigeria will fall apart. It's as simple as that. Hey, shut up. I read some of your comments. Shut up. Yeah, you can't break up Nigeria. Oh my God. What do you understand by Nigeria, Seth? Ulushi. Onitiri still insists Adele is coming. Adele is coming to her and her family at the MK Abiola's house. Yeah, Inule MK Abiola not even share Adele Olori Buruku woman. The woman where they drink my wine, look at her face there. One bastard. Stop talking about that woman. Ulushi woman. Look at her. Olori Buruku somebody. She's wanted though. Good morning, Wasio Taiwo. Eyomo Yoruba Fọkànbalẹ̀, a ṣe ń fún ní breakup of how Nigeria should happen through negotiation or through by blowing up the first bridge. Blow up the first bridge, that will be the beginning of it. But why do we need to get to that stage when other people have dissolved? It's all about dissolution. Dissolution is what we're all asking for.
Czechoslovakia was initially a parliamentary democracy under President Masaryk and quickly became one of the more stable and industrially advanced of the Eastern European nations, but this would be challenged just before the outbreak of the Second World War. As the German
Are we going to see the Third World War? I pray not. It will be devastating because if Russia go and open up a nuclear weapon and that's it, boom. North Korea has some bad nuclear weapon. UK has some nuclear weapon. America has as well. The only reason that the African, they are not treating us very well is because we don't have nuclear weapon. If we have nuclear weapon as well, they will shut up their mouth and keep themselves to themselves. But we don't have that nuclear weapon. And they never wanted us to have it. Because you have that nuclear weapon. Don't worry. Yeah, she created I show people the fake job website. They say go and register a T job. The T job website. They say go and register. Many Yoruba people go and register. We understand some of you. Go and register your details here. Your details is gone. The woman will take your 5 million away. You don't know where you did. Let's come back to the program. This is the KOIKIMEDIA Live. This is where we talk about our man being love from Trabaye. That's my language from Yoruba. Trabaye. We talk about the international perspective. Nobody around the world wants Nigeria to break. How can she get a nation for her fools and she's nowhere to be found? No, she says she until Sunday, only need your Wednesday. Timoshe Star Radio. Only one fi kule no ti ní evidence ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan ẹni kò release ẹ̀ síta òun ní audio lọ́wọ́ ẹni kò release audio yẹn síta kó play fún kí iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ kó rí play audio yẹn ṣé bàbá kí tó ìlú ní kọ́ lọ fi kú lé àdúgbò àbí Koiki olùlọ́sìwò mà wọ́n ní wọ́n fi kú lé òun lẹ́mìí tó ń fi kú lé ẹ̀ ò lọ́wọ́ àwọn family ẹ̀ tó ń fi kú lé ẹ̀ happy Sunday jàre yàwá Esther ẹ̀ káàárọ̀ mú kí ó gbẹ̀yìn olólùfẹ́ wa àwa ti wà lórí ètò láti bí 2 hours o aláì máa ń sùn lẹ́yìn tó lóyún ni ọlọ́run ló ní ìmọ̀ ìṣọ́ obìnrin ìyàwó mi ò bá máa ní kọ́ lọ test mi láàárọ̀ ó lè ní kí n tọ̀ kóun gbé lọ sí pharmacist ó dà pọ̀ náà device kan bá máa fi ń check bí wọ́n bá lóyún but torí mo jọ́kùnrin I love to sleep a lot especially tí bá ti jẹun dáadáa mo kí gbogbo ilé kan sí Nurudeen gbogbo yín ni mo kí without leaving anybody behind ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀ I understand some of you want Nigeria to work so that we can live together. Look, forget it, we cannot live together. Forget it, it's a waste of time. I understand some of you, Nigerians, you're passionate about Nigeria, but listen to Czechoslovakia. They were passionate as well. They married each other, they born Bele together, they lived together, they were industrialized together, but something changed the whole thing. Let's go back to it. The reason why I'm posting the video is because it doesn't belong to me, so I have to keep talking in between. Not that I cannot play the video, but the agronomy doesn't work like that. Olaniwaju Taiwo, Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi mo kí yín. Mr. Idris ní Jiska Koi T. It is something that is going to previous something just going to bring now. Oh, get it, cut away something, English, English. Do you know that the British want us to go and do English exam before you get a British passport? You know about guess it. No. Britain. Ìlú ọgbọ́n nílùú yìí. I can't wait to soon. I'm not joking now. I'm tired of staying in Europe. Completely tired. Tó bá yẹ pé Nigeria ń ṣiṣẹ́ to the standard ni, some of us will have returned back home. But no, risk yẹn ti pọ̀ jù. Apart from pé à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation, the risk is too much. Ìlú tó yẹ pé o lè sick tó yẹ pé you will need millions of naira láti fi lọ ṣe test. Do you know that if you fall sick in Nigeria, you want to go and do all these tests and all that, you have to pay for every time. And that's why people die because of healthcare.
Peter began his campaign of expansion throughout Europe. At the end,
Moki Bubai Christian, Moki Sele, Moki White Garment, Moki Catholic, Moki Bubai churches. Like I always say, by church Kokonjao, but I can reference to them at any time, any day. Because they are part of those that are holding us back. What will our 3% do? Let's continue.
End of the night.
And then what we do, we still, I'm not in a rush today, so relax as much. I have to say 2.5 hours. So, Babakunle Shita, Bagbalagba. What are we from the lower model in social media? We don't know passe. I lie. Babakunle Shita, he said the was a mini journey. Bàbá mi ṣe ẹni fún mi lówó mọ́ Mr. Kunle Shita ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àwọn fẹsẹ̀ ẹ lọ church tílẹ̀ bá ti mú ẹ lọ church kílẹ̀ ní ìpè church is your house ìrọ̀lẹ́ pa ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Alátúnjí àwọn fẹsẹ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa ni wọn I love him so much and I like people to challenge us mo fẹ́ tó pé torí pé like KOIKIMEDIA I love to be challenged but ọ̀rọ̀ reality yẹn kò ní content kò ní validation kankan nínú so mo ti knock yẹn mo dẹ̀ mo máa knock ẹ̀ lójoojúmọ́ lórí burúkú nìyá ẹ̀ but some other ìgbà àti ẹ̀wọ́ fẹ́ sọ ìgbà mi lẹ́yìn kọ̀ọ̀kan máa ń ka comment o àti àròlé òdodo oníwàhálà yẹn ò tí ì jí nísìn ní ẹ̀ bá jí nísìn ó lè sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́ba we want people to challenge us ẹ má kọ̀ wá jókòó sí ìwà Koiki náà ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yẹn mo disagree a dẹ̀ máa ṣe phone line wa nísìn ẹ lè pẹ́ anytime nísìn ó ti wà ní interaction mọ̀ bá a ṣe program yẹn lọ so ẹ̀wọ̀n kan máa ní Koiki wá ní ká pè wọlé ó dẹ̀ fún wa ní nọ́mbà ká máa fi pè nọ́mbà kan náà ni ẹ save nọ́mbà yẹn as Koiki Media Studio wọn náà wọ̀nyàn fún mi lówó mọ́ mo ní rọ́lọ́pàá wàláì ìjọ birthday mi mo ní ìdòwó àwọn èèyàn dáwó wọn ní Koiki kò ń ṣe bí ìwọ wọn ní wọ́n fún mi lówó mọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi gan tó wà Nàìjíríà gan sẹ́yìn òbí dárúkọ ọwọ́ wàláì 20,000 ojoojúmọ́ dẹ̀ lọ ìjọ kan tí mo wà ní Central London mo ní mo fẹ́ mu tíì ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀dẹ̀ sẹ́ndì 10,000 sí mo wá pẹ́ gbọ́ èyí báwo ṣe fẹ́ fi náírà ra tíì níbí báyìí mo padà fún yàn kan náà lówó yẹn Nàìjíríà ni bówó yẹn ṣe ń wọlé tí náírà yẹn bó ṣe ń débẹ̀ la ṣe ń pín kò ń jókòó rárá mo ní mo fẹ́ mu tíì mo wà ní Central London ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dẹ̀ sẹ́ndì 10,000 naira sí mi pé kí n fi mu tíì mo á pín òun náà ẹ̀gbọ́n mi báwo ṣe mo ní náírà card náà mo ní kò ṣe é lò níbí báyìí tí bá dẹ̀ ní kí n transfer owó yẹn wá ìlú tẹ̀lé bank card mi wà náà kó wà lókè dáa pé first bank mi wà lókè àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ máa ní Koiki wà careful ìwọ tó máa ń show details yìí má lọ máa show details ẹ tó máa ń show yìí kò dáa rárá gbogbo èèyàn ti bẹ̀ mí ìjọ tí mo ṣe fídíò kan tí mo lọ show gbogbo license mi àmọ́ mi nìkan pé mo ní Koiki no mo jọ mo bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo lè láti gbé fídíò yẹn wá sílẹ̀ àwa edit ẹ̀ wọn náà èèyàn fún mi lówó mọ́ lórí social media mo ní kò ń ṣe bí tèmi àwọn èèyàn máa pé ọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́pọlọ làwa ń sọ àsọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹṣá níbí báyìí náà àwọn èèyàn ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má bínú àwọn ń sọ̀rọ̀ kó àtọ̀bọ̀ gan fún wọn lówó mo ṣeré lórí social media táwa yìí ọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹṣá ni kò mú tún gbọ́dọ̀ sọmọ wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ kí bọ̀rọ̀ kì lórí social media tó ń gbowó lórí ẹ̀ ìyẹn wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó ń educate àwọn èèyàn ẹni wọ́n máa fún wọn lówó ẹgbẹ́ àròjà rẹ̀ gbọ́n mi ìyá mi Margaret Ìbíjọkẹ́ mo kí ogun ìjàre Zachariah good morning ẹ jẹ́ ká padà wọnú fídíò ṣe tó bá fẹ́ pè wọlé màá jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ wọlé anytime so number yẹn ti wà on ẹ máa ṣeré jàre I mean I want people to challenge us question us Koiki okay ẹ rí pé mo ti turn down there but mo ṣe agree pa gbọ́dọ̀ jà but mo gbọ́dọ̀ máa sọ pé àkọ́ máa jà kí má tún máa sọ nípa other options ẹ má dẹ̀ wá síbẹ̀ ká sọ fún mi pé ti onítìrì ní option kò nonsense ni anybody tó bá ṣe ń think pé ìyá yẹn option ni you are wasting your time and I'm not joking ẹni bí tún lè dé ká tún option ẹ̀ ká vẹ́tẹ̀ nísìnyí àwọn ọba ṣe máa vẹ́tẹ̀ everybody ìlú yẹn nìyá yẹn ṣe sá ìyẹn wá fi ṣe interview fún wa ní kọ́ máa pè wọlé tẹ́mi ò bá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ní ọpọlọ tó fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ náà Koiki jẹ́ ká pè wọlé ká dáyà ká béèrè ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ á máa sá á ní òun ní gba call the same thing tó ń sọ fún ṣọ́yẹ́ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ló sọ fún jílẹ̀ ló sọ fún mi náà á ní ohun tó bá máa wá sórí program yìí ànígbà kọlù kí ló ń sá fún kàtàyé ọ̀rẹ́ ajá padà sórí ìtàǹbà lọ ẹ wá dáwọn lóhùn jàre wọn ní kọ́ máa fún mi lówó mọ́ wọn náà rówó gbà mọ́ wọn níyẹn ló ṣe ń ta wá lára tó bá mọ ṣe mọ̀ pé 3 months nísìnyí ẹ má bínú 3 months ní YouTube ti yọ monetization mo mọ ẹtí wọn make every month at least kó tó di pé wọ́n yọ níwọ̀n bá tèmi náà rà ń fi manager ẹ ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé owó tó yọ yẹn nísìn yes at the end of the day but àwọn èèyàn sì ń díbẹ̀ yẹn pé Koiki ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kan wà every time tí bá rí lórí program ló máa ń fún wa lówó ó dẹ̀ ṣe ń send ẹ̀ sí paper àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ gbàtọ́ ọmọ tó ń pè ní journalist work ẹ̀ kò ṣe journalist ló risky jù.
1930s, the regions of Bohemia and Moravia fell to the Germans. Slovakia would eventually be occupied and transformed into a puppet state by Germany. But this period of instability would only last a short while before the Soviet Union marched with their own troops in.
Soviet Union fúnra rẹ̀ gan break up. Àwọn yẹn ní agbára ń jọ́nà lọ́hùn wọ́n padà pín náà ni wàá ṣeré jàre ti ṣe yk pín ẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ pín ìlọ́wọ́lẹ̀ nọ́mbà yẹn ni ẹ fáìn tó bá fẹ́ mọ nọ́mbà studio wa àwọn èèyàn wà ní ọmọ mi tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní fún wa ní Àkúrẹ́ lọ́hùn ó ní àwọn ìyá àgbàlagbà àwọn ìyá 65 wọ́n sì ń fọ́kúta olórí burúkú ni àwọn Ondo state governor nísìn bí ṣe sọ èmi ò tọrọ kú fún un bọ̀ kó tẹ̀ hand over fún deputy ẹ̀ káàmọ̀ pé deputy ló wà níbẹ̀ kó o dẹ̀ máa treat rẹ̀ ìjọ tó bá dẹ̀ ti wọ́ kí kó kúkú tì ṣe tán nínú tánìyàn kí ló tún mú kọ́kọ́rọ́ Ondo state dání lọ wọn ló kú lánàá la gbọ́ ọdẹ ní kò kú wọn show video ẹ̀ èmi ò dẹ̀ rí video yẹn dáadáa rí wò because ní tí mo kọ gbogbo ẹ̀ dúdú nínú ibi tó náà bí ọkọ̀ gbéyàn sórí chair ó lè jẹ́ òun náà ni travailler kò sí nǹkan táwọn kì í ṣe àwọn politician ó yẹ ṣáàgbà kéré lórí síbẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń pariwo pé ti kú kò tí kò yáyáyáyá Manchester dẹ̀ ń play ó yá kọ́kọ́ ṣe o Manchester Man City ká lè mọ̀ pé live game nìyẹn wọ́n dójú ẹ̀ padà wá báyìí ẹni kó sọ̀rọ̀ láàárọ̀ kó jáde kó wá sọ̀rọ̀ fáwọn ọmọ Ondo state you know if he's sick láti mọ̀ pé wọ́n lè tọ́jú ẹ̀ nínú hospital Ondo state máa lọ Germany kó lọ tọ́jú ara ẹ̀ bọ̀ fi kọ́kọ́rọ́ Ondo state ilẹ̀ fún deputy or bastard politicians. Àdèmọ̀ bí wọ́n poison ẹni because Akérédolú is a staunch Yoruba man àmọ̀ yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ mo mọ àwọn tó dẹ̀ mo fi mọ nǹkan fi máa go into detail mo mọ tí bàbá Táyọ̀ Adébánjọ sọ fún mi bọ̀ kò ń ṣe fún public consumption mo mọ àwọn tó jẹ́ pé yes òtítọ́ ló ń ṣe láàrin àwọn governors yẹn àtàwọn tó ti ṣe governor tẹ́lẹ̀ rí ẹ̀kan máa ń confide náà bàbá yẹn pé ẹ sọ fáwọn ọmọ yẹn mo mọ èyí tó sọ fún wọn pé kọ́ sọ fáwọn ọmọ yẹn pé kọ́ má dákẹ́ ká máa ṣe ní tàn ṣe lọ ká má dákẹ́ ìyàbá wọn ní pé Yorùbá nation ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ọgbọ́n láwọn ọgbà rẹ̀ ṣé jàre currently the best option on ground is diplomatic ẹ má dáhùn lóhùn diplomatic route ni ṣẹfí pé ibi ṣe náà máa jà yẹn náà pé mo ní wá like diplomatic route ni àwọn ọdẹ ẹ máa jókòó ẹ lọ gbọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n ní tọ́ọ̀nì understanding bá ṣe fẹ́ kúrò nínú country wọ́n ní obìnrin nìyá yẹn kò bá jọkùnrin.
Soviet involvement would soon catapult the Communist Party within Czechoslovakia to the top of the totem pole and push through a 1948 coup d'etat that would lead to the founding.
Ẹ wò bàtọ́ tí ń ṣe coup eléyìí ní sí 1948 ṣé àwọn pé the same 1948 ni wọ́n ṣe Declaration of Universal Rights because ṣẹ́rí ní time yẹn ẹ ṣe gan-an ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ọmọgbọ́lá Albert ṣẹ́rí ní the era tí wọ́n sọ yìí era burúkú ni ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀ka tó rírọ àwọn era yẹn mọ́. The human life, the catastrophe, though we are still witnessing it a little bit today, but interface in the time World War I, World War II, àdúrà kí gbogbo àmàgbà ní sí ni pé kọ́lọ̀ má jẹ́ ká rírú ẹ̀ mọ́ because the human lives was just too much. Kò dẹ́n ṣe ní ọ̀dọ̀ wọn nìkan, dámè tó ṣe sí Africa because Africa lọ fi ṣe gbogbo groundwork lọ fi ja World War I, World War II. Àwa lọ lò bí guinea pigs.
Founding of the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic as the communists took over the nation. This era of Czechoslovakia's existence would sadly be plagued by troubles no less. One of the most well-known challenges that the newfound socialist republic would face came in the 1960s.
1960, Lawasha by independence. That's why some are saying that Koiki, it's going to take some time. But even all these countries, after some time, they break away. They couldn't live together. And that's why we have this small. Sometimes you wonder, how did that small country don't resist? I mean, we'll come out a little bit from here. Imagine Northern Ireland. Their passport is number 5 ranking in the world. So the reason Germany also broke up after the Second World War, Erich Paul Anoka was the last East German leader. East and the West later merged together. So I think what our people don't understand is all these countries as well went through a turmoil. We're discussing the breakup of Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia. And that is why we're watching this video today. And there's still one more I want us to watch. So let's watch a little bit more of this.
Became known as the Prague Spring. This period represented a time of what appears to many to be promising reforms, though none were too drastic. Still, when the reformist Alexander Dubček rose to power, he aims to create something.
So what they did was, in that regional government that they did not destroy, according to those that destroyed. Koiki, please note kindly, check the issue I told you yesterday. I don't send you. No problem, you must resolve yawa. So, kò sẹ́ni reason tí ẹ activated. So, kò sẹ́ni reason mo ti activated. So, kò sẹ́ni any problem rárá. Mo check it, kò tẹ̀ sẹ́ni problem because nobody will be able to tamper with anything. So only the pelato doing the I don't know. So there was nothing wrong with it because any that priority lawyer, the our massacre will be 1 year now, no update update until Taba DBT Ekade review. There is a lot of work that we're going to do. In Nigeria, Yoruba. Well, like I said, so there's no reason for that. So, the system in here, because we check it after that. So, full priority level. So,
called Communism with a Human Face, and began passing a series of reforms both politically and economically, with one of the most important being the increased...
So the reason why people are looking at Nigeria like, oh, it cannot break, because they are not seeing that other part of the world, they've tried to live together as well. They tried. Muki, our Liz, Omobola, thank you so much for joining us. They tried. 4725 Henry, how you doing, my brother? Afis Lamidi 520, thank you. Dolly Sam, Omo Saparo, Rich Oruko, Instagram VJBC. So the people think that we are saying that we want to leave Nigeria. Wait, how can you say you want to leave Nigeria? People will kill me by that. But other countries, they are 1 million, they are 2 million. They try to live together until they break up because their union was not working anymore. Then may their soul rest in peace.
Freedoms of speech. While this pleased many Czechoslovak citizens, it had a starkly contrasting effect on the nearby Soviet Union. The Prague Spring came to a violent end in August 20.
Again, violent end. Nothing comes easy, but we are praying that we can speak, negotiate our way with the president, like I've recited in the first part of this program, because those of you that are joining us, every time we come into the discussion of this letter of Akintoye, the first thing we do is we will read it again, and then we will then do analysis continuously on it. So that I understand, a lot of you are told, and what I'll do is I'll always look at it from different angles. So this morning I'm looking at it from the international perspective. I'm talking about the letter sent to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So let's come back quickly. So we've got a bit of understanding of this. So what I'm just going to do is, we don't need to be watching all the videos. It's going to be too boring. But let's look at another video from another
1988 in Czechoslovakia, formerly known as the Czechoslovak Social Republic, is getting a bit restless. Its leader was first secretary of the Communist Party Miloš Jakeš, who famously led the purges of the 1970s. Jakeš and the Communist Party were very much in control of Czechoslovakia at this point and weren't suffering from a great deal of dissent, as was the case in, say, Poland or East Germany. Quality of life there was slightly higher than the rest of Eastern Europe, and the markers of modern life like television were widely available, which, along with all other mass media, was tightly controlled by the government. This prevented notable dissidents such as Václav Havel from reaching an audience. This isn't to say that the people of Czechoslovakia didn't have any complaints. Many, especially the young, had a great deal. Throughout 1988 and 1989, there were demonstrations throughout the country, notably in Bratislava as well as in the capital, Prague. These were merely calls for reforms, though, and weren't revolutionary in nature, so the government did little about them. In fact, the communist government had seen what was going on throughout the Eastern Bloc and so made some superficial concessions to make it look like they were willing to reform. On the 17th of November 1989, a student demonstration took place in Prague to commemorate.
Did you hear that? The student demonstration in Prague in 1989. So, Timani, I'm a demonstrate. People think that, it is nothing. It is just part of the diplomatic way. Since that government, you cannot fight a government, because the government will crush you easily. But what you can do, you can crumble that government in different dimensions through diplomatic, through pressure, through protest, civil disobedience, and all that. Then later on, if things start becoming that the government still doesn't want to listen, it will become like the Sudan. There will now be a paramilitary. It will be the same thing like the IRA that we are discussing. I'm going to leave that because the focus is the Belfast side today. So we're going to come back to Bill Clinton again. Hillary Clinton. So I want us to get that message right. I'm going to close it because I don't want too many things open. We're going to come back to Baba Akintoye as well later. So let's come back again. But before I go back, let's first go and read a little bit about the Good Friday Agreement, which was in 1998, April 10, precisely. Otekudek Louis knew what to sign agreement here. I got here around September, but this agreement happened in 1998. Just the same thing that we are discussing today, that Bola Tinubu must listen to us, because number one, we are now practicing, the military rule. We are in democracy. So the Good Friday Agreement, I'm going to read that quickly. The Good Friday Agreement, also known as the GFA, or what they call the Belfast Agreement, is a pair of agreement that was signed on the 10th of April 1998 that ended the most of the violence of the troubles. The troubles were an ethno-nationalist, just like our Yoruba nationalist. But the difference is our Gbebondani Adeja, Eshegoni Yami Comfort Lola Dele. Mori message Lori, but mo post the picture to Mwalomu, Steny Koiki, be careful, don't go back to Nigeria yet. We love you here. Man, love Nigeria, So thank you so much, my beautiful auntie, and I love every one of you for the care and the love. I want to love what tell not be our list that I thought that now love I wish them all the best. To buy a good boy, I realize we are Fabulo Bedani, don't bastard the The troubles were an ethno-nationalist conflict. Ethno-nationalist conflict in the Northern Ireland that lasted about 30 years from the late 1960s to the 1998, also known as the Northern Ireland conflict. It is sometimes described as an irregular war or a low-level war. But our tí wà ní ogun nísìn wọ́n gé orí wọ́n fẹkùn wọ́n fa dis ní Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n destabilize the system to kó work for everybody. Wọ́n marginalize yìí, Dangote marginalize yìí, káwọn kan ní Dangote refinery. You think he's a stupid man? You think Dangote owns all the 19 billion to fi ṣe project yẹn tó máa wá pẹ́pọ̀ fún yín ní 300 àbí ní 2 naira àbí 50 naira? You must be crazy. Some of you will never get a job in Dangote refinery kò ṣe pé. Yoruba young people, this battle must be won for our race. Madam Olóhùn, Jakomani Koiki shut up in London. I am 6,000 kilometers away. The problem in Sudan is power struggle between the two military generals. They are fighting for their own interest. Well, that's always the somebody must fight for interest. Interest can not fight for now. There will always be interest. We all have different interests. Our interest in Nigeria is not. Our interest is not because Tinubu is there. We don't hate Tinubu. But Tinubu cannot sort out our problem in 8 years. Let's go back to this agreement. Ṣé mo fẹ́ káwọn ìyá 65 ṣe máa fọ́kùtà ní Àkúrẹ́? Mo ní fídíò yẹn àkọlé máa play gbogbo fídíò yẹn ni ó wà too distracting. Ìyá 65 years old ó sì fi àmà ó fi fọ́kùtà tó lè bá rí 1,000 naira in a day. Ọlọ́run tóbi lọ́ba o. So this agreement tó lead sí tàfi rí Cherry Blair ní bíbá. Àbíṣọ́ mo ní Cherry Blair. Hillary Clinton, but nǹkan kan ló kọ́kọ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ before this because after tí gbogbo ẹ ti di iṣu ata yàwùnyàwù báyìí ni agreement wáyé but ìjà yẹn 30 years ló take wọn Abẹ́lẹ́dùmarè ọlọ́jọ́ ẹ̀mí kó má jẹ́ kí ti Yorùbá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ but tá a bá ní ká calculate ìgbà tí Yorùbá náà ti parọ́ fi lọ òun ṣe ní 3 years ago lápẹẹrẹ from the time that they destroy regional government ní Nàìjíríà ó ti wà divided. From the time that it was 1914 amalgamation in Nigeria to divided. So kò ń ṣe pé lẹ́ẹ̀ni tí bàbá Akintoye gbóhùn sókè ìyàtọ̀ kan ní pé bàbá yẹn sọ nínú fídíò yẹn lọ wo fídíò yìí bàbá yẹn ni wọ́n ní táwọn Yorùbá kan bá ń sùn àwọn Yorùbá kan máa tají. Ṣọba olúwo yẹn yé ìṣọba nìyẹn ọba tó ń fagbó nínú palace. Ṣá ọba làwọn yẹn institution làwọn respect ọba òṣì kan ọba jágbàjàgbà rà nìyẹn. Ṣọba làwọn yẹn ṣá ọba tó ń fagbó ọba tó lọ mọ́mọ́ wá láti West Indies tó ń bá sùn tó ń wégbó nínú ilé tó mọ̀ kọ́mọ́ ní record. Tó bá tẹ̀ bá máa wégbó nínú yàrá oníjẹ́ kọ́ wíkí àwọn oṣù gbogbo kan náà ni àmì àwọn understand ìwọ ọba ṣe yẹ kí gbogbo náà lẹ kó máa ṣe níwájú ìyàwó ẹ̀ àwọn ọba jàkújàkú àwọn ọba gaima ṣé ọba làwọn ẹ̀ gaima ni gbogbo wọn pátápátá criminals all over the place. let's come back here. So agreement yẹn kó tó di pé wọ́n débi agreement yìí gbàsìgbò sí ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹgbọ́n kan tó pè níbẹ̀ wọ́n ní is a low level war. Kí ló ń pè ní low level war? Okay, àwọ̀ sínú ogun nísìn ní Nàìjíríà, but ogun wà ẹ̀rí jẹ́ ẹ̀rí ni ẹ̀rí lọ sọ́jà. You can't do as many things, but there was an agreement. And there's also what they call the ethno-nationalists. Kí ló ń pè ní ethnic nationalism? We are Yoruba nationalists. We must be proud of that every day. Tí Igbo bá fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ wa, a gbọ́dọ̀ lé wọn kúrò lórí ilẹ̀. But ẹ̀ lè lé wọn nísìnyí torí pé you are in Nigeria. And any Igbo have the right to reside and live in Lagos State. Ẹ̀yin lè máa wá decide ẹ fẹ́ talẹ̀ fún wọn. Ẹ bá dẹ̀ ti ta fún ẹ ti ta fún ọ nìyẹn. Or kí Lagos State governor issue statement pé ẹni tó bá fẹ́ talẹ̀ ẹ̀ tó lówó gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì máa rà. Gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì lówó náà ṣèbí Lagos State lówó lọ́wọ́. Kí ló dé tí Lagos ò máa sọ pé gbogbo èèyàn ọmọ Lagos tẹ̀ fi ń talẹ̀ yìí fáwọn ọmọ Igbo? Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá ra property yẹn kára kúrò lọ́wọ́ yín kí Lagos wá rẹ́ǹtẹ̀ fáwọn Igbo. Ẹ wá gbé ilẹ̀ ẹ ta fún ọmọ Igbo. Ẹ wá ní pé wọ́n ra Lagos mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́. Born bastard. Ẹ ní sóríire kí lẹ́ ń talẹ̀ yín fún? Ẹ lẹ́ talẹ̀ náà. Ẹ wá náà fẹ́ gba Lagos mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́. Ẹ dẹ̀ lè lé wọn kúrò nínú Lagos State because we are still in Nigeria. British ò lè lé mi nísìnyí torí pé mo ti bímọ síbí mo dẹ̀ ti wà nígbà for 25 years. The worst case scenario ni pé wọ́n lè restrict me to some things. But wọ́n lè lé mi torí pé mo ní mo padà sí Nigeria. Kò dẹ́ ń ṣe torí Yorùbá nation mo ti ní mo padà 1998 mo sọ fún UK pé mo lọ sí ilé mọ́ lọ ṣe hold me for 14 years tó fún mi níbi ìwọ ọ̀dẹ̀ òmùgọ̀. Òfin lé àwọn Haúsá kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ wa nù Nàìjíríà orí òpè. Wọ́n ṣe máa wà lálábàrà gbó nìyẹn ẹ̀ lè lé wọn but a lè control wọn láti máa make sure pé wọ́n fi CCTV síbẹ̀ èyí tó bá kó bọ́n wọlé síbẹ̀ kó flush wọn jáde. And now that Tinubu is there kó kó bọ́n fún àwọn Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn ìbọn gidi kó wọnú igbó kó pa gbogbo wọn dànù kí wọ́n lè ráyé gbé òmùgọ̀ wèrè ibi ló ń bú ìwọ tó lè lọ sí Ìjẹ̀bú Òde látẹ̀kọ́ ní sí lọ sí Ìjẹ̀bú kó jí ẹgbẹ́ àmọ́ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sórí ẹ̀ born bastard. Èmi ìpínlẹ̀ máa gbà níbí ìbàpẹ̀ ládùúrà. Ethnic nationalism, also known as the ethno-nationalism, is a form of nationalism wherein the nation and the nationality are defined. Farabalẹ̀ kó gbọ́ bíbá òmùgọ̀. I'm a Nigerian called Nigerian Odoshi. Nigeria Oshiwo. We are just born in that messed up country that they changed the name. Britain ló change orúkọ yẹn ní 1914. Tó bá change orúkọ yẹn ní it will be Yoruba Kingdom. But they knew that our Yoruba were powerful. One more power wa. Power yẹn ni wọ́n ṣì fi máa lò nínú Nàìjíríà. Táyọ̀ fi dá. Ìwà lọ ń ṣoògùn. Ṣoògùn orúkọ náà fi ń make owó ni. Òfin lọ máa ṣoògùn. Ògùn kí ló ń ṣe? Mo sọ fún ẹ pé lọ sí Istanbul láàárọ̀ yìí nísìnyí tó bá láǹfààní àti débẹ̀. Kò lọ sí oníkíjìlẹ̀ mú ẹ lọ sí Grand Bazaar. I'm sure pé jìlẹ̀ ṣáà mọ̀ Grand Bazaar. 500,000 people ló wọ́ bẹ̀ lójoojúmọ́. Ó ní láti ṣoògùn. Wàá ra pẹ́ńsù, wàá ra gúgúrú lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Ẹ̀ ń fáwọn èèyàn, ẹ̀ ń fáwọn abẹ́ èèyàn. Wọ́n pààyàn sí ìwò nísìnyí ẹ lọ sórí àròlé òdòdó àti pílẹ̀ lẹ́ǹkan. Àròlé tẹ́ntẹ́n bó ti ń jẹ. So kí ló ń pè ní ethnic nationalism? Is because we are fighting as a Yoruba people. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, Tóbi wà lóyè, má dáhùn lóhùn. Wọ́n ní Nigeria is not a scam. Tó bá tún máa jẹ́ scam kọ́. Ẹ̀mí ọgbọ́n mọ̀mọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ wọn ní 99 years C of O official agreement. Kò jẹ́ kẹ́ talẹ̀ fẹ́ anybody ní Lagos State. Kò jẹ́ kẹ́ talẹ̀ fẹ́ anybody. Ẹni tó bá lówó tó dẹ̀ ní ìdánwò tó desperate torí pé lórí burúkú ni nonsense ó yẹ kí Lagos State Ọ̀yọ́ State gbogbo wọn kọ́ níbi tí wọ́n yẹ ẹ̀kọ́ ra wọ bẹ̀. A ní ilé ta fẹ́ tà ìyà ń jẹ wá kódà ẹ sì máa gbé níbẹ̀ bọ̀ àárà kúrò lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ wá máa san rẹ́ǹtì fún ẹ bá mọ̀ pé ẹ fẹ́ tà fáwọn ẹ̀yà tó kù ẹ wá talẹ̀ fáwọn yẹn àwọn yẹn lówó wọ́n bá fowó drọ́ọ̀gì ra bẹ̀ àwọn akọ mọ̀ síbẹ̀ ẹ wá ń bínú ẹ fi lọ́ọ́ máa jalè níbẹ̀ lòṣì olórí burúkú ṣé ìwọ náà ṣe lọ kọ́ bísínẹ́sì yẹn kó máa lọ jí or destroy the biggest printing hub l'Abuja wọ́n wo dànù pẹ̀lú gbogbo equipment wọn ogun máa ṣẹlẹ̀ níjọ́ kan ẹni ògùn kò ní sógun ó kù díẹ̀ ni ṣe mọ̀ fáwọn ọmọ Ìgbò yẹn ẹ mọ̀ fáwọn tẹ̀ lówó dáadáa bí wọ́n lówó ẹ̀kọ́ jí láàárọ̀ ọjọ́ kan ní gbàǹsìgbò sílẹ̀ kọ́ máa gbọ́ ni ẹnu orí ilé bá náà ni èmi náà sọ fún yín pé 72 hours journalist ni èmi ń bọ̀ nílé nìyẹn kò sí gbọdọ̀ wá documented pọ̀ ní sọ̀tàn ẹ̀ fún mi lẹ́yìn òdì. So kí ló ń pè ní ethnic nationalism farabalẹ̀ kó kọ́ sílẹ̀ screenshot ẹ̀ ìdí tá a ṣe ń jà lélẹ̀ èdè tá ṣe ń bínú lélẹ̀ we are nationalists ni wá tó bá sọ pé yẹn Yorùbá force bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ fún wọn pé yes but ó lè ṣe Yorùbá force nínú Nàìjíríà kò possible tó bá jẹ́ pé ibi tá ṣe ń lo regional government tí kò ń ṣe pé wọ́n lọ destroy ẹ̀ àti mọ tá a fẹ́ ṣe pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tó kù torí a máa ní sójà tiwa wèrè tó bá ń bọ̀ a ní kàn yìnbọn fọ́ lórí tó fi pé gbogbo èèyàn ní UK fẹ́ kó wọ̀ lóye UK fẹ́ kí everybody wọlé now especially when you are a criminal gbọ́dọ̀ dúró sínú inú ìlú ẹ̀ má wá sí bíbá. So when we say we are ethnic nationalism, also known as ethno-nationalism, kí ló mean? Is a form of nationalism wherein the nation, Nigeria is not a nation, okay? Yoruba is a nation, Igbo is a nation, Hausa is a nation, Kanuri is a nation, Edogun is a nation. Lẹ́dọ̀ bá náà wọ́n tẹ̀lé Yorùbá problem tí wọ́n nìyẹn. There can be a nation. Gbogbo island tí mò ń sọ lẹ́yìn kò tó 2 million. Where the nation and the nationality, tó bá sọ pé nationality àwọn èèyàn tó ń gbé nínú bẹ̀, I am a Nigerian. Ta ló sọ fún mi pé yóò Nigeria? Ṣé bàbá ẹ̀ ló sọ fún mi pé yé bàbá ẹ̀ gan-an máa ń pè Nigeria? Some of our parents don't know what is Nigeria. Àwọn náà bàbá tí wọ́n náà kọ́ bí wọn náà pẹ̀ pé wọ́n Nigeria ni. Táwọn parents wa kan fi kú ọmọ tó ń pè Nigeria, wọ́n kọ́ mọ̀ pé Nigeria ni wọ́n. But àwọn kan gbọ́ ìtàn lẹ́nu bàbá wọn, lẹ́nu ìyá wọn, pé ibì kan nílẹ̀ wa ti wà tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di bá àwọn aláwọ̀ funfun dé tó destroy it. With the emphasis, nationality are defined in terms of ethnicity, with the emphasis of an ethnocentric approach to various political issues. Now, mo fẹ́ link ẹ̀ mọ́ lẹ́tà tí bàbá kọ yìí. Ó níbi kan tí bàbá kọ tí mo ti kà nílẹ̀ torí ẹ mọ̀ pé tí bàbá ṣe ń ka lẹ́tà lójoojúmọ́ àbí statement wàá lè reference sí nǹkan tó bá ń kà. Bàbá sọ nǹkan kan nípa pé táwa Yorùbá bá dá dúró a lè ṣe nǹkan tíra wa. Lọ́kọ̀ sínú ilẹ̀ ní láti highlight ibẹ̀ yẹn so that màá mọ ìfẹ́ ìyá sọ fún mi pé ẹjọ́ kò kẹ́ farabalẹ̀ ká gbọ́n tájọ́ ń bọ̀ kí gbogbo wa lè tètè move kúrò nínú jágbajàgba ń bọ̀. Against this background, we Yoruba people remain firmly convinced of the sustainability of Nigeria and Okoshibari. Mo de gbọ́dọ̀ bọ́lá ń mọ ìfẹ́ pen yẹn sí I like pen ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí ni wọ́n ní kò wá organize bàbá ẹ̀ ní òníwà organize lórí burúkú somebody ṣé BBC ló gbé bíbá ṣé o mọ̀ pé interaction ní bíbá gbogbo yín lájọ́ ń ṣe program nǹkan comment kan wọ́n wọ́n ní why this guy not organize mo ní kò ní dá fún bàbá ẹ̀ ní kò níwà organize lórí burúkú somebody don't basta. Now mo fẹ́ ka bíbá yìí ìdí tí wọ́n pe bíbá ẹni sí pé approach to various political issues ṣé ní political issues ní Nàìjíríà ẹ fi pé torí pé Tinubu wà níbẹ̀ no ìbò ní kíni ẹ̀ tó wà kẹ́ ní ti move mouse mi ọ̀dà wọ́n lè lè fẹ́ highlight bíbá ẹni highlight débi láti bíbá débi ọ̀kẹ́ kàṣàṣọ. Now ẹ jẹ́ kí n ka bíbá fún yín ẹ mọ̀ pé mo ti ka bẹ̀ yẹn nísìn ẹ jẹ́ kí n wá ka page 6 nínú statement bàbá Akintoye. Therefore we Yoruba nation, because a kì í ṣe Nigeria, we are a nation. Ẹ mọ̀ pé a ti mọ meaning nationality àti nation àti di pé a fẹ́ ní political structure tiwa, which we are not interested in the political ẹgbọ́n ìyá mi ní kí n take it easy ọ̀dà máa take it easy ṣé gan ni ẹ jẹ́ àfipín yẹn sílẹ̀ díẹ̀ à take it easy àmọ́ mi ti bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ní take it easy. Therefore we Yoruba nation reaffirmed our decision to negotiate with the Nigeria the creation farabalẹ̀ gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ the creation àfẹ́ ṣe Nigeria tá a máa lọ ní ẹ kó ìkẹ́ lọ join APC kò ní dá fi ṣe pé ká lọ join ẹlòmíà ní kí n lọ join APC mo fẹ́ fi APC ṣe mo fẹ́ gba Yorùbá nation ká set up political structure tiwa náà àmọ́ tá a máa pè kò dẹ́ ṣe gbogbo aláma wà ní politics àwa media kan máa wà pẹ̀lú yín a máa monitor yín ẹ̀dẹ̀ máa sanwó fún wa pẹ̀lú sanwó fún CNN àti BBC. Therefore mo ṣàgbọ́ṣe yìí Mákindé ó ní AIT rep òun nígbà tó ń fi di governor the first time ìyẹn AIT wọ̀ gbowó lọ́wọ́ òun mo dẹ̀ mọ ọlọ́run mọ ètò máa fún AIT every month tí kò sí nínú record Nigeria. Therefore bàbá Akintoye ló sọ̀rọ̀ ní sí ní page 6. Therefore we Yoruba nation reaffirmed our decision to negotiate with Nigeria the creation of our own separate, autonomous, political and economic space outside the framework of the now illegitimate Nigeria. Highlighted in here. In terms of ethnicity, we emphasize on an ethnocentric approach to various political issues related to the national affirmation of a particular ethnic group. We are the ethnic group. Mr. Toby. We are the ethnic group inside Nigeria that is being marginalized today. So now, let's go further a little bit more. Conflict. In Northern Ireland, Tabasokwe Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. And in the northeast of the island of Ireland, that is variously described as a country, province, or region, Northern Ireland shares an open border to the south and the west. The Republic of Ireland in 2021, its population is 1.9. Northern Ireland today can discuss Lobai. Okay, passport index one number 5 Nimoso. Let's go back to it. Bubu Northern Ireland is 1.8 million. Currency one is pound sterling. Province one is Ulster. I'm not in dialing code which is plus 44, which is the same thing for the UK. But agreement to only the CLA was because of this problem. Problem arose some 30 years ago, and they were able to stop that problem after so much fighting. Latin 1960, ìwọ tó ní Yorùbá nation ti ń pẹ́ jù. Latin 1960, làwọn ilé tí ń jà kó tó di pé agreement wáyé ní 1998. Ẹ̀dá gbọ́, that's part of this video.
It wasn't what it is. And, it's going to need tender and open repair for a long time.
The Northern Ireland Assembly at Stormont has been unable to function for 40% of its lifespan due to disagreements between the sides. Most recently, the Executive Committee hasn't met since February 2022, discussed further in part by post-Brexit trading arrangements. While not suspended, no major decisions can be made. But despite many continuing challenges, optimism.
There will be challenges. We must also be optimistic. Yes, Duponitiri was a challenge in the Yoruba nation struggle. We cannot deny that. But we still have to be optimistic that we are still on the right track. Like I said, I know that everybody Yoruba nation declare. I know that the declaration to feel like at the country. At declare. Koiki rẹ̀ ti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀. Akílódé tí Koiki ó sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀. Àbí nǹkan kan ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ni. Nígbà tó wá realize pé ọmọ Fàbúrú ìyá ìgbéda ni o. Àwọn kan wá disagree pé no, declaration yẹn is declaration. Wọ́n ti ìyá ẹ̀dẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti declare lẹ́ẹ̀kan èèyàn kankan mo ní kò tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó náà ti declare lẹ́ẹ̀kan kò lè sí ẹ̀kan tó gbọ́dọ̀ tó declare mu. That is a fàdú. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré take call yìí before we go further. Hello caller.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Okay. I think it's from my own end. Oti break. Let's make that call back because Oti break. Phone here. Olonse sege. Everyone's okay.
Hello.
I'm going.
Yeah, I appreciate. And it's only where Nigeria is not a scam where Oloje can call it.
No, only Nigeria is a scam. Because Nigeria is not a scam. Only Nigeria is a scam.
Okay. Because gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun tí bàbá sọ, I'm so.
All right. I think it's my WhatsApp that is playing out this morning. It's got too much files on it. Instagram, no man, but too much space. So maybe I should remove this Instagram for now. Let me uninstall the Instagram on it so that I'll feel pressure and select there. But it just, this phone's call only capacity to strong. Let's hope it's my hold this. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay. Now, man, what video you man send see man control sorrow explain Nipa subsidy only 1 year.
Oh yeah, I've watched it already. I've seen it already. So we're gonna play that video later on in the program. I've seen it already.
Only for the past 8 years, only was on subsidy.
So I'm all want some phone tons upon some subsidy. That's a question that we need to ask. She's Bishop to learn. There might be no right, so I don't know what's going on with the there's just too much the break of the let's say delete the apps come there. Go ahead, Bishop.
Yeah. So I want no one some subsidy. Subsidy will not want you again, right? Nigeria is a big scam,
Very big one.
For the past 8 years, because I think I can talk about subsidy, once he accept, because since the time of Yaradua have issued the letter and subsidy have been removed. So, Tobanche project don't subsidize it.
All right, we're having issue with the phone this morning. Not too sure why. It could be the load on the phone and all that. There might be it could be the load let's say. So Olonja come and disconnect. But let's reduce a little bit of the number. Bishop eject to because pictures, images, just too much. So let me delete some again. Moving the files to trash. Only could conversation go stable. Alright. I got to pick a be my stable again. Go ahead. Apology to all our listeners. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. So now that they now remove, I just see that it's a systematic way of inflating price of fuel. That does it. That no any subsidy or anything, they're not paying anybody. You don't want to inflate price to make more money, and they are destroying the land.
Yeah, definitely there's a problem with the phone this morning. So I don't know. Anyway, Bishop, we're having problem with the phone this morning. That is why there's the cutting and cutting. Everybody wants to send message, everybody wants to call it. Hello, caller, go. Okay.
Yeah. Outrageous from 180 to 500 and something. But when you come on money, the government back with price price the economy physically. Lánàá, ọba yẹn ra epo lójú wa, ó ní 700 per litre náà ta fóun yẹn. 700 per litre. Ó rí epo mẹ́ta within one single road. Kó tó débi tó ń lọ. Is that a country? Wó tó.
Alright. So I just can't calls and say I don't know. There's a problem with this phone. We might have to upgrade the phone later so that it can be able to work in accordance. My officer why did Onitiri declare without the support of Professor Akintoye? The professor knew in advance. Talumba sort of let to declare. Nobody knew what she wanted to do. She was planning whatever she was planning without any consultation with anybody. So, professor is not aware of any, intention of her to declare, and that is not a declaration. All they've done is just a shenanigan by putting, America, France, because Baba kan pè mí na láti Èkìtì ó ní wọ́n promise òun lówó fún bí amọ́tò àbí ìkọ̀ọ̀kan padà fún òun lówó yẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ ní kóun lọ declare. So that is not a declaration. All she has done is just a diversion. So let's come back into the conversation. We've talked about a little bit about the Northern Ireland and how they got to where they are, which is the last part of this video.
Whatever the problems in Northern Ireland, what people should never forget, it's a well better from where it was. And if we exercise common sense and realism today, we can keep the peace intact.
So are they going to keep the peace intact? Tony Blair, ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí nísìn. Now, ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sí Hillary Clinton. This was in April, 25 years after the Good Friday Agreement.
Yes, let's give them all a round of applause. As you know, because this hall has been filled and so many have been watching on live stream, I've heard from people literally from the United States to Singapore.
Èèyàn ló fẹ́ wá address nísìnyí kò wá sínú òkùnkùn kò wá address kò ní kó cover schedule ṣe obìnrin kọ́ lélẹ̀. Ìyá yẹn á fẹ́ address yìí á máa cover ojú ẹ̀. Ṣé o eléyìí tó wá address nísìnyí kò ṣe ní kó wà nínú yàrá kan kó máa address yìí. I don't think some people even understand, how things works in the international world.
We've heard from the architects of the Good Friday Agreement about the challenges they encountered and the solutions they built. We've had a chance to reflect on what has been achieved and to really honor all of the citizens of Northern Ireland who made the peace possible. We also recognize the impact of those who often go unrecognized, the many women of Northern Ireland who were crucial to the agreement's inception and its longevity. And on the second day, we discussed how to renew the commitment to peace and...
The new commitment to peace is Bola Tinubu going to sit with us so that the peace that we have been campaigning for will continue, because we never did anything that led to trying to kill Igboho by a Fulani former president. Is he going to also do a similar thing, or is he going to sit down with us in negotiating the Yoruba future in Nigeria? Àwọn ọba ní láti agree pẹ̀lú ntafẹ́, doesn't matter. But it's not about them, it's about the future of we, the Yoruba people. The future is what they are discussing here now, 25 years after the peace agreement. And I'm giving you the background of that peace agreement, which is here. What led to that peace agreement on the 10th of April 1998 that ended most of the violence of the troubles and the ethno-nationalist conflict in the Northern Ireland that had prevailed since the late 1960s. At 1960, ìjà yẹn ti ń bọ̀. Kò ń ṣe pé ìjà tó ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ lánàá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyá mi comfort lọ́la ní this woman compare with our stupid woman Òmìnira. Onítìrí was sent and commanded by the Fulani politician. Mukia Greg. Muki Baba Abimbola, Kamel Ahmed Muki. So what we are looking at today is the international perspective of the statement of Baba Akintoye, which I have been reviewing in the last few days, and like I said, that is going to be, the major conversation on the koikimedia as we then link it with other things around the world. We've talked about the velvet divorce. The velvet divorce that happened in the Czechoslovakia is still possible in this today Yoruba negotiation with Nigeria. There's no way you're not going to negotiate with the government. The government that is in power, you will negotiate with them. And if that negotiation doesn't work, then you might end up seeing what you saw or what you have been reading about the history of the IRA. They were called terrorists, they were called all kinds of names, but eventually they are working together, with the current people, power sharing and all that, which is why this topic and this conversation that Queen's University Belfast held the 25 years peace agreement. The Yorubas have also been asking for a peaceful agreement. Peaceful agreement. Recap as Bill and Hillary Clinton joined Tony Blair and Bertie Ham for Belfast Good Friday Agreement Conference. It is a 3-day event. It's being held at the Queen's University Belfast to mark 25th or 25th anniversary of the Good Friday. Former US President Bill Clinton, the ex-British Prime Minister Tony Blair, the former Taoiseach Bertie, hand have joined a major conference in Belfast to mark 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. They took part in a panel discussion that was chaired by the former U.S. Secretary Hillary Clinton, who is hosting the 3-day Queen's University event in her role as a chancellor. Earlier, George Mitchell would chair the talks, which led to the 1998 peaceful deal. Are we going to see a peaceful deal in 2023 between the Yoruba people and Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Are we going to see the peaceful deal between the Yoruba people and the government of Tinubu in the next 4 years? Let's remind ourselves, peace is always the best option. But that peace doesn't happen, then there will be gas woes that will lead to peace later on as well. But you have to try everything. You have to put everything on the table. A bust of the former U.S. Senator was unveiled in the grounds of the university as part of the agreement. Mrs. Hillary Clinton encouraged politicians to move forward with the same spirit of the unstoppable grit and resolve that brought the peace 25 years ago. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and Leo Varadkar are due to attend later as well. The Good Friday Agreement largely ended Northern Ireland 30 years sectarian conflict. The Fulanis have been marginalizing us, they've been killing us for only God knows how long. They are not just killing you in the forest, they're also killing you economic-wise. As the trouble, which claimed more than 3,600 lives, are their lives much better than the 29,000 Yoruba people that have been killed? Let me take you to what Baba Akintoye said when it comes to how many Yoruba people have perished in the hands of these monsters. And it goes like this. The Yoruba have lost an estimated 29,000 people of people to this rampage. Do you know what that means? I mean, imagine a 30-year war, only 3,600 people died. I don't think some of you understand what it means by life. Ní 30 years, what's up with only 3,600? Well, I don't even have to use it only because they're human beings. But Lord Otiwa, in the 8 years of President Buhari, 29,000 people have died. And people think it's nothing. I don't get it. 30 years of Ijagui, only 3,600 lives were lost. But Buhari was there for 8 years and 29,000 people. Only 30 years, Buhari for okay, Mr. Olami. So when we are here now saying to the people, let us leave Nigeria, this is not a country anymore. This country is holding you backwards. And this country is not going to move forward. So I'm going to close that. I think I should close this because I don't need this one as well. So we've been able to get the understanding of the Good Friday. To Bagbori, at least you now know what led to the Good Friday. Ogun Kondo Shele for 30 years. Go to the peace agreements. Let's hear a little bit from Hillary. Then I'm going to move a little bit to what Bill Clinton said as well.
Professors and administrators here at Queen's whose hard work made this conference such a success. And yes, let's give them all a round of applause. As you know, because this hall has been filled and so many have been watching on live stream, I've heard from people literally from the United States to Singapore. We've heard from the architects of the Good Friday Agreement about the challenges they encountered and the solutions they built. We've had a chance to reflect on what has been achieved and to really honor all of the citizens of Northern Ireland who made the peace possible. We also recognize the impact of those who often go unrecognized, the many women of Northern Ireland who were crucial to the agreement's inception and its longevity. And on the second day, we discussed how to renew the commitment to peace and prosperity that was committed to 25 years ago. And now, on this last day, the work to reimagine the future of Northern Ireland is front and center. I just came from the very first shared campus in Northern Ireland at an incredible setting in Limavady, where the St. Mary's Catholic High School and the local high school are working together, where Catholic and Protestant principals, teachers, and students are learning side by side, playing sports, sharing ideas, and building that shared community that we all hope to see across the deep divides. I also was...
So I'm not going to borrow so much with these, take that word, the deep divide. Nigeria is so divided that it does not matter how much, you might try to. So we're going to move quickly to Bill Clinton speaking during the course of this event as well. My name is OLAMILEKAN. You're watching a live transmission. Let's hear from now the former president of the United States of America, Bill Clinton.
Please welcome to the stage the 42nd President of the United States, William Jefferson Clinton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have been here so long that I am allowably informed that I will owe taxes if I'm not gone in 48 hours. Mr. Prime Minister Taoiseach, I got to hear President von der Leyen, all distinguished guests, and thank you, Bertie Ahern, for sitting through one more talk of mine. And to all of you, I have loved this. I've watched a lot of your panels at these last 2-day meetings on live stream, and then I've had unique access to your chancellor to get a daily report on what happened. I thank her and Vice Chancellor Greer and all the people here at Queen's for making us all so welcome. In many ways, students I've seen here and the faculty are a metaphor for the future we hope to see in Northern Ireland, with people of all backgrounds from all around the world living and working together. I must say, I heard the panel in which the representative from the Alliance Party got off, I thought, the best one-liner I'd heard about the purpose of government. They do, after all, hire us to do jobs. So I would ask you to indulge my attempt to downgrade the rhetoric and upgrade the reason. I would
upgrade the reasons. The reason why the Yoruba wants to go is what we are doing every day. Because if we don't talk about the reasons, people just think we are here on the social media. You can say that, this man, for the second president of the United States of America, is a very, very intelligent man. He was part of those that fought hard for that peace. But remind ourselves that there's a video that we normally play, that if care is not taken, the same peace that they found in this part of the world called the Northern Ireland, Bill Clinton remind us as well that if we don't find peace in Nigeria, we hope this doesn't happen. Let's hear from him from another video, which is not this one.
But our memory includes the notion that your greatest days were under Ivan, Peter the Great, and Catherine the Great. In other words, when you could control your neighbors. And people don't want to be
controlled. People don't want to be controlled anymore. That is the reason why they have to find peace in Northern Ireland. So those of you that are saying that, we can't let everybody live. No. There will not be peace in Nigeria. And they must find a diplomatic way to negotiate with those that disagree with Nigeria. Just as the Northern Ireland, those that disagree with the British view, they wanted to have their own self-controlled government. And that was why they led these peace agreement in 1998, 10th of April. So in terms of could break up, Bola Tinubu is there. Forget about it, Bola Tinubu is only there for 8 years. Bola Tinubu is there or is not there. The Yoruba people say there will not be peace in Nigeria until we come together, because nobody doesn't want to control. You can't control people. Is that not what Bill Clinton says here? They want us now.
You control your neighbors. And people don't want to be controlled.
People don't want to be controlled. You can't control us and say we have to be forced to live together. Live together like how? Torikini. You can't control the people. This is Bill Clinton saying that himself in an interview he granted, sometime last year. But it went further a little bit. Let's listen to that.
They want to be free to chart their own course.
People want to be free to chart their own course. What we are doing is we want to be free. We don't want to be in danger in Nigeria anymore. Where I traveled and where you from, Nigeria? Oh, where are you from? Yoruba Nation, Oduduwa Republic. Some are even confused that it has to be one name now. Or now, let's first get the hell out of Nigeria. We come to the round tables together. We decide whether we call it Yoruba Nation or Oduduwa Republic or whatever we want to call it. The most important thing is get the hell out of Nigeria, because people want to chart their own course. People want to be free. That is what we are asking for. You might not like that, but the world says we have the right. And maybe I should just remind you that we are not the only one that is asking for this same right. Do you know that the same right that we're asking for is what these are asking for as well? Watch this.
Other countries were refused at first, but we have to remember, and this is a really important point, that self-determination is an inalienable international right and a law as well. And other countries will recognise Scotland's democratic choice expressed at the ballot box. They will recognise that, because that is the route that many other countries have taken in order to become independent.
That is the other route. So the route that we are saying to Tinubu now is, listen to this letter, let's negotiate, and let's start talking about the exit of the Yoruba people from Nigeria. It is our right. Some countries have done it before. So we are not the only one that have said that we want to be, live in a country that we have all lived together. There's no unity among us. The unity is destroyed long time ago. The hatred is there. Nobody likes each other. We're all living in denial. And let me go back to what Baba Akintoye said, going from page 4 straight into page 5. But, okay, let me even start from the top. But these are not all that the Yoruba people have suffered in Nigeria ever intensified. The cauldron of inter-people's hatred. Cauldron of inter-people's hatred. We hate each other that we don't want to live together. The hatred is there. Under a system of a limited self-government and federalism in the decade preceding Nigeria's independence in 1960, we Yoruba have achieved greater development and modernization that has literally taken us backwards. Let's go back to Scotland again.
And just to make that point, that international law is very pragmatic on that point. So we should have confidence.
International law knows that our right to self-determination will be respected by the current government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It does not matter whether it's a Yoruba man or not. We will continue our engagement. We will continue as whatever the right thing to do under the international law. And that is why it has not been violent. It has never been violent in the last 2 years. But in Ireland, it was very, very violent. There was blood all over the place. There were bombing all over the place. And that is why they had to come into a peace agreement so that they will stop all that nonsense. So the question then is, why should we remain in Nigeria? Why should I be called a Nigerian when there's another country that can be called, and that country has its own territorial land known as the Yoruba land? Oh, because of the selfish bastard of some of the Yoruba politicians that are so selfish that they cannot think out of their house. This is why it is called self-determination. And let's come back to listen a little bit more to the final part of what Bill Clinton was saying.
But our historic memory includes the notion that your greatest days were under Ivan, Peter the Great, and Catherine the Great. In other words, when you could control your neighbors. And people don't want to be controlled anymore. They want to be free to chart their own course. I'll never forget the first time a man with impeccable military credentials, the warden of Rhodes House, who was Admiral of Viscount Montgomery's aide de camp in World War II, said, you know, you're going to have to leave Vietnam for the same reason we had to leave Nigeria. We left.
The same reason they left Nigeria. They left Nigeria because they realized that, they realized what?
Nigeria, it was a horrible war.
It was an horrible war. So the war that they avoided in Northern Ireland after 30 years that Bill Clinton is speaking here, they must now also allow Nigeria to dissolve.
In Derry yesterday with Mark Durkin and others, and I'm emotionally spent. But to me, all of this comes down to a pretty simple question. What is the meaning of this peace agreement lasting for 25 years? And what should happen in the next 25 years?
What is going to happen in the next 25 years of Nigeria if we do not resolve this problem now? Tinubu will not be your president in 25 years, Omugo. Those of you that are disagreeing with us, good morning to you, my brother, the real non. Tinubu will not be your president in the next 25 years. Should we remain Nigeria? Or should Nigerian thinking that after the two more election, because Tinubu is running 8 years, then there will be another 8 years from the north, do you think that you allow the Igbo people to become the next president? Are they going to rotate it? Or are they going to come out and say, no, we'll keep it in the north? Are you not thinking, I think with 25 years is too long. These 25 years that they're talking here started in 1998. I told you it's almost the same time I've lived in this country. So, you don't because before you know and wake up, bam, 25 years is gone. Tinubu, I pray for his good health, but at the end of the day, it will just be a Yoruba elder statesman that will never be like, we still struggle continue. So you want us to remain like that, where these men cannot come out fully and say that our Yoruba, we've done enough with Nigeria, time to go. Because Prof Adebanji Akintoye, 95 years old, still talking about struggle continue in Nigeria. But Bill Clinton is now asking the question. This event that was in April, just some 2 months ago, discussing the Good Friday Agreement, the 30 years old UK near our Northern Ireland. Where àwọn fi dá dúró, àwọn fi ṣe pẹ̀lú wọn. A sì lè jọ rẹ̀, a sì lè jọ ní neighbor, a sì lè máa jọ náwó kan náà, but àjọ fi ṣe papọ̀. Let's go back.
I can tell you it's a different place than it was in 1995 when I first came here, but then it was a big deal that
he came here in 1995. So, nothing will last forever. Forever, but we have to talk about the future, the future. And let me just buttress that, Kakobodi and Koti Baba Akintoye is on the ṣé Baba Akintoye mọ̀ ju Bill Clinton lọ ni? Ṣé Bill Clinton ló jẹ́ máa wá sọ fún wa pé ká lọ gbalẹ̀ wa nígbà táwa ti ní bàbá tó ń sọ fún wa pé a fẹ́ gbalẹ̀? Let's listen to him.
Ọlọ́pàá dẹ̀ wá lóòótọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀
wọnú ilé wọn bẹ̀ sí táàgì yàrá wọn táàgì kíchìn wọn táàgì ìkan lára àwọn senators wọn ní ìyàwó ẹ̀yà àwọn ìyá tó bí òun wà ní ọ̀dọ́ níjọ́ yẹn tó sì tó wà ní yàrá kan òun sọ pé ìyá wa bẹ wọn jẹ káàró ìjà wọn sílẹ̀ gbẹ wọn méjì wọn wo wá bẹ́ẹ̀ dìde pé màmá wà wọn wá bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn ṣe gbogbo. Yes, that's how Nigeria is being governed. Anybody tó bá rò pé àwọn Fúlàní yẹn kéré ìrọ everything they do is guided by the marabouts. Everything they do towards Nigeria is guided. Táwọn bá pé eléyìí àwọn Nàìjíríà fi máa wò táwọn máa fi yà jẹ wọn tó jẹ́ pé in other countries tó bá ṣe irú ẹ̀ ráàdì àti ṣẹlẹ̀ nítorí kankan ìlú àti dàrú kankan rárá o àwa Nàìjíríà máa wò ní ara nǹkan tí àwọn márùn tó ṣe fún wọn nìyẹn.
Bàbá wa ó la wá ti rí ó ní Yorùbá ti rí èdè yẹn àṣà yẹn lọ́dẹ̀ gbé sínú ọmọ.
Bọ́ díẹ̀. So ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá túra wọn wá òkú ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ń jà fún wọn.
Ṣé gbọ́ kàyé bàjẹ́ à ń jà fáwọn kan wọ́n ní ẹ pé kí là ń jà fún pé kí n lọ ṣọ́tọ̀ kí n lọ wáṣẹ́ ẹ ṣe gan ni ìdèrè náà ẹ̀gbọ́n mi wọ́n ní that is what I've been saying what would happen after Tinubu's 8 years tenure àṣìmáṣe Nàìjíríà náà lọ́nà ni Tinubu wa ká lọ jókòó sí backseat ádàbí àwọn bàbá Adébánjọ àti bàbá Fáṣọ̀rántì àwa máa pè ní elders ṣé aṣíwájú rẹ̀ pè ní sìn by that time Tinubu will be 87 years old àwa máa pè ní elder statesman Jagaban ajókòó sínú palace ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ àwa máa sọ wọn pé ká máa try pé ìgbà ló máa mọ̀ pé òun fi kọ̀wé kan or even kan lè jáde gbà kó tún máa sọ pé àwọn bàdẹ̀ tó wá break ẹ̀ German 30 years religion war 30 years island Black Friday truce ṣé bàbá Akintoye ò mọ̀jú Bill Clinton lọ ọ mọ̀jú lọ náà bọ̀ṣẹ́ Bill Clinton ò mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà wọ̀ ọmọ náà ṣe bọ́n ló sọ nínú ìsàlẹ̀ yẹn pé ogun tó jà ní Biafra they have to leave because people want to chart their own course àwọn èèyàn fi dá dúró wọ̀ fi ṣe ìlú tí ẹ fi force wọn pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yà gbọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ nínú nǹkan tí bàbá ń sọ níbí báyìí.
ara kan tí irú àwọn Fúlàní táwọn aráàlú tó a máa ṣe pé Akintoye lè kọ́ mọ̀ popular láàrin àwọn tó lòun jà fún ìyàn.
ẹ gbọ́ is that not what they are doing? ẹ fi pé Yorùbá nìkan ló ń bá wa jà ní spiritual wise they are fighting us back to back ìbẹ́ nǹkan jókòó nínú comfort zone nílẹ̀ comment àwa làwọn ọmọ tá à ń fara gbá àwa làwọn ọmọ tá à ń fara kó ẹ mọ tí bàbá yẹn fara kó ni ẹ mọ tí bàbá yẹn fara gbá ni ọlọ́run tó bàbá ọlọ́rẹ̀ ni bàbá yẹn at 88 ṣé ó kẹ́ ẹ ṣe ń tó kí Bill Clinton wá sọ fún yín pé ẹ lọ gba country yín so bàbá ṣé Bill Clinton ló máa sọ fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá pé so àwọn èèyàn sì ń dọ́kọ́ òyìnbó jáde kó sọ pé ẹ lọ gba country yín o wọ́n bàbá ń jáde pé tá a bá gba country wa we will not be where we have to be as Yoruba people ẹgbọ́n kan tí bàbá kọ sínú lẹ́tà èkì tó ka díẹ̀ nínú ẹ̀ under a system of a limited self-government and federalism in the decade preceding Nigeria's independence in 1960 we àwa ọmọ Yorùbá àwa we tó bá sọ pé we àwa Ọkọya Fọláyan good morning àwa mo kẹ́yìn tẹ́wà lórí mixella mo tẹ̀ kódà àwọn reference yín lábẹ́ ìránṣà wàhálà ẹ̀ ṣé èdè Fúlàní fẹ́ mú mi mọ́lẹ̀ ni comrade plan B aláwọ bàbá kábíyèsí Elédùmarè má ti gba ẹgbẹ́ wa mẹ́rin ṣá kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín thank you so much ẹ má bínú látẹ̀kàn ara marabọ́ọ̀tì náà nìyẹn o wọ́n bàbá ní we Yorùbá have achieved such great development and modernization and I have a video to back that ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́n tí fídíò yìí sọ. Watch this.
Impediment to Yoruba development is the impediment to Yoruba development. Without Nigeria, we won't be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of.
Ìṣòro ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n dáadáa, ẹ̀gbọ́n alálùbáríkà, mo ti yọ ti Bill Clinton yẹn kúrò. Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi comrade George Akinola sọ níbẹ̀ yẹn. 1960 tí bàbá reference ní bíbá. We are far ahead of South Korea. Ẹ ti bàbá àwọn ọmọ ọ̀rẹ́ mi ti fi tẹrí ní South Korea ó dàbí ní méjì wọn ṣe wà ní bíbá yìí. Ẹ̀rọ táwọn girls yẹn àwọn fine girls yẹn tó bá yẹ pé mo tí màá rí ni Ọlọ́run máa lé kan nínú wọn mú máa make sure pé mo fẹ́ mo fún lóyún. bóyá wọ́n máa fún mi ní passport wọn mọ̀ wá mọ̀ torí mo mọ̀ bí wọ́n máa fún àwọn èèyàn ní passport lọ́dọ̀ wọn ẹ̀rọ táwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó bá yẹ pé mo tí màá rí tí mo wà lọ́dọ̀ tó bá yẹ pé mo mọ̀ pé nígbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ dé lóyún 1998 mi irú àwọn eléyìí nìbá máa wá máa fún ọ lóyún máa kì mọ́lẹ̀ máa fún lóyún màá dẹ̀ ní kó jẹ́ kájọ máa lọ sílùú ẹ̀ nígbà tí bá fún lóyún tán a máa rí bọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ fún mi ní British passport tìlú wọn wàá mọ̀ pé mo wàá recognize mi màá mọ̀ tí máa ṣe wọ́n ti wá sílùú ìkànṣe lè ní ìbọn àwọn ilé ìdísìn they are 20 years old wọ́n náà wọ́n travel gbogbo ilé ṣàwọ̀ fídíò ẹ̀ tí mo ṣe níjọ́ náà wọ́n. Is that not the same thing tí George Akínọlá sọ ní bíbá tí kò ní pé mo ti gbé fídíò George Akínọlá yẹn lọ ok ó ti máa jáde máa tún dá padà. Is that not what we are saying to our people? A ní kẹ́ ṣe sùúrù ká push the diplomatic the negotiation. Yes, advantage ló jẹ́ pé Tinubu ló wà níbẹ̀ nísìn Buhari ò ní dá wa lóhùn lórí burúkú ni Prince Adékúnlé mo kí K-Money mo kí ẹ mo kí wẹ́n ti Libya àwa jókòó síbẹ̀ èmi á máa ṣe gbogbo máa link gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ yìí èèyàn kan kọ̀ dé kó sọ pé o ti gba country fún yín kò dẹ̀ kò fún yín ní any presentation kankan kí òmùgọ̀ níyìn ni ẹ̀ ń ṣọ̀dẹ̀ náà níbi tí ayé dé nísìn tí mò ń connect ogun tí mò ń connect Hillary Clinton gan sọ pé social media wọ́n wọ àwọn oníkan táwọn ṣe níná ní Belfast ní April Hillary Clinton ò ṣe wà lábẹ́ shed kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀ kó wá máa sọ̀rọ̀ èmi ni Hillary Clinton ṣẹ́mu tó ń lọ òmùgọ̀ níyìn ni ọ̀dẹ̀ níyìn ni ẹ̀ ń ṣọ̀dẹ̀ náà yes a fẹ́ gba country lóòótọ́ but ó ní way tẹ́ máa fi confirm pé country lóòótọ́ ó ti wà in existence and if anybody is telling you that a country called Yoruba nation is in existence àtẹni tó sọ àtẹni tó ń think like that orí gbogbo yín ti gbà orí yín ti gbálẹ̀ ìṣó ti wọnú etí yín níbo ló ti register ṣé lórí Google ló ti register àbí lórí www.iretiodo.org wọ́n bèrè ni o ìwọ wálé àlè olójú kòròkòrò ìbí London ìwọ wà olójú kòròkòrò adàgbò ṣe kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yọ̀ ọ̀dà kọ̀ọ̀kan mọ̀ tiẹ̀ ṣèbí ìjìnlẹ̀ tó ń pariwo ṣèbí wọ́n ṣe gba gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì lọ́dọ̀ wọn nísìnyí ṣèbí Erdogan ti ṣe ó ti another 5 years ni bàbá yẹn máa lò Amẹ́ríkà ọ̀fẹ́ kó débẹ̀ mọ́ ẹ̀yin ọ̀dẹ̀ àgbàlagbà náà tá à ń sọ fún pé kẹ́ ṣe sùúrù ọ̀dẹ̀ níyì because ẹ̀ understand ṣèbí tẹ́bàtẹ̀ wà Nàìjíríà kan sẹ̀ tó ń sọ fún yín pé wọ́n ti gba country ṣé ẹ rí visibility yẹn tí Tinubu ti rán gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì lọ àìfẹ́ mọ̀ pé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì rán lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ràn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ náà ẹ dẹ̀ fi negotiate pẹ̀lú gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì yẹn ẹ wá fi pé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ń jáde ó dà pé tí ń sinwin ẹ ti wà ní another mental kòló ẹ fi gbé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì jáde tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì kan ràn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ẹ wá expect èmi Ọláyọmí Koikimedia kí wọ́n endorse rubbish yẹn nítorí tẹ́tẹ́ bà kò ní dáa fún gbogbo yín torí £10 £20 £200 ẹ̀ ń fún mi ogun lákàyè máa wọlé pààyàn ni èmi wá jẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí stupid man tí eléyìí olórí burúkú ẹ bá jẹ́ stupid èmi wá stupid bí òun tẹ́lẹ̀ bá stupid tí mo dẹ̀ rí bàbá yìí tí bàbá yẹn sọ fún mi pé Koiki mo ti bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ lẹ́tà sí Tinubu ìwọ máa bá mi ṣe analysis ẹ̀ sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé ọ̀nà báyìí la fẹ́ lò mo mọ̀ pé ó ní o fẹ́ jà mo mọ̀ tí mo sọ fún bàbá yẹn náà pé máì tí ọ̀rọ̀ jíjà yẹn ṣì máa mú sábẹ́ ìyá àṣì kọ́kọ́ exhaust gbogbo tàbí exhaust tán tẹ̀pí pé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì nílé bá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì jà but n tó ń pe kí ní gorilla warfare wọ́n bí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì náà dálágbà ìgbà táwọn akọ́ blow bridge méjì tá a fọ́ bridge mọ́lẹ̀ tí truck kankan lọ anywhere àbí ká kóra wa síta ní thousands wọn náà fi ń pawó ni ṣẹ́yìn ẹ̀yin ò gbọ́ pé protest ṣẹlẹ̀ ní in the past ní Prague ní 1948 làwọn èèyàn ti ń protest ẹ̀yin olórí burúkú wọ́n fi protest ìgbowó ni olùṣíwálé àdì born bastard àná àwórí kọ́ mọ́rí ni ẹ̀yin wèrè ẹ̀ ń confuse àwọn èèyàn ṣé ìwọlé sọ pé bí UK ṣe operate in terms of structure ní tẹ́yìn sọ yẹn tẹ́yìn ṣe yẹn tẹ́yìn deceive àwọn èèyàn tẹ́yìn dá social media space láàmú. à ń sọ fún gbogbo wa pé ó ní systematic way tá bá shut down airport láàárọ̀ yìí nísìnyí tí flight kankan move sínú airport ní Muritala Mohammed airport within 1 minute flight data máa gbé tí ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn tó ń pè flight data lọ sórí Twitter gbogbo flight tó ń lọ ní gbogbo àgbáyé ló ń monitor wọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ béèrè pé kí ló dé tí flight ò land sí Murtala Mohammed Airport wọ́n náà àwọn Yorùbá nation kò ń ṣe olórí burúkú òmìnira o wọ́n náà àwọn Yorùbá nation protest and bínú pé àwọn fẹ́ gba country wọn wọlé jẹ́ kí plane kò land that sent a trigger but àìtí dé stage yẹn akọ́kọ́ fẹ́ negotiate pẹ̀lú new government tó wọlé èèyàn jẹ wọn náà gba country bí apá abúlé gbà sí lórí orí omi lẹ́gbàá sí àbí orí Google sórí Google lẹ́gbàá sí from bastard ṣe ilé ilẹ̀ máa fẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ compare ilé pẹ̀lú bàbá Akintoye ẹ fẹ́ compare ilé ìyá burúkú yìí ìyá òṣì yìí ìyá bomb bastard olórí burúkú ẹ fẹ́ compare pẹ̀lú bàbá Akintoye 1974 or 78 kan ni mo kà ní wọ́n ní bàbá ti draft the sketch of the history of Yorùbá olórí burúkú ẹ ọkọ̀ tó dókó títí òun kọ́ ló bá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá jẹ́ ìyẹn MKO Abiola bomb bastard àkútúkọ̀ ẹ̀ lọ́rùn ìdá fún gbogbo yín. Let's continue gbọ́n kan tí bàbá sọ ní bíbá wọ́n fi pa bàbá yẹn ni wọ́n lò ṣe.
Ebi ara ibi tí ó ti wá nìyẹn ara ibi tó ti wá nìyẹn ká tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ Yorùbá máa dìde ká máa denounce Akintoye ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọlọ́pàá.
Is that not what she wanted to do? To destroy the integrity of this man. Wọ́n náà ti ṣe politics rí ó ti dalẹ̀ ru olórí burúkú jẹ̀rídà àbí kí nìyẹn jẹ́ olùsì born bastard oníjókòó síta Italy wá jẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú jáde sí títì kó sọ fún ọkọ̀ tí gba Yorùbá nation ọmọ àti ẹ̀mọ́ lé ní Italy yẹn ni ilé ọmọ àti ẹ̀mọ́ nulẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ fàbúyà wèrè ọmọ business tí Italy ṣe pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà ni. Do you know the resources that Italy is buying from Nigeria? Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀lé wo ẹ̀yin ọ̀dẹ̀ ẹ̀yin òun gọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sóyè sí ká lọ wo kí ní Italy bá Nàìjíríà ṣe in terms of owó ìwọ jáde kó sọ pé Nàìjíríà ó ti break ẹ jẹ́ kí lọ wo Italy dà níbí báyìí Italy ń ra epo lọ́wọ́ Nàìjíríà to the tune of 1.89 billion olùsírí wèrè bomb bastard Wálé Alábí kí ló pe rẹ̀ ó ní òun ti gba Yorùbá country ṣé o rò pé Italy máa jẹ́ kó gba Yorùbá country ìwọ jáde nínú zone ẹ̀ kó sọ pé ó ti gba Yorùbá nation inú ilé lọ́ọ́ máa tiẹ̀ mọ́ òní lè jáde mọ́ láti wá sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́sọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀ ń confuse àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀dá wà là ń confuse àwọn èèyàn ṣé mi mò ń confuse àwọn èèyàn ẹ lọ wo fídíò ẹ̀ tó bá ti wò that is a messed up country I'm sure some of you have máa kọ́ play snip ẹ̀ ni I'm not gonna play a lot ẹ̀ tó bá ti rí ẹ lọ sórí refresh Nigeria àwọn tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lè ṣe fẹ́ Nigeria wọ́n jẹ́ àgbọ̀n kò tó sọ níbí báyìí yọ advert yẹn kúrò náà wọ́n ní kẹ́ ṣe sùúrù ẹ̀ ní pé ẹ̀yà ìjà àgbọ̀n kò tó lè sọ.
Home video. But this is not the time for it. If we allow these things that are happening concerning the fuel subsidy removal, if we allow them to continue, very soon you won't have money to watch home video. You won't have money to buy data. To watch comedy skit. You won't have much politics for them. No. That is what brought us to this mess that we are in. And if we're going to get ourselves out of it, all of us have to pay attention to what is happening concerning this fuel subsidy thing. A lot of lies have been told to us by NNPC.
Sọ̀rọ̀ sókè. Bá ti pọ̀ jù. Ìjọba ẹ̀ ti ń sanwó fún òun náà ní anyway, so a lè blame you. Sọ̀rọ̀ sókè.
Slow this. Because considering that the meeting between Labour and
ẹjọ́ ti pọ̀ jù.
There is no fuel subsidy. We have been lied to this past 8 years under Buhari, under the guise of direct sales, direct purchase. They have been making payments to their cronies in the name of subsidies and plunging, throwing Nigeria and Nigerians into sufferings and poverty. No fuel subsidy. And I'll prove it to you now. It's simple. What do you know about the direct sales, direct purchase arrangement of the NNPC? If you don't know much about it, I will expose it in another video because it's a big topic in itself, and that is where the confusion comes in. Two things that stand out very quickly that I need to put out that will help Labour, because they say they have rescheduled their negotiation meeting. We need to put this out. Number one, NNPC has not paid a single dime as subsidy to any oil marketer. Quote me on this.
For the past 8 years under Buhari, NNPC has not paid a single dime of subsidy money to any oil marketer. So all the trillions that they claim they are paying that are budgeted for, those monies must be returned and people must go to jail.
All right, story for God. Anyway, if you have got money, I'm not interested. Because to buy Emma, wake up. It's just a matter of time. We will be ending. I've done, over my normal strength time. So again, like I said, we are not dealing with this in a day. For the next 1 month, 2 months, into my dissecting, I'll just take you through different areas. So let me just take a little bit back to Bill Clinton, just to wrap it up, because I demand time not to she multiply why island split. Okay, island is split.
With the Republic of Ireland, an independent country, and Northern Ireland, wedged together with Scotland, England, and Wales, forming the United Kingdom. But why exactly is Ireland split, and when did it happen?
Farabalẹ̀ kò gbọ́ o, pé ìlú kan ní pín irọ́ ló pa, ìlú ti pín rí. Ó dàárọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo mọ̀ pé ti wà ní midnight. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, tẹ́ bá jí ẹ máa wo the remaining part. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ẹ̀gbọ́n mi.
To fully understand the situation, we need to go all the way back to the 12th century. After the Normans had successfully invaded England and taken the throne, they decided to invade Ireland. Henry II, with the authorisation of Pope Adrian IV to strengthen the papacy's control over the Irish Church, landed in Ireland in 1171 and took control of large parts of the island. And in the following year, the Lordship of Ireland was created, in which the Lord of Ireland was also the King of England. The Lordship of Ireland was a papal possession held by the King of England. This was the beginning of what would become centuries of English and later British rule over the island of Ireland. Officially, the Lordship of Ireland ruled over the entire island, but in reality control was much less than this, and over the years, English control of Ireland receded over time. This was a time before there was a religious difference between Ireland and England. The English and the native Irish were both Catholic nations, as this was a time before the emergence of Protestantism. So many of the Normans in Ireland assimilated into Irish culture, and some were said have become more Irish than the Irish themselves. Laws were introduced which banned intermarriage between English settlers and the Gaelic Irish, as well as a ban on the use of the Irish language, but these laws were largely ineffective. By the late 15th century, English rule was limited to an area.
Gbogbo time tó ń sọ pé 15th century, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ti wà ó. 19th century ni wọ́n ṣe change ilẹ̀ Yorùbá sí Nàìjíríà ó. Gbogbo time tó ń sọ pé 15th century, wọ́n máa wonder pé táwa náà exist nígbà yẹn. Yes, àwọn exist. Gbogbo 12th century, 14th century, 13th century, 15th century. 15th century, Ìjẹ̀bú was already a city and town. We're just about 20 minutes or 12 minutes to the end of the program, and then we're going to wind down.
Known as the Pale. The early 16th century and what became known as the Protestant Reformation, in which many European powers turned their back on the Roman Catholic Church, forming a new branch of the Christian faith. Although the Reformation was about religion, it also had a lot to do with politics as well. With Henry VIII as the King of England, the Pope refused to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon. This, as well as other contributing factors, caused Henry VIII to break away from the Roman Catholic Church and establish the Church of England with himself.
Ṣé mo pé ẹni tó bá fẹ́ ṣe British exam gbogbo àwọn constitution tó máa ń béèrè kí ló dé tí Henry VIII tó lọ dá Church of England sílẹ̀ torí pé ó fẹ́ yàwó kan kinní kan. Church of England was never there before. Wọ́n ṣẹ̀dá sílẹ̀ ní gbogbo ilé la máa ń béèrè tó bá fẹ́ lọ ṣe test as a life in UK. Mo lè ti gbé lọ sí Church of England yẹn rí. Òun ni mo lọ ní last week Wednesday tó bá mọ tó ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Westminster Abbey, Church of England here.
As the leader. With this, the political situation in Ireland became uncertain, as Ireland was a papal possession with the King of England as Lord of Ireland.
Thank you so much, player.
After an act of Irish Parliament, Henry VIII was proclaimed King of Ireland, as the Lordship of Ireland became the Kingdom of Ireland. However, Henry VIII was not recognised by the Catholic powers throughout Europe. After Henry VIII's death in 1547, his Protestant raised 9-year-old son Edward VI ascended.
So we don't have to. So what I'm just trying to bring out from here is that there's history for everybody. Bugwalani history, one history or the other, but it is about us preserving our own history. It is about us preserving our own heritage. It is about us preserving and preserved our nationalists as Yoruba. Tabani, we are nationalists. So yes, we are. Single kan tó bá débẹ̀. Fẹ́ ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn tó kù. Yes, fẹ́ ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn tó kù. We are not interested to work with anybody if that's what they think. But if you think that the arrangement of having a Yoruba president, I'm winding down, that's why I've moved away from the screen so that we can then close this broadcast this morning. It is not about me, it is about us, the future of we the Yoruba people. On the ground to fight. That is why some of us are outside the perimeter of what is called Nigeria today. And we will continue to try our best without giving up on that best. I hope that the lecture today would also awaken the minds of millions of others. I know it's not going to happen straight away from the route that we are going through. If we have gone through some other route, it would have been a little bit much faster. But since that route is not what we are using, what we can only say is that we will continue to engage, which we are doing right now. Engage, diplomatic, negotiation, because we don't have the power to fight the government on a physical battle. But we will mention to the world that the same way they had a peace agreement from the Northern Ireland after 30 years of, what we can call a little bit low war. Escalate. Wikipedia calculate 30 years of in Northern Ireland as a low war. Can you imagine that? Only low war, which is true. Taba wo. Some people àwọn tó kú ní ibẹ̀ wọ̀ tó 4,000, 29,000 yẹn wọ́n ti kú in 8 years lábẹ́ Buhari. We pray and hope that Tinubu will not be able to, allow the influx of Fulani into the land by making sure that our governors they are able to protect and defend our state. Because the last thing that by the time Tinubu na mama fi ṣetán, another 29,000 ti kú, it will be a disaster. That means it's a waste of time. Because gbogbo àwọn tó kú lábẹ́ Buhari, calculation yẹn bó ṣe sọ fún wa, Yoruba have lost an estimated 29,000 people in 8 years of Buhari. No Yoruba and non-Yoruba must die under Tinubu. It must be able to protect until our negotiation plus the others out of Nigeria. There's always room for negotiation. And negotiation is not going to come like that. And if you are still not interested in that, go and be listening to all the nonsense and jabajantes on the other side, and then come and try and compare that in reality. It could make sense. And that is how far I can go this morning. The program has run for exactly almost 4 hours. We started a little bit early today at 5 o'clock. Thank you so much for everyone that have joined us. I'll be back if I can be back. I said that yesterday, but for reasons, that's why I can't give time with my daddy, because sometimes if I say my daddy, then people will be waiting for me. If you catch the program live, if otherwise, you always watch it, in a repeated one, Komata. So, but we are not live. I am live every blessed day. It is entirely up to you to go and find the videos and learn and educate from it. 5 hours of a lecture. More, even in university, can say only 5 hours. Lecturer to buy them and 5 hours there in university. Only to my only to my phone. So we continue to lecture you until we are ready to push the message. Are they going to come out and tell us we are coming out again? Oh yes. Tamadawo, yes. But in Amanda Wolori platform wa Wolongba, Worowo Yegba, Irolepa. In the last time, Tibu Olori Buruku Oridoti ti da gbogbo ẹrù. A ṣe lówó gbà. So ṣé yẹn ló ń dùn ẹ́? Wálé àlè ní kọ́ máa fún wa lówó mọ́. Bomb bastard. Ó náà máa wórì. Ó kálára kò lè dárúkọ mi gan. Ó ní ó ń ṣe flag. Ó ń gbowó shipping. Èmi ló ń sọ ó ṣe dárúkọ mi olùṣì. Bomb bastard. ṣé ó ń dùn ẹ́ pé mo gbowó flag ni ó bèrè lọ́wọ́ ṣó ẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tó pé ó lé ẹ̀ tó pé tó ní kémi ta flag fóun léye tèmi ṣe flag yẹn kóun lè lọ tà lamẹ́ríkà kó tà ní nàìjíríà. That was what she wanted to do. She wanted to be kémi gbé flag fóun ní iye táwa ń ṣe from the production. Mo ní kọ́ lọ ṣe tiẹ̀ náà tó bá lè rí ní price yẹn gbèkólé ó ẹ̀ lè rí ní price yẹn náà ni ló ṣe pé ní kémi ta fóun ní ó ń bi mí pé èmi ṣe fẹ́ ta ní price yẹn mo ní mo ṣe máa ta fún ẹ because ìtàǹtà yẹn àtà fún àwọn èèyàn tó wà nílé náà fún wọn nílé ni ṣèbí mo fún wọn nílé ni ìbáwọn diaspora ló dáwó àtàwọn tó dáwó nígbà tó dẹ̀ ti lọ sọ́dọ̀ ní tìrì ẹ wá gbowó yín padà ńgbà yẹn ẹ ń ṣe èrè pọ́n bastard ní gbogbo yín mo sọ sẹ́ èmi ni mo sọ̀rọ̀ pé kí ẹ̀ ní ṣe oríire ṣé èmi lẹ fún lówó ìyẹn ibi tí wọn bá ti ń jẹ ló ti ń jẹ yes mo jẹ́ ń bẹ̀ ìyẹn wà ní kéde ṣé wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n rí flag ṣé ẹ̀ rí flag ní nàìjíríà ẹ̀ rí flag ìbẹ̀ rí flag ẹ̀ rí flag náà òwe tán ni ọ̀nà tó máa gbowó ṣípè wọ́n ní wọ́n rówó fi ṣe ẹ̀dítì mọ́ nàìjíríà so láti gbà tí ìyá onítìrì ti da gbogbo ẹ̀ tó sọ fún pé àrówó fi ṣe kankan ẹ mọ ìtàwọn èèyàn dá tàbí ṣe the last rally ní ọjọ́ta tàbá ti fi jáde padà àwọn èèyàn tún dáwó ẹni tó bá fẹ́ dáadáa ẹni tó bá fẹ́ dá kò ní dá so bá ṣe máa fi sílẹ̀ nìyẹn for now. Bàbá agbóhùnsókè jẹ́ kọ́mọ̀ sọ fún pé tó bá sí gbòòwò ẹ̀ gba Yorùbá nation ẹ̀rù pé mò ń ṣeré ni wálé àlè ní ó ti ṣubú ó ti tọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ náà mo ti gbọ́ yẹn orí àpọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ ní lọ́dọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ má káàkiri máa ń lọ ń gbọ́ wọn ní gbòòwò ó ti deceive kò ṣe Yorùbá nation mọ́ ó ti gbé Yorùbá nation sílẹ̀ èyí tí gbòòwò ti ṣe so far billions ní ìran yóò ní rí ṣe ẹ máa fi kú àtàwọn tó ń bọ̀ gbóhùn sókè òòṣà. Jẹ́ kọ́mọ̀ Ìgbòho wọn don't see Ìgbòho Ìgbòho òun náà ti wà confused the love is too much the love is too much. So Osha Baba Akintoye gbòsà fẹ́yìn méjèèjì àwọn akọni wọn dúró tán to the left to the right Koiki wá wà láàrin sẹ́ńtà ẹ̀yìn rà mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta pa ẹ máa gbìyànjú ni kò ní dé bíbá kò dẹ̀ ní dọ́dọ̀ tiwọn náà gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń lo marabou ní north àtẹ̀yìn lórí burúkú ọmọ Yorùbá tá à ń sọ pé ká dá dúró ẹ fẹ́ rán ikú sí wa ikú máa wọlé pa gbogbo yín ni á wọlé pa àwọn tó bí ẹ come bastard. So ibi tá a máa ṣe analysis yẹn délé nílé lecture room ni tó mọ̀ pé lecture máa ń take time torí pé àwọn kan orí wọn etí wọn ti di pẹ̀lú ìṣòro so a gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣe break up yẹn díẹ̀. There is nothing wrong in finding a solution through diplomatic route but at the back let me remind you 30 years ní Ireland fi sọ fún British pé tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá jà lọ àfojúwọn náà. They find a solution to it in 1998, which is part of the discussion today. Take your time and rewind it and watch it and enjoy it. Hey, but my share. I don't say share. You see to come. Everyone will share. Everybody will share. Problem to me. I've done my own, and my own will be there. The world will remember as much as we are here. But 200 years, we are all dead and gone. But Yoruba will be still existing without the Fulani taking over. Tinubu has everything to do right now so that he can use that opportunity. Láti sọ fún ẹ̀yin àgbà ẹ má bínú ẹ̀ta lórí Instagram, ó máa tán nísìn because it's already 4 hours precisely that we've done. So, normally we do 3 hours. Mo tún tún scale it up with 1 hour, and every 1 hour, a basic job in UK is £10 an hour, £40. So if you pay £40 anymore, lójoojúmọ́ tí bá jókòó sórí social media. No. But the sacrifice is nothing to me anymore. Ẹni gbàgbọ́ orúkọ mi láyé mo sọ fún yín. Tílẹ̀ Yorùbá bá ń kọ history Yorùbá, wọ́n máa sọ pé ọ̀bọ̀ yẹn náà kan ní. Àwọn kan máa kọ history yẹn. Táwọn ọba tẹ̀ kọ́ àwọn kan kọ́. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ilé ẹ̀kan sí, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Kristẹni, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìyàwó mi, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọmọ mi. Ìyá tó bí mi lọ́mọ kò ní bàjẹ́ fún ẹ, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní Beyonce wà London, Beyonce mo dẹ̀ lówó yẹ kí n lọ wo Beyonce. I'm the single lady. Àwọn ọmọdé ń dẹ̀ máa kú níbẹ̀ yẹn bàjẹ́. on the single lady, on the single lady. Àwọn ọ̀dẹ́ ṣe single man wọ́n báyìí nísìnyí. Ó lè tó máa lọ wo Beyonce kí wọ́n yẹ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ọmọ kéékèèké kan máa gbólú ẹ̀ lọ. Koiki lélẹ́yìí o, àjókòó sínú ilé mi. Mo kí gbogbo ilé nǹkan sí i. And you better lọ. Check it out now. Thank you so much. All the support we do is voluntary. When the time comes, ọba tí ní a máa jáde, àti wá gbé owó lọ́wọ́ yín, ẹ̀ tó bá máa fún wa. YSDN, ẹ lọ máa dáwó díẹ̀ síbẹ̀ for now. So that tọ́ba ti di pé rálì máa jáde, wá lówó tó máa lò. Koiki lè mí jẹ, kò ní bàjẹ́ fún mi, ó rà o.
Ẹ má fojú ko eruku ata abẹ́ ń bẹ eruku ata tí o ti fojú ko àbáwọ̀ ogun Nàìjíríà. Ẹ má fojú ko ata ẹ lójú.
Ọmọ Oòduà. Ọ̀gá Fúlàní ló jẹ́ o. Yorùbá nation yìí ti gbogbo wa ni. Kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́. Torí kò sílùú mìíràn.
Life is so funny. You come with nothing, then fight for everything, and later leave everything and go back with empty hand. God is powerful.
Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Thank you so much, Sonke. Ada Zion Ezukama. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. David Oluwashola. Thank you, Egbomi Yemi Fatoke, all our grandmothers, Akoya Folayan. To the shout out to all the MixLR, Instagram, Shigon, Mr. Toby Waloye, all the Koikimedia team, the backend team that are working tirelessly. And this is how far we can go. Enjoy the rest of the Sunday, and we hope that Sunday will be great for us. May Nigeria never happen to any single one of us and our families and our loved ones until we break away from Nigeria. We will continue the negotiation with the government and the international community. My name is OLAMILEKAN, and this is Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. For record purpose, again, is Sunday, June the 4th, 2023. And I say, Have a blessed Sunday. Bye for now.